Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 281. Yudhishthira said, "How great was the love of virtue possessed by Vritra of immeasurable energy, whose knowledge was incomparable and whose devotion to Vishnu was so great." The status occupied by Vishnu of immeasurable energy is exceedingly difficult of apprehension. How, O tiger among kings, could Vritra, who was an Asura, comprehended it so well? Thou hast spoken of Vritra's acts. I too have listened to thee in full faith. In consequence, however, of my seeing that one point in thy discourse is unintelligible, and that, therefore, it requires explanation, my curiosity has been roused for questioning thee again. How, indeed, was Vritra, who was virtuous, devoted to Vishnu, endued with knowledge of truth derivable from a just comprehension of the Upanishads and Vedanta, vanquished by Indra, O foremost of men? O chief of the Bharatas, resolve me this doubt. Indeed, tell me, O tiger among kings, how Vritra was vanquished by Sakra. O grandsire, O thou of mighty arms, tell me in detail how the battle took place between the chief of the deities and the foremost of Asuras. My curiosity to hear it is very great. Bhishma said, in days of yore, Indra, accompanied by the celestial forces, proceeded on his car, and beheld the Asura Vritra stationed before him like a mountain. He was full 500 yojanas in height, O chastiser of foes, and 300 yojanas in circumference. Beholding that form of Vritra, which was incapable of being vanquished by the three worlds united together, the celestial became penetrated with fear and full of anxiety. Indeed, suddenly seeing that gigantic form of his antagonist, O king, Indra was struck with palsy in the lower extremities. Then, on the eve of that great battle between the deities and the Asuras, there arose loud shouts from both sides, and drums and other musical instruments began to beat and blow. Beholding Sakra stationed before him, O thou of Kuru's race, Vritra felt neither awe nor fear, nor was he disposed to muster all his energies for the fight. Then the encounter commenced, inspiring the three worlds with terror, between Indra, the chief of the deities, and Vritra of high soul. The entire welkin was enveloped by the combats of both sides with swords and axes and lances and darts and spears and heavy clubs and rocks of diverse sizes and bows of loud twang and diverse kinds of celestial weapons and fires and burning brands. All the celestials with grandsire at their head, and all the highly blessed rishis, came to witness the battle on their foremost of cars, and the Siddhas also, O bull of Bharata's race, and the Gandharvas, with the Apsaras, on their own beautiful and foremost of cars, came there for the same purpose. Then Vritra, that foremost of virtuous persons, quickly overwhelmed the welkin and the chief of the deities with a thick shower of rocks. The celestials, at this, filled with rage, dispelled with their showers of arrows that thick downpour of rocks showered by Vritra in battle. Then Vritra, O tiger among the Kurus, possessed of mighty strength and endued with large powers of illusion, stupefied the chief of the deities by fighting wholly with the aid of his powers of illusion. When he of 100 sacrifices, thus afflicted by Vritra, was overcome by stupefaction, the sage Vasishtha restored him to his senses by uttering somanas. Vasishtha said, "Thou art the foremost of the gods, O chief of the deities, O slayer of Daityas and Asuras. The strength of the three worlds is in thee. Why, then, O Sakra, dost thou languish so? There, Brahman and Vishnu and Shiva, that Lord of the universe, the illustrious and divine Soma, and all the highest rishis, stand, beholding thee. Do not, O Sakra, yield to weakness, like an ordinary person. Firmly resolved on battle, slay thy foes, O chief of the celestials. There, that master of all the worlds, viz., the three-eyed Shiva, the adored of all the worlds, is eyeing thee. Cast off this stupefaction, O chief of the celestials. There, those regenerate rishis, headed by Vrihaspati, are praising thee for thy victory in celestial hymns. Bhishma continued, while Vasva of great energy was thus being restored to consciousness by the high-souled Vasishtha, his strength became greatly enhanced. The illustrious chastiser of Paka then, relying upon his intelligence, had recourse to high yoga and with its aid dispelled these illusions of Vritra. Then Vrihaspati, the son of Angiras, and those foremost of rishis possessed of great prosperity, beholding the prowess of Vritra, repaired to Mahadeva, and impelled by the desire of benefiting the three worlds, urged him to destroy the great Asura. The energy of that illustrious lord of the universe thereupon assumed the character of a fierce fever and penetrated the body of Vritra, the lord of Asuras. The illustrious and divine Vishnu, adored of all the worlds, bent upon protecting the universe, entered the thunderbolt of Indra. Then Vrihaspati of great intelligence and Vasishtha of exceeding energy, and all the other foremost of rishis, repairing to him of 100 sacrifices, viz., the boon-giving Vasva, the adored of all the worlds, addressed him, saying, Slave Vritra, O puissant one, without delay. Mahesvara said, Yonder, O Sakra, stands the great Vritra, accompanied by a great force. He is the soul of the universe, capable of going everywhere, endued with large powers of illusion, and possessed of great celebrity. This foremost of Asuras is, therefore, incapable of being vanquished by even the three worlds united together. Aided by yoga, do thou slay him, O chief of the deities. Do not disregard him. For full 60,000 years, O chief of the celestials, Vritra practiced the severest penances for obtaining strength. Brahman gave him the boons he had solicited, viz., the greatness that belongs to yogins, large powers of illusion, excess of might, and superabundant energy. I impart to thee my energy, O Vasva. The Danava has now lost his coolness. Do thou, therefore, slay him now with thy thunderbolt. Sakra said, Before thy eyes, O foremost of gods, I shall, through thy grace, slay with my thunderbolt this invincible son of Dithi. Bhishma continued, when the great Asura or Daitya was overtaken by that fever, born of Mahadeva's energy, the deities and the rishis, filled with joy, uttered loud cheers, at the same time drums, and conchs of loud blare, and kettle drums and tabors began to beat and blow by thousands. Suddenly all the Asuras became afflicted with the loss of memory. In a trice, their powers of illusion also disappeared. The rishis and the deities, ascertaining the foe to be thus possessed, uttered the praises of both Sakra and Isana, and began to urge the former to make no delay in destroying Vritra. The form that Indra assumed on the eve of the encounter, while seated on his car and while his praises were being hymned by the rishis, became such that none could look at it without awe. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 282. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to me as I tell thee the symptoms that appeared on the body of Vritra when he was overtaken by that fever, born of the energy of Mahadeva. The heroic Asura's mouth began to emit flames of fire. He became exceedingly pale. His body began to tremble all over. His breath became hard and thick. His hair stood on end. His memory, O Bharata, issued out of his mouth in the form of a fierce, dreadful, and inauspicious jackal. Burning and blazing meteors fell on his right and left. Vultures and kanakas and cranes, gathering together, uttered fierce cries as they wheeled over Vritra's head. Then, in that encounter, Indra, adored by the gods, and armed with the thunderbolt, looked hard at the Daitya as the latter sat on his car. Possessed by that violent fever, the mighty Asura, O monarch, yawned and uttered inhuman cries. While the Asura was yawning, Indra hurled his thunderbolt at him. Endued with exceedingly great energy and resembling the fire that destroys the creation at the end of the Yuga, that thunderbolt overthrew in a trice Vritra of gigantic form. Loud shouts were once more uttered by the gods on all sides when they beheld Vritra slain, O bull of Bharata's race. Having slain Vritra, Maghavat, that foe of the Danavas, possessed of great fame, entered heaven with that thunderbolt pervaded by Vishnu. Just then, O thou of Kuru's race, the sin of Brahmanicide, in her embodied form, fierce and awful and inspiring all the worlds with dread, issued out of the body of the slain Vritra. Of terrible teeth and awful, hideous for ugliness, and dark and tawny, with hair disheveled, and dreadful eyes, O Bharata, with a garland of skulls round her neck, and looking like an Atharvan incantation, in its embodied form, O bull of Bharata's race, covered all over with blood, and clad in rags and barks of trees, O thou of righteous soul, she came out of Vritra's body. Of such dreadful form and mien, O monarch, she sought the wielder of the thunderbolt, for possessing him. A little while after, O thou of Kuru's race, the slayer of Vritra, on some purpose connected with the good of the three worlds, was proceeding towards heaven. Beholding Indra of great energy thus proceeding on his mission, she seized the chief of the deities and from that moment stuck to him. When the sin of Brahmanicide thus stuck to his person and inspired him with terror, Indra entered the fibers of a lotus stalk and dwelt there for many long years. But the sin of Brahmanicide pursued him closely. Indeed, O son of Kuru, seized by her, Indra became deprived of all his energies. He made great efforts for driving her from him, but all those efforts proved abortive. Seized by her, O bull of Bharata's race, the chief of the deities at last presented himself before the grandsire and worshipped him by bending his head low. Understanding that Sakra was possessed by the sin of Brahmanicide, Brahman began to reflect, O best of the Bharatas, upon the means of freeing his suppliant. The grandsire at last, O thou of mighty arms, addressed Brahmanicide in a sweet voice as if from the desire of pacifying her, and said, O amiable one, let the chief of the celestials, who is a favorite of mine, be freed from thee. Tell me what I shall do for thee. What wish of thine shall I accomplish? Brahmanicide said, When the creator of the three worlds, when the illustrious God adored by the universe, hath been pleased with me, I regard my wishes as already accomplished. Let my residence be now appointed. Desirous of preserving the worlds, this rule had been made by thee. It was thou, O Lord, that didst introduce this important ordinance. As thou hast been gratified with me, O righteous Lord, O puissant master of all the worlds, I shall certainly leave Sakra. But grant me an abode to dwell in. Bhishma continued, the grandsire replied unto Brahmanicide, saying, So be it. Indeed, the grandsire discovered means for dispelling Brahmanicide from the person of Indra. The self-create recollected the high-souled Agni. The latter immediately presented himself to Brahman and said these words, O illustrious and divine Lord, O thou that art without any defect, I have appeared before thee. It behoveth thee to say what I shall have to accomplish. Brahman said, I shall divide this sin of Brahmanicide into several portions. For freeing Sakra from her, do thou take a fourth portion of that sin. Agni said, How shall I be rescued from her, O Brahman? O puissant Lord, do thou appoint the way. I desire to know the means of my own rescue, in detail, O adored of all the worlds. Brahman said, Unto that man who, overwhelmed by the quality of tamas, will abstain from offering thee as an oblation, when he beholds thee in thy blazing form, seeds, herbs, and juices, that portion of Brahmanicide which thou wilt take upon thyself shall immediately enter, and leaving thee shall dwell in him. O carrier of oblations, let the fever of thy heart be dispelled. Bhishma said, thus addressed by the grandsire, the eater of oblations and sacrificial offerings accepted his command. A fourth of that sin then entered his person, O king. The grandsire then summoned the trees, the herbs, and all kinds of grass to him, and solicited them to take upon themselves a fourth of that sin. Addressed by him, the trees and herbs and grasses became as much agitated as Agni had been at the request, and they replied unto grandsire, saying, How shall we, O grandsire of all the worlds, be ourselves rescued from this sin? It behoveth thee not to afflict us that have already been afflicted by the fates. O God, we have always to endure heat and cold and the showers of the clouds, driven by the winds, in addition to the cutting and the tearing that we have to suffer at the hands of men. We are willing, O Lord of the three worlds, to take at thy command a portion of this sin of Brahmanicide. Let the means, however, of our rescue be pointed out to us. Brahman said, This sin that you shall take shall possess the man who through stupefaction of judgment will cut or tear any of you when Parva days come. Bhishma said, thus addressed by the high-souled Brahman, the trees and herbs and grasses adored the Creator and then went away without tarrying there. The grandsire of all the worlds then summoned the Apsaras and gratifying them with sweet words, O Bharata, said, This foremost of ladies, viz., Brahmanicide, has come out of Indra's person. Solicited by me, do you take a fourth portion of her into your own persons, for saving the chief of the deities? The Apsaras said, O Lord of all the gods, at thy command we are fully willing to take a portion of this sin. But, O grandsire, do thou think of the means by which we ourselves may be freed from the effects of this understanding that we make with thee. Brahman said, Let the fever of your hearts be dispelled. The portion of this sin that you will take upon yourselves shall leave you for instantly possessing that man who will seek congress with women in their menstrual season. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by the grandsire, O bull of Bharata's race, the diverse tribes of the Apsaras, with cheerful souls, repaired to their respective places and began to sport and delight. The illustrious creator of the three worlds, endued with great ascetic merit, then recollected the waters which immediately came to him. Arrived at the presence of Brahman of immeasurable energy, the waters bowed unto him and said these words, We have come before thee, O chastiser of foes, at thy command. O puissant master of all the worlds, tell us what we are to accomplish. Brahman said, This dreadful sin hath taken possession of Indra, in consequence of his having slain Vritra. Take ye a fourth part of Brahmanicide. The waters said, Let it be as thou commandest, O master of all the worlds. It behoveth thee, however, O puissant Lord of ours, to think of the means by which we may, in our turn, be rescued from the consequence of this understanding. Thou art the Lord of all the deities, and the supreme refuge of the universe. Who else is there to whom we may pay our adoration so that he may relieve us from distress? Brahman said, Unto that man who stupefied by his understanding and regarding you lightly will cast into you phlegm and urine and excreta, this one shall immediately go and thenceforth reside in him. It is in this way, verily I say unto ye, that your rescue shall be accomplished. Bhishma continued, Then the sin of Brahmanicide, O Yudhishthira, leaving the chief of the deities, proceeded to the abodes that were ordained for her at the grandsire's command. It was thus, O ruler of men, that Indra had become afflicted by that dreadful sin, and it was thus that he got rid of her. With the grandsire's permission, Indra then resolved to perform a horse sacrifice. It is heard, O monarch, that Indra, having been thus possessed by the sin of Brahmanicide, afterwards became cleansed of her through that sacrifice. Regaining his prosperity and slaying thousands of foes, great was the joy that Vyasa obtained, O Lord of earth. From the blood of Vritra, O son of Pritha, were born high-crested cocks. For this reason, those fowls are unclean, as food, for the regenerate classes, and those ascetics that have undergone the rite of initiation. Under all circumstances, O king, do thou accomplish what is agreeable to the twice-born, for these, O monarch, are known as gods on earth. It was in this way, O thou of courage race, that the mighty Azure of Vritra was slain by Sakra of immeasurable energy by the aid of subtle intelligence and through the application of means. Thou also, O son of Kunti, unvanquished on earth, wilt become another Indra and the slayer of all thy foes. Those men who, on every Parva day, will recite this sacred narrative of Vritra in the midst of Brahmanas shall never be stained by any sin. I have now recited to thee one of the greatest and most wonderful feats of Indra connected with Vritra. What else dost thou wish to hear? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 283. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, thou art possessed of great wisdom and thoroughly conversant with every branch of learning. From this very narrative of the slaughter of Vritra the wish has arisen in my mind of asking thee a question. Thou hast said, O ruler of men, that Vritra was, first, stupefied by fever, and that then, O sinless one, he was slain by Vyasa with a thunderbolt. How did this fever, O thou of great wisdom, arise? O Lord, I desire to hear in detail of the origin of fever. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to the origin, celebrated over all the world, of fever. I shall speak in detail on this topic, fully explaining how fever first sprang into existence, O Bharata. In days of yore, O monarch, there was a summit, named Savitri, of the mountains of Meru. Worshipped by all the worlds, it was endued with great splendor and adorned with every kind of jewels and gems. That summit was immeasurable in extent, and thither no one could go. On that mountain summit the divine Mahadeva used to sit in splendor as if on a bedstead adorned with gold. The daughter of the king of mountains, sitting by his side, shone in brilliance. The high-souled deities, the Vasus of immeasurable energy, the high-souled Ashwins, those foremost of physicians, and King Vaisravana waited upon by many a Guhyaka, that lord of the Ikshas, endued with prosperity and puissance, and having his abode on the summit of Kailasa, all waited upon the high-souled Mahadeva. And the great sage Usanas, and the foremost of rishis having Sanat Kumara for their first, and the other celestial rishis headed by Angiras, and the Gandharv Viswavesu, and Narada and Parvata, and the diverse tribes of Apsaras, all came there to wait upon the master of the universe. A pure and auspicious breeze, bearing diverse kinds of perfumes, blew there. The trees that stood there were adorned with the flowers of every season. A large number of Vidyadharas and Siddhas and ascetics too, O Bharata, repaired thither for waiting upon Mahadeva, the lord of all creatures. Many ghostly beings, also, of diverse forms and aspects, and many dreadful Rakshasas and mighty Pisachas, of diverse aspects, mad with joy, and armed with diverse kinds of uplifted weapons, forming the train of Mahadeva, were there, every one of whom resembled a blazing fire in energy. The illustrious Nandi stood there at the command of the great god, blazing with his own energy and armed with a lance that resembled a flame of fire. Ganga also, that foremost of all rivers and born of all sacred waters in the universe, waited there in her embodied form, O son of Kuru's race, upon that illustrious deity. Thus adored by the celestial rishis and the gods, the illustrious Mahadeva of immeasurable energy dwelt on that summit of Meru. After some time had passed away, the Prajapati Deksha commenced to perform a sacrifice according to the ancient rites laid down in the Vedas. Unto the sacrifice of Deksha, all the deities headed by Sakra, assembling together, resolved to repair. It hath been heard by us that the high-souled deities, with the permission of Mahadeva, mounted their celestial cars resembling the fire or the sun in splendor, and proceeded to that spot, on the Himavat, whence the Ganges is said to issue. Beholding the deities depart, the excellent daughter of the King of Mountains, addressed her divine spouse, viz., the Lord of all creatures, and said, O illustrious one, whither are those deities headed by Sakra going? O thou that art conversant with the truth, tell me truly, for a great doubt has filled my mind. Mahesvara said, O lady that art highly blessed, the excellent Prajapati Deksha is adoring the gods in a horse sacrifice. These denizens of heaven are proceeding even thither. Uma said, Why, O Mahadeva, dost thou not proceed to that sacrifice? What objection is there of thy going to that place? Mahesvara said, O highly blessed lady, the deities in days of yore made an arrangement in consequence of which no share was assigned to me of offerings in all sacrifices. Agreeably to the course that was sanctioned in consequence of that arrangement, O thou of the fairest complexion, the deities do not give me, following the old custom, any share of the sacrificial offerings. Uma said, O illustrious one, among all beings thou art the foremost in puissance. In merit, in energy, in fame, and in prosperity, thou yieldest to none, and thou art, indeed, superior to all. In consequence, however, of this disability in respect of a share in the sacrificial offerings, I am filled with great grief, O sinless one, and a tremor overtakes me from head to foot. Bhishma continued, the goddess, Parvati, having said these words unto her divine spouse, the Lord of all creatures, O monarch, remained silent, her heart burning the while in grief. Then Mahadeva, understanding what was in her heart and what her thoughts were, for wiping off that disgrace, addressed Nandi, saying, Wait here, by the goddess. Summoning all his yoga force, that lord of all lords of yoga, that god of gods, that wielder of Pinaka, possessed of mighty energy, quickly proceeded to the place where Deksha was sacrificing, accompanied by all his terrible followers, and destroyed that sacrifice. Amongst these followers of his, some uttered loud cries, and some laughed terribly, and some, O king, extinguished the sacrificial fires with blood, and some, possessed of awful faces, pulling up the sacrificial stakes, began to whirl them. Others began to devour those that were ministering to the sacrifice. Then that sacrifice, thus afflicted on every side, assumed the form of a deer and sought to fly away through the skies. Ascertaining that the sacrifice was running away in that form, the puissant Mahadeva began to pursue him with bow and arrow. In consequence of the wrath that then filled the heart of that foremost of all gods, possessed of immeasurable energy, a dreadful drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. When that drop of sweat fell down on the earth, there forthwith appeared a blazing fire resembling the all-destructive conflagration that appears at the end of a yuga. From that fire issued a dreadful being, O monarch, of very short stature, possessed of blood-red eyes and a green beard. His body was covered entirely with hair like a hawk's or an owl's, and his hair stood erect. Of dreadful aspect, his complexion was dark and his attire blood-red. Like a fire burning a heap of dry grass or straw, that being of great energy quickly consumed the embodied form of sacrifice. Having accomplished that feat, he then rushed towards the deities and the rishis that had assembled there. The deities, filled with fear, fled in all directions. In consequence of that being's tread, the earth, O monarch, began to tremble. Exclamations of "Oh" and "Alas" arose throughout the universe. Marking this, the puissant grandsire, showing himself unto Mahadeva, addressed him in the following words. Brahman said, O puissant one, the deities will henceforth yield thee a share of the sacrificial offerings. O Lord of all the deities, let this wrath of thine be withdrawn by thee. O scorcher of foes, those gods, and the rishis, in consequence of thy wrath, O Mahadeva, have become exceedingly agitated. This being also, that hath sprung from thy sweat, O foremost of gods, shall wander among creatures, O righteous-souled one, under the name of fever. O puissant one, if the energy of this being remains all collected together, then the entire earth herself will not be able to bear him. Let him, therefore, be distributed into many parts. When Brahman had said these words, and when his proper share was appointed of the sacrificial offerings, Mahadeva replied unto the grandsire of great energy, saying, So be ID indeed. The wielder of Pinaka, viz., Bhava, smiled a little and became filled with joy. And he accepted the share that the grandsire appointed of the offerings and sacrifices. Conversant with the properties of everything, Mahadeva then distributed fever into many portions, for the peace of all creatures. Listen, O son, as to how he did this. The heat that is perceptible in the heads of elephants, the bitumen of mountains, the moss that floats on water, the slough of snakes, the sores that appear in the hoofs of bulls, the sterile tracts of earth that are full of saline matter, the dullness of vision of all animals, the diseases that appear in the throats of horses, the crests appearing on the heads of peacocks, the eye disease of the koel. Each of these was named fever by the high-souled Mahadeva. This is what has been heard by us. The liver disease also of sheep and the hiccup of parrots are also each known as forms of fever. To this must be added the toil that tigers undergo, for that also, O righteous king, is known as a form of fever. Besides these, O Bharata, amongst men, fever enters all bodies at the time of birth, of death, and on other occasions. This then that is called fever is known to be the dreadful energy of Mahesvara. He is endued with authority over all creatures and should, therefore, be held in respect and worshipped by all. It was by him that Vritra, that foremost of virtuous persons, was overtaken when he yawned. It was then that Sakra hurled his thunderbolt at him. Thunderbolt, penetrating the body of Vritra, O Bharata, divided him in twain. Divided in twain by the thunderbolt, the mighty Asura, possessed of great yoga powers, proceeded to the region of Vishnu of immeasurable energy. It was in consequence of his devotion to Vishnu that he had succeeded in overwhelming the whole universe. And it was in consequence of his devotion to Vishnu that he ascended, when slain, to the region of Vishnu. Thus, O son, adverting to the story of Vritra, have I recited to thee the narrative in detail of fever. Upon what else shall I speak to thee? That man who will read this account of the origin of fever with close attention and cheerful heart shall become free from disease and shall always have happiness for his share. Filled with gladness, he shall have all the wishes accomplished upon which he may set his heart. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 284. Janamejaya said, How, O Brahmana, was the horse sacrifice of the Prajapati Deksha, the son of Prachetas, destroyed during the age of Vivaswatamanu? Understanding that the goddess Uma had become filled with rage and grief, the puissant Mahadeva, who is the soul of all things, gave way to wrath. How, again, through his grace, was Deksha enabled to reunite the divided limbs of that sacrifice? I desire to know all this. Tell me all this, O Brahmana, truly as it occurred. Vaisampayana said, In days of your Deksha made arrangements for performing a sacrifice on the breast of Himavat in that sacred region inhabited by rishis and siddhas where the Ganges issues out of the mountains. Overgrown with trees and creepers of diverse kinds, that spot abounded with Gandharvas and Apsaras. Surrounded by crowds of rishis, Deksha, that foremost of virtuous men, that progenitor of creatures, was waited upon by the denizens of the earth, the firmament, and the heavens, with their hands joined together in reverence. The gods, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Pisachas, the snakes, the Rakshasas, the two Gandharvas named Haha and Huhu, Tumvaru and Narada, Viswavasu, Viswasena, the Gandharvas and the Apsaras, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, the Sathyas, the Maruts, all came there with Indra for sharing in the sacrifice. The drinkers of Soma, the drinkers of smoke, the drinkers of Ajaya, the Rishis, and the Pitris came there with the Brahmanas. These, and many other living creatures belonging to the four orders, viz., viviparous and oviparous and filth-born and vegetable, were invited to that sacrifice. The gods also, with their spouses, respectfully invited thereto, came on their celestial cars, and seated thereon shone like blazing fires. Beholding them, the Rishi Dadichi became filled with grief and wrath, and said, "This is neither a sacrifice nor a meritorious rite of religion, since Rudra is not adored in it. Ye are certainly exposing yourselves to death and chains. Alas, how untoward is the course of time! Stupefied by error, you do not behold that destruction awaits you. A terrible calamity stands at your door in course of this great sacrifice. Ye are blind to it." Having said these words, that great yogin saw into the future with eyes of yoga, contemplation. He beheld Mahadeva and his divine spouse, viz., that giver of excellent bones, seated on the summit of Kailasa, with the high-souled Narada sitting beside the goddess. Conversant with yoga, Dadichi became highly gratified, having ascertained what was about to happen. All the deities and others that had come there were of one mind with reference to the omission to invite the Lord of all creatures. Dadichi alone, desirous of leaving that spot, then said, "By worshipping one who should not be worshipped, and by refusing to worship him who should be worshipped, a man incurs the sin of homicide forever. I have never before spoken an untruth, and an untruth I shall never speak. Here in the midst of the gods and the rishis I say the truth. The protector of all creatures, the creator of the universe, the Lord of all, the puissant master, the taker of sacrificial offerings, will soon come to this sacrifice, and you all shall see him." Deksha said, "We have many Rudras armed with lances and bearing matted locks on their heads. They are 11 in number. I know them all, but I do not know who this new Rudra, Mahesvara, is." Dadichi said, "This seems to be the counsel of all that are here, viz., that Mahesvara should not be invited. As, however, I do not behold any god that can be said to be superior to him, I am sure that this proposed sacrifice of Deksha will certainly be overtaken by destruction." Deksha said, "Here, in this vessel of gold, intended for the Lord of all sacrifices, is the sacrificial offering sanctified by mantras and rites, according to the ordinance. I intend to make this offering unto Vishnu, who is beyond compare. He is puissant and the master of all, and unto him should sacrifices be performed." Meanwhile, continued Vaisampayana, the goddess Uma, sitting with her lord, said these words. Uma said, "What are those gifts, what those vows, and what are those penances that I should make or undergo by means of which my illustrious husband may be able to obtain a half or a third share of the offerings and sacrifices?" Unto his wife, who was agitated with grief and who repeated these words, the illustrious Mahadeva said with a joyous countenance, "Thou dost not know me, O goddess. Thou knowest not, O thou of delicate limbs and low belly, what words are proper to be addressed to the Lord of sacrifices. O lady of large eyes, I know that it is only the sinful, who are bereft of contemplation, that do not understand me. It is through thy power of illusion that the deities with Indra at their head and the three worlds all become stupefied. It is to me that the chanters utter their praises and sacrifices. It is to me that the Samant singers sing their Rathantaras. It is to me that Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas perform their sacrifices. And it is to me that the Advaryas dedicate the shares of sacrificial offerings. The goddess said, "Persons of even ordinary abilities applaud themselves and indulge in the presence of their spouses. There is no doubt in this." The Holy One said, "O Queen of all the gods, I do not certainly applaud my own self. Behold now, O Lady of slender waist, what I do. Behold the being that I will create, O thou of the fairest complexion, for destroying this sacrifice that has displeased thee, O my beautiful spouse." Having said these words unto his spouse Uma, who was dearer to him than his own life, the puissant Mahadeva created from his mouth a terrible being whose very sight could make one's hair stand on its end. The blazing flames that emanated from his body rendered him exceedingly awful to behold. His arms were many in number, and in each was a weapon that struck the beholder with fear. That being, thus created, stood before the great God, with joined hands, and said, "What commands shall I have to accomplish?" Mahesvara answered him, saying, "Go and destroy the sacrifice of Deksha." Thus ordered, that being of leonine prowess who had issued from the mouth of Mahadeva desired to destroy the sacrifice of Deksha without putting forth all his energy and without the assistance of any one else for dispelling the wrath of Uma. Urged by her wrath, the spouse of Mahesvara, herself assuming a dreadful form that is known by the name Mahakali, proceeded in the company of that being who had issued from Mahadeva's mouth, for witnessing with her own eyes the act of destruction which was her own, for it was she who had impelled her lord to accomplish it for her sake. That mighty being then set out, having obtained the permission of Mahadeva and having bowed his head unto him. In energy, strength, and form, he resembled Mahesvara himself who had created him. Indeed, he was the living embodiment of Mahadeva's wrath. Of immeasurable might and energy, and of immeasurable courage and prowess, he came to be called by the name of Virbhadra, that dispeller of the goddess's wrath. He then created from the pores of his body a large number of spirit chiefs known by the name of Raumyas. Those fierce bands of spirits, endued with terrible energy and prowess and resembling Rudra himself on that account, rushed with the force of thunder to that place where Deksha was making preparations for his sacrifice, impelled by the desire of destroying it. Possessed of dreadful and gigantic forms, they numbered by hundreds and thousands. They filled the sky with their confused cries and shrieks. That noise filled the denizens of heaven with fear. The very mountains were riven and the earth trembled. Whirlwinds began to blow. The ocean rose in a surge. The fires that were kindled refused to blaze up. The sun became dimmed. The planets, the stars, and constellations, and the moon no longer shone. The rishis, the gods, and human beings looked pale. A universal darkness spread over earth and sky. The insulted Rudras began to set fire to everything. Some amongst them of terrible form began to smite and strike. Some tore up the sacrificial stakes. Some began to grind and others to crush. Endued with the speed of wind or thought, some began to rush close and far. Some began to break the sacrificial vessels and the celestial ornaments. The scattered fragments strewed the ground like stars bespangling the firmament. Heaps of excellent viands, of bottles of drink, and of eatables there were that looked like mountains. Rivers of milk ran on every side, with clarified butter and paesa for their mire, creamy curds for their water, and crystallized sugar for their sands. Those rivers contained all the 6 tastes. There were lakes of treacle that looked very beautiful. Meat of diverse kinds, of the best quality, and other eatables of various sorts, and many excellent varieties of drink, and several other kinds of food that might be licked and sucked, began to be eaten by that army of spirits with diverse mouths. And they began to cast off and scatter those varieties of food in all directions. In consequence of Rudra's wrath, every one of those gigantic beings looked like the all-destructive Yuga fire. Agitating the celestial troops, they caused them to tremble with fear and fly away in all directions. Those fierce spirits sported with one another, and seizing the celestial damsels shoved and hurled them on all sides. Of fierce deeds, those beings, impelled by Rudra's wrath, very soon burnt that sacrifice, although it was protected with great care by all the deities. Loud were the roars they uttered, which struck every living creature with dread. Having torn off the head of sacrifice, they indulged in glee and shouts. Then the gods, headed by Brahman, and that progenitor of creatures, viz., Daksha, joining their hands in reverence, addressed that mighty being, saying, "Tell us who thou art." Virabhadra said, "I am neither Rudra nor his spouse, the goddess Uma. Nor have I come here for partaking of the fare provided in this sacrifice." Knowing the fact of Uma's wrath, the puissant Lord, who is the soul of all creatures, has given way to wrath. "I have not come here for seeing these foremost of Brahmanas. I have not come here urged by curiosity. Know that I have come here for destroying this sacrifice of yours. I am known by the name of Virabhadra, and I have sprung from the wrath of Rudra. This lady, who is my companion, and who is called Bhadrakali, hath sprung from the wrath of the goddess. We have both been dispatched by that god of gods, and we have accordingly come here. O foremost of Brahmanas, seek the protection of that lord of the deities, the spouse of Uma. It is preferable to incur even the wrath of that foremost of gods than to obtain boons from any other deity." Hearing the words of Virabhadra, Daksha, that foremost of all righteous persons, bowed down unto Mahesvara and sought to gratify him by uttering the following hymn: "I throw myself at the feet of the effulgent Isana, who is eternal, immutable, and indestructible, who is the foremost of all gods, who is endued with high soul, who is the Lord of all the universe." Here follow 5½ slokas which appear to be interpolations. His praises having thus been hymned, the great god, Mahadeva, suspending both prana and apana, the two foremost of the 5 life breaths, by shutting his mouth properly, and casting benignant glances on every side, showed himself there. Possessed of many eyes, that vanquisher of all foes, that lord of even the gods of all gods, suddenly arose from within the pit in which was kept the sacrificial fire. Possessed of the effulgence of 1,000 suns, and looking like another Samvartaka, the great god smiled gently at Daksha, and addressing him, said, "What, O Brahmana, shall I do for you?" At this juncture, the preceptor of all the deities adored Mahadeva with the Vedic verses contained in the moksha sections. Then that progenitor of all creatures, viz., Daksha, joining his hands in reverence, filled with dread and fear, exceedingly agitated, and with face and eyes bathed in tears, addressed the great god in the following words. Daksha said, "If the great god has been gratified with me, if indeed I have become an object of favor with him, if I have deserved his kindness, if the great lord of all creatures is disposed to grant me boons, then let all these articles of mine that have been burnt, eaten, drunk, swallowed, destroyed, broken, and polluted, let all these articles, collected in course of these articles, be of use to me. Even this is the boon I crave. Unto him the many long years, and with great care and effort, go not for nothing." Let illustrious Hara, the tearer of Bhaga's eyes, said, "Let it be as thou sayest." Even these were the words of that illustrious progenitor of all creatures, that god of 3 eyes, that protector of righteousness. Having obtained that boon from Bhava, Daksha knelt down to him and adored that deity, having the bull for his mark, by uttering his 1,008 names. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 285. Yudhishthira said, "It behoveth thee, O sire, to tell me those names by which Daksha, that progenitor of creatures, adored the great deity. O sinless one, a reverent curiosity impels me to hear them." Bhishma said, "Hear, O Bharata, what the names, both secret and proclaimed, are of that God of gods, that deity of extraordinary feats, that ascetic of secret vows. Daksha said, I bow to thee, O Lord of all the gods, to the destroyer of the forces of the Asuras. Thou art the paralyzer of the strength of the celestial chief himself. Thou art adored by both gods and Danavas. Thou art thousand-eyed, thou art fierce-eyed, and thou art three-eyed. Thou art the friend of the ruler of the Ikshas. Thy hands and feet extend in all directions to all places. Thy eyes also and head and mouth are turned on all sides. Thy ears too are everywhere in the universe, and thou art thyself everywhere, O Lord. Thou art shaft-eared, thou art large-eared, and thou art pot-eared. Thou art the receptacle of the ocean. Thy ears are like those of the elephant, or of the bull, or like extended palms. Salutations to thee. Thou hast 100 stomachs, 100 revolutions, and 100 tongues. I bow to thee. The utterers of the Gayatri sing thy praises in uttering the Gayatri, and the worshippers of the sun adore thee in adoring the sun. The rishis regard thee as Brahmana, as Indra, and as the illimitable firmament above. O thou of mighty form, the ocean and the sky are thy two forms. All the deities dwell in thy form, even as kine dwell within the fold. In thy body I behold Soma, and Agni, and the Lord of the waters, and Aditya, and Vishnu, and Brahmana, and Vrihaspati. Thou, O illustrious one, art cause and effect and action and instrument of everything unreal and real, and thou art creation and destruction. I bow unto thee that art called Bhava and Sarva and Rudra. I bow unto thee that art the giver of boons. I bow always unto thee that art the Lord of all creatures. Salutations to thee that art the slayer of Andhaka. Salutations to thee that hast 3 matted locks, to thee that hast 3 heads, to thee that art armed with an excellent trident, to thee that hast 3 eyes, and that art, therefore, called Triamvaka and Trinetra. Salutations to thee that art the destroyer of the triple city. Salutations to thee that art called Chanda and Kunda, to thee that art the universal egg and also the bearer of the universal egg, to thee that art the holder of the ascetic stick, to thee that hast ears everywhere, and to thee that art called Dandamunda. Salutations to thee whose teeth and hair are turned upwards, to thee that art stainless and white, and that art stretched all over the universe, to thee that art red, to thee that art tawny, and to thee that hast a blue throat. Salutations to thee that art of incomparable form, that art of dreadful form, and that art highly auspicious. To thee that art Surya, that hast a garland of Suryas round thy neck, and that hast standards and flags bearing the device of Surya. Salutations to thee that art the Lord of spirits and ghosts, to thee that art bull-necked, and that art armed with the bow, to thee that crushest all foes, to thee that art the personification of chastisement, and to thee that art clad in leaves of trees and rags. Salutations to thee that bearest gold in thy stomach, to thee that art cased in golden mail, to thee that art gold-crested, to thee that art the Lord of all the gold in the world. Salutations to thee that hast been adored, that deservest to be adored, and that art still being adored, to thee that art all things, that devourest all things, and that art the soul of all things. Salutations to thee that art the Hatri, and sacrifices, that art the Vedic mantras uttered, and sacrifices, and that ownest white flags and standards. Salutations to thee that art the navel of the universe, that art both cause and effect in the form of the 5 primal elements, and that art the coverer of all covers. Salutations to thee that art called Krisanasa, that art of thin limbs, and that art thin. Salutations to thee that art always cheerful, and that art the personification of confused sounds and voices. Salutations to thee that art about to be stretched on the earth, that art already stretched, and that standing upright. Salutations to thee that art fixed, that art running, that art bald, and that bearest matted locks on thy head. Salutation to thee that art fond of dancing, and that strikest thy puffed cheeks, making thy mouth a drum. Salutations to thee that art fond of lotuses that blow in rivers, and that art always fond of singing and playing on musical instruments. Salutations to thee that art the eldest born, that art the foremost of all creatures, and that art the crusher of the azure Vala. Salutations to thee that art the master of time, that art the personification of Kulpa, that art the embodiment of all kinds of destruction, great and small. Salutations to thee that laughest awfully and as loud as the beat of a drum, and that observest dreadful vows. Salutations forever to thee that art fierce, and that hast 10 arms. Salutations to thee that art armed with bones, and that art fond of the ashes of funeral pyres. Salutations to thee that art awful, that art terrible to behold, and that art an observer of dreadful vows and practices. Salutations to thee that ownest an ugly mouth, that hast a tongue resembling a scimitar, and that hast large teeth. Salutations to thee that art fond of both cooked and uncooked meat, and that regardest the gourd vina as highly dear. Salutations to thee that causest rain, that helpest the cause of righteousness, that art identifiable with the form of Nandi, and that art righteousness self. Salutations to thee that art ever moving like wind and the other forces, that the controller of all things, and that art always engaged in cooking all creatures in the cauldron of time. Salutations to thee that art the foremost of all creatures, that art superior, and that art the giver of boons. Salutations to thee that hast the best of garlands, the best of scents, and the best of robes, and that givest the best of boons to the best of creatures. Salutations to thee that art attached, that art freed from all attachments, that art of the form of yoga contemplation, and that art adorned with a garland of akshas. Salutations to thee that art united as cause and disunited as effects, and that art the form of shadow and of light. Salutations to thee that art amiable, and that art frightful, and that art exceedingly so. Salutations to thee that art auspicious, that art tranquil, and that art most tranquil. Salutations to thee that art of one leg and many eyes, and that hast only one head, to thee that art fierce, to thee that art gratified with little offerings, and thee that art fond of equity. Salutations to thee that art the artificer of the universe, and that art ever united with the attribute of tranquility. Salutations to thee that bearest a full frightening bell, that art of the form of the jingle made by a bell, and that art of the form of sound when it is not perceptible by the ear. Salutations to thee that art like 1,000 bells jingled together, and that art fond of a garland of bells, that art like the sound that the life-breaths make, that art of the form of all scents and of the confused noise of boiling liquids. Salutations to thee that art beyond 3 huns, and that art fond of 2 huns. Salutations to thee that art exceedingly tranquil, and that hast the shade of mountain trees for thy habitation. Thou art fond of the heart-flesh of all creatures, that cleansest from all sins, and that art of the form of sacrificial offerings. Salutations to thee that art of the form of sacrifice, that art the sacrificer himself, that art the Brahmana into whose mouth is poured the sacrificial butter, and that art the fire into which is poured the butter inspired with mantras. Salutations to thee that art of the form of sacrificial Ritwiges, that hast thy senses under control, that art made of sattva, and that hast rajas also in thy make. Salutations to thee that art of the banks of rivers themselves, and of the Lord of all rivers, viz., the ocean. Salutations to thee that art the giver of food, that art the Lord of all food, and that art identical with him that takes food. Salutations to thee that hast 1,000 heads and 1,000 feet dash, to thee that hast 1,000 tridents uplifted in thy hands, and 1,000 eyes. Salutations to thee that art of the form of the rising sun, and that art of the form of a child, that art the protector of attendants, all of whom are of the form of children, and that art, besides, of the form of children's toys. Salutations to thee that art old, that art covetous, that art already agitated, and that art about to be agitated. Salutations to thee that hast locks of hair marked by the current of the Ganges, and that hast locks of hair resembling blades of munja grass. Salutations to thee that art gratified with the 6 well-known acts, and that art devoted to the performance of the 3 acts. Salutations to thee that hast assigned the duties of the respective modes of life. Salutations to thee that deservest to be praised in sounds, that art of the form of sorrow, and that art of the form of deep and confused noise. Salutations to thee that hast eyes both white and tawny, as also dark and red. Salutations to thee that hast conquered thy vital breaths, that art of the form of weapons, that rivest all things, and that art exceedingly lean. Salutations to thee that always discoursest of religion, pleasure, profit, and emancipation. Salutations to thee that art a Sankhya, that art the foremost of Sankhyas, and that art the introducer of the Sankhya Yoga. Salutations to thee that hast a car, and that art without a car, for thy journeys. Salutations to thee that hast the intersections of 4 roads for thy car, to thee that hast the skin of a black deer for thy upper garments, and that hast a snake for thy sacred thread. Salutations to thee that art Isana, that art of body as hard as thunderbolt, and that art of green locks. Salutations to thee that art of 3 eyes, that art the Lord of Amvika, that art manifest, and that art unmanifest. Salutations to thee that art desire, that art the giver of all desires, that art the killer of all desires, and that art the discriminator between the gratified and the ungratified. Salutations to thee that art all things, the giver of all things, and the destroyer of all things. Salutations to thee that art the hues which appear in the evening sky. Salutations to thee that art of mighty strength, that art of mighty arms, that art a mighty being, and that art of great effulgence. Salutations to thee that lookest like a mighty mass of clouds, and that art the embodiment of eternity. Salutations to thee that art of well-developed body, that art of emaciated limbs, that bearest matted locks on thy head, and that art clad in barks of trees and skins of animals. Salutations to thee that hast matted locks as effulgent as the sun or the fire, and that hast barks and skins for thy attire. Salutations to thee that art possessed of the effulgence of 1,000 suns, and that art ever engaged in penances. Salutations to thee that art the excitement of fever, and that art endued with matted locks drenched with the waters of the Ganges characterized by hundreds of eddies. Salutations to thee that repeatedly revolvest the moon, the yugas, and the clouds. Thou art food, thou art he who eats that food, thou art the giver of food, thou art the grower of food, and thou art the creator of food. Salutations to thee that cookest food and that eatest cooked food, and that art both wind and fire. O Lord of all the lords of the gods, thou art the 4 orders of living creatures, viz., the viviparous, the oviparous, the filth-born, and plants. Thou art the creator of the mobile and immobile universe, and thou art their destroyer. O foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, they that are conversant with Brahma regard thee as Brahma. The utterers of Brahma say that thou art the supreme source of mind, and the refuge upon which space, wind, and light rest. Thou art the riches and the samans, and the syllable Om, O foremost of all deities. Those utterers of Brahma that sing the samans constantly sing thee when they utter the syllables Hei Hei, Huva Hei, and Huva Hoi. Thou art made up of the ajuzas, of the riches, and of the offerings poured on the sacrificial fire. The hymns contained in the Vedas and the Upanishads adore thee. Thou art the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas and the Sudras, and the other castes formed by intermixture. Thou art those masses of clouds that appear in the sky, thou art lightning, and thou art the roar of thunder. Thou art the year, thou art the seasons, thou art the month, and thou art the fortnight. Thou art Yuga, thou art the time represented by a twinkle of the eye, thou art Kashta, thou art the constellations, thou art the planets, thou art Kala. Thou art the tops of all trees, thou art the highest summits of all mountains. Thou art the tiger among the lower animals, thou art Garuda among birds, and thou art Ananta among snakes. Thou art the ocean of milk among all oceans, and thou art the bow among instruments for hurling weapons. Thou art the thunder among weapons, and thou art truth among vows. Thou art aversion, and thou art desire. Thou art attachment, and thou art stupefaction. Of judgment thou art forgiveness, and thou art unforgiveness. Thou art exertion, and thou art patience. Thou art cupidity, thou art lust, and thou art wrath. Thou art victory, and thou art defeat. Thou art armed with mace, and thou art armed with shaft. Thou art armed with the bow, and thou bearest the katanga and the jarjara in thy hands. Thou art he who cuttest down, and piercest, and smitest. Thou art he who leads all creatures, and he who gives them pain and grief. Thou art righteousness which is marked by 10 virtues. Thou art wealth or profit of every kind, and thou art pleasure. Thou art Ganga, thou art the oceans, thou art the rivers, thou art the lakes, and thou art the tanks. Thou art the thin creepers, thou art the thicker creeping plants, thou art all kinds of grass, and thou art the deciduous herbs. Thou art all the lower animals, and thou art the birds. Thou art the origin of all objects and acts, and thou art that season which yields fruits and flowers. Thou art the beginning, and thou art the end of the Vedas. Thou art the Gayatri, and thou art Om. Thou art green, thou art red, thou art blue, thou art dark, thou art of bloody hue, thou art of the color of the sun, thou art tawny, thou art brown, and thou art dark blue. Thou art without color, thou art of the best color, thou art the maker of colors, and thou art without comparison. Thou art of the name of gold, and thou art fond of gold. Thou art Indra, thou art Yama, thou art the giver of boons, thou art the lord of wealth, and thou art Agni. Thou art the eclipse, thou art the fire called Chitrabhanu, thou art Rahu, and thou art the sun, thou art the fire upon which sacrificial butter is poured. Thou art he who pours the butter. Thou art he in honor of whom the butter is poured, thou art the butter itself that is poured, and thou art the puissant Lord of all. Thou art those sections of the Brahmins that are called Trisaparna, thou art all the Vedas, and thou art the sections called Satarudriya in the Yajusas. Thou art the holiest of holies, and the auspicious of all auspicious things. Thou animatest the inanimate body. Thou art the chit that dwellest in the human form. Invested with attributes, thou becomest subject to destruction. Thou art Jiva, that is he who is never subject to destruction when uninvested with attributes. Thou art full, yet thou becomest liable to decay and death in the form of the body which is Jiva's accompaniment. Thou art the breath of life, and thou art Sattva, thou art Rajas, thou art Tamas, and thou art not subject to error. Thou art the breaths called Prana, Apana, Samama, Udana, and Vyana. Thou art the opening of the eye and shutting of the eye. Thou art the act of sneezing, and thou art the act of yawning. Thou art of red eyes which are ever turned inwards. Thou art of large mouth and large stomach. The bristles on thy body are like needles. The beard is green. Thy hair is turned upwards. Thou art swifter than the swiftest. Thou art conversant with the principles of music, both vocal and instrumental, and fond of both vocal and instrumental music. Thou art a fish roving in the waters, and thou art a fish entangled in the net. Thou art full, thou art fond of sports, and thou art of the form of all quarrels and disputes. Thou art time, thou art bad time, thou art time that is premature, and thou art time that is overmature. Thou art the killing, thou art the razor that kills, and thou art that which is killed. Thou art the auxiliary, and thou art the adversary, and thou art the destroyer of both auxiliaries and adversaries. Thou art the time when clouds appear, thou art of large teeth, and thou art Samvartaka and Valahaka. Thou art manifest in the form of splendor. Thou art concealed in consequence of being invested with Maya, or illusion. Thou art he who connects creatures with the fruits of their acts. Thou hast a bell in thy hand. Thou playest with all mobile and immobile things, as with thy toys. Thou art the cause of all causes. Thou art a Brahma, in the form of Pranav, thou art Svaha, thou art the bearer of the Danda, thy head is bald, and thou art he who has his words, deeds, and thoughts under control. Thou art the four yugas, thou art the four Vedas, thou art he from whom the four sacrificial fires have flowed. Thou art the director of all the duties of the four modes of life. Thou art the maker of the four orders. Thou art always fond of dice. Thou art cunning. Thou art the chief of the spirits distributed into Ganas, clans, and their ruler. Thou art adorned with red garlands and attired in robes that are red. Thou sleepest on the mountain breast, and thou art fond of the red hue. Thou art the artisan, thou art the foremost of artists, and it is thou from whom all arts have flowed. Thou art the tearer of the eyes of Bhaga, thou art fierce, and thou art he who destroyed the teeth of Pushan. Thou art Svaha, thou art Svadha, thou art Vashit, thou art salutation's form, and thou art the words namas uttered by all worshippers. Thy observances and thy penances are not known to others. Thou art Pranav, thou art the firmament bespangled with myriads of stars. Thou art Dhatri, and Vidhatri, and Sandhatri, Vidhatri, and the refuge of all things in the form of the supreme cause, and thou art independent of all refuge. Thou art conversant with Brahma, thou art penance, thou art truth, thou art the soul of Brahmacharya, and thou art simplicity. Thou art the soul of creatures, thou art the creator of all creatures, thou art absolute existence, and thou art the cause whence the past, the present, and the future have sprung. Thou art earth, thou art firmament, and thou art heaven. Thou art eternal, thou art self-restrained, and thou art the great God. Thou art initiated, and thou art not initiated. Thou art forgiving, thou art unforgiving, and thou art the chastiser of all who are rebellious. Thou art the lunar month, thou art the cycle of the yugas, i.e., Kalpa, thou art destruction, and thou art creation. Thou art lust, thou art the vital seed, thou art subtle, thou art gross, and thou art fond of garlands made of Karnikara flowers. Thou hast a face like that of Nandi, thou hast a face that is terrible, thou hast a handsome face, thou hast an ugly face, and thou art without a face. Thou hast four faces, thou hast many faces, and thou hast a fiery face when engaged in battles. Thou art gold-stomached, i.e., Narayana, thou art unattached to all things like a bird, unattached to the earth whence it derives its food and to which it belongs. Thou art Ananta, the lord of mighty snakes, and thou art Virat, hugest of the huge. Thou art the destroyer of unrighteousness, thou art called Mahaparswa, thou art Chandradhara, and thou art the chief of the spirit clans. Thou lodged like a cow, thou wert the protector of kine, and thou hast the lord of bulls for thy attendant. Thou art the protector of the three worlds, thou art Govinda, thou art the director of the senses, and thou art incapable of being apprehended by the senses. Thou art the foremost of all creatures, thou art fixed, thou art immobile, thou tremblest not, and thou art of the form of trembling. Thou art incapable of being resisted, thou art the destroyer of all poisons, thou art incapable of being born in battle, and thou art incapable of being transcended, thou canst not be made to tremble, thou canst not be measured, thou canst not be vanquished, and thou art victory. Thou art of swift speed, thou art the Moon, thou art Yama, the universal destroyer, thou bearest, without flinching, cold and heat and hunger and weakness and disease. Thou art all mental agonies, thou art all physical diseases, thou art the curer of all diseases, and thou art those diseases themselves which thou curest. Thou art the destroyer of my sacrifice which had endeavored to escape in the form of deer. Thou art the advent and the departure of all diseases. Thou hast a high crest. Thou hast eyes like lotus petals. Thy habitation is in the midst of a forest of lotuses. Thou bearest the ascetic staff in thy hands. Thou hast the 3 Vedas for thy 3 eyes. Thy chastisements are fierce and severe. Thou art the destroyer of the egg, whence the universe springs. Thou art the drinker of both poison and fire. Thou art the foremost of all deities. Thou art the drinker of Soma. Thou art the lord of the merits. Thou art the drinker of nectar. Thou art the master of the universe. Thou shinest in glory, and thou art the lord of all the shining ones. Thou protectest from poison and death, and thou drinkest milk and Soma. Thou art the foremost of the protectors of those that have fallen off from heaven, and thou protectest him who is the first of the deities. Gold is thy vital seed. Thou art male, thou art female, thou art neuter. Thou art an infant, thou art a youth, thou art old in years with thy teeth worn out, thou art the foremost of Nagas, thou art Sakra, thou art the destroyer of the universe, and thou art its creator. Thou art Prajapati, and thou art adored by the Prajapatis, thou art the supporter of the universe, thou hast the universe for thy form, thou art endued with great energy, and thou hast faces turned towards all directions. The sun and the moon are thy 2 eyes, and the grandsire is thy heart. Thou art the ocean. The goddess Sarasvati is thy speech, and fire and wind are thy might. Thou art day and night. Thou art all acts including the opening and the shutting of the eye. Neither Brahman, nor Govinda, nor the ancient rishis are competent to understand thy greatness, O auspicious deity, truly. Those subtle forms which thou hast are invisible to us. Rescue me and, oh, protect me as the sire protects the son of his loins. Oh, protect one. I deserve thy protection. I bow to thee, O sinless one. Thou, O illustrious one, art full of compassion for thy devotees. I am always devoted to thee. Let him be always my protector who stayeth alone on the other side of the ocean, in a form that is difficult to be apprehended, and overwhelming many thousands of persons. I bow to that soul of yoga who is beheld in the form of an effulgent light by persons that have their senses under control, that are possessed of the attribute of sattva, that have regulated their breaths, and that have conquered sleep. I bow to him who is endued with matted locks, who bears the ascetic staff in his hand, who is possessed of a body having a long abdomen, who has a kamandalu tied to his back, and who is the soul of Brahman. I bow to him who is the soul of water, in whose hair are the clouds, in the joints of whose body are the rivers, and in whose stomach are the 4 oceans. I seek the protection to him who, when the end of the yuga comes, devours all creatures and stretches himself, for sleep, on the wide expanse of water that covers the universe. Let him who entering Rahu's mouth drinketh Soma in the night, and who becoming Swarbanu devoureth Surya also, protect me. The deities, who are mere infants and who have all sprung from thee after Brahman's creation, enjoy their respective shares and sacrificial offerings. Let them, peacefully, enjoy those offerings made with svaha and svadha, and let them derive pleasure from those presents. I bow to them. Let those beings that are of the stature of the thumb and that dwell in all bodies always protect and gratify me. I always bow to those beings who, dwelling within embodied creatures, make the latter cry in grief without themselves crying in grief, and who gladden them without themselves being glad. I always bow to those Rudras who dwell in rivers, and oceans, and hills, and mountains, and mountain caves, and the roots of trees, and cow pens, and inaccessible forests, and the intersections of roads, and open squares, and banks of rivers and lakes and oceans, and elephant sheds, and stables, and car sheds, and deserted gardens and houses, and the five primal elements, and in the cardinal and subsidiary directions. I bow repeatedly unto them that dwell in the space amidst the sun and the moon, as also in rays of the sun and the moon, and them that dwell in the nether regions, and them that have betaken themselves to renunciation and other superior practices for the sake of the Supreme. I bow always unto them that are unnumbered, that are unmeasured, and that have no form, unto those Rudras, that is, that are endued with infinite attributes. Since thou, O Rudra, art the creator of all creatures, since, O Hara, thou art the master of all creatures, and since thou art the indwelling soul of all creatures, therefore wert thou not invited by me to my sacrifices. Since thou art he who is adored in all sacrifices with plentiful gifts, and since it is thou that art the creator of all things, therefore I did not invite thee. Or, perhaps, O God, stupefied by thy subtle illusion, I failed to invite thee. Be gratified with me, blessed by thyself, O Bhava, with me possessed by the quality of Rajas. My mind, my understanding, and my chit all dwell in thee, O God. Hearing these adorations, that Lord of all creatures, viz., Mahadeva, ceased to think of inflicting further injuries on Daksha. Indeed, highly gratified, the illustrious deity addressed Daksha, saying, O Daksha of excellent vows, pleased have I been with these adorations of thine. Thou needst not praise me more. Thou shalt attain to my companionship. Through my grace, O progenitor of creatures, thou shalt earn the fruit of 1,000 horse sacrifices and 100 Vajrapayas, in consequence of this one incomplete sacrifice of thine. Once more, Mahadeva, that thorough master of words, addressed Daksha and said unto him these words fraught with high consolation, Be thou the foremost of all creatures in the world. Thou shouldst not, O Daksha, entertain any feelings of grief for these injuries inflicted on thy sacrifice. It has been seen that in former kalpas too I had to destroy thy sacrifice. O thou of excellent vows, I shall grant thee again some more boons. Take them from me. Dispelling this cheerlessness that overspreads thy face, listen to me with undivided attention. With the aid of arguments addressed to reason, the deities and the Danavas have extracted from the Vedas, consisting of 6 branches, and from the system of Sankhya and Yoga a creed in consequence of which they have practiced the austerest penances for many long years. The religion, however, which I have extracted, is unparalleled and productive of benefits on every side. It is open to men in all modes of life to practice it. It leads to emancipation. It may be acquired in many years or through merit by persons who have restrained their senses. It is shrouded in mystery. They that are divested of wisdom regard it as censurable. It is opposed to the duties laid down in respect of the 4 orders of men and the 4 modes of life, and agrees with those duties in only a few particulars. They that are well skilled in the science of drawing conclusions from premises can understand its propriety, and they who have transcended all the modes of life are worthy of adopting it. In days of yore, O Deksha, this auspicious religion called Pasapata had been extracted by me. The proper observance of that religion produces immense benefits. Let those benefits be thine, O highly blessed one. Cast off this fever of thy heart. Having said these words, Mahadeva, with his spouse, Uma, and with all his attendants disappeared from the view of Deksha of immeasurable prowess. He who would recite this hymn that was first uttered by Deksha, or who would listen to it when recited by another, would never meet with the smallest evil and would attain to a long life. Indeed, as Shiva is the foremost of all the deities, even so is this hymn, agreeable with the Shrutis, is the foremost of all hymns. Persons desirous of fame, kingdom, happiness, pleasure, profit, and wealth, as also those desirous of learning, should listen with feelings of devotion to the recital of this hymn. One suffering from disease, one distressed by pain, one plunged into melancholy, one afflicted by thieves or by fear, one under the displeasure of the king in respect of his charge, becomes freed from fear by listening or reciting this hymn. By listening to or reciting this hymn, one, and even this earthly body of his, attains to equality with the spirits forming the attendants of Mahadeva. One becomes endued with energy and fame, and cleansed of all sin, through the virtue of this hymn. Neither Rakshasas, nor Pisachas, nor ghosts, nor Vinayakas create disturbances in his house where this hymn is recited. That woman, again, who listens to this hymn with pious faith, observing the while the practices of Brahmacharya, wins worship as a goddess in the family of her sire and that of her husband. All the acts of that person become always crowned with success who listens or recites with rapt attention to the whole of this hymn. In consequence of the recitation of this hymn, all the wishes one forms in one's mind and all the wishes one clothes in words become crowned with fruition. That man obtains all objects of enjoyment and pleasure and all things that are wished for by him, who, practicing self-restraint, makes according to due rites offerings unto Mahadeva, Guha, Uma, and Nandi, and after that utters their names without delay, in proper order and with devotion. Such a man, departing from this life, ascends to heaven, and has never to take birth among the intermediate animals or birds. This was said even by the puissant Vyasa, the son of Parasara. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 286. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O grandsire, what is Adhyatma with respect to man and whence it arises?" Bhishma said, "Aided by the science of Adhyatma one may know everything. It is, again, superior to all things. I shall, with the help of my intelligence, explain to thee that Adhyatma about which thou askest me. Listen, O son, to my explanation. Earth, wind, space, water, and light forming the fifth are the great essences. These are the causes of, the origin and the destruction of all creatures. The bodies of living creatures, both subtle and gross, O bull of Bharata's race, are the result of the combination of the virtues of these five. Those virtues, whose combinations produce the bodies of creatures, repeatedly start into existence and repeatedly merge into the original cause of all things, viz., the Supreme Soul. From those five primal essences are created all creatures, and into those five great elements all creatures resolve themselves, repeatedly, like the infinite waves of the ocean rising from the ocean and subsiding into that which causes them. As a tortoise stretches forth its legs and withdraws them again into itself, even so the infinite number of creatures spring from, and enter, these five great fixed essences. Verily, sound springs from space, and all dense matter is the attribute of earth. Life is from wind. Taste is from water. Form is said to be the property of light. The entire mobile and immobile universe is thus these five great essences existing together in various proportions. When destruction comes, the infinite diversity of creatures resolve themselves into those five, and once more, when creation begins, they spring from the same five. The Creator places in all creatures the same five great essences in proportions that he thinks proper. Sound, the ears, and all cavities, these three, have space for their producing cause. Taste, all watery or juicy substances, and the tongue are said to be the properties of water. Form, the eye, and the digestive fire in the stomach are said to partake of the nature of light. Scent, the organ of smelling, and the body are the properties of earth. Life, touch, and action are said to be the properties of wind. I have thus explained to thee, O king, all the properties of the five primal essences. Having created these, the supreme deity, O Bharata, united with them sattva, rajas, tamas, time, consciousness of functions, and mind forming the sixth. That which is called the understanding dwells in the interior of what thou sayest above the soles of the feet and below the crown of the head. In man the senses, of knowledge, are five. The sixth sense is the mind. The seventh is called the understanding. The kshatrajna or soul is the eighth. The senses and that which is the actor should be ascertained by apprehension of their respective functions. The conditions or states called sattva, rajas, and tamas depend upon the senses for their refuge or formation. The senses exist for simply seizing the impressions of their respective objects. The mind has doubt for its function. The understanding is for ascertainment. The kshatrajna is said to be only an inactive witness of the functions of the others. Sattva, rajas, tamas, time, and acts, O Bharata, these attributes direct the understanding. The understanding is the senses and the five forementioned attributes. When the understanding is wanting, the senses with the mind, and the five other attributes, viz., sattva, rajas, tamas, time, and acts, cease to be. That by which the understanding sees is called the eye. When the understanding hears, it is called the ear. When she smells, she becomes the sense of scent, and when she tastes the various objects of taste, she comes to be called by the name of tongue. When again she feels the touch of the various objects of touch, she becomes the sense of touch. It is the understanding that becomes modified diversely and frequently. When the understanding desires anything, she becomes mind. The five senses with the mind, which separately constitute the foundations of the understanding, are the creations of the understanding. They are called indriyas. When they become stained, the understanding also becomes stained. The understanding, dwelling in jiva, exists in three states. Sometimes she obtains joy, sometimes she indulges in grief, and sometimes she exists in a state that is neither pleasure nor pain. Having for her essence these conditions or states, viz., sattva, rajas, and tamas, the understanding resolves through these three states. As the Lord of rivers, viz., the surging ocean, always keeps within his continents, even so the understanding, which exists in connection with the three states, exists in the mind, including the senses. When the state of rajas is awakened, the understanding becomes modified into rajas. Transport of delight, joy, gladness, happiness, and contentedness of heart, these, when somehow excited, are the properties of sattva. Heart-burning, grief, sorrow, discontentedness, and unforgivingness, arising from particular causes, are the result of rajas. Ignorance, attachment and error, heedlessness, stupefaction and terror, meanness, cheerlessness, sleep, and procrastination, these, when brought about by particular causes, are the properties of tamas. Whatever state of either body or mind, connected with joy or happiness, arises, should be regarded as due to the state of sattva. Whatever, again, is fraught with sorrow and is disagreeable to oneself should be regarded as arising from rajas. Without commencing any such act, one should turn one's attention to it, for avoiding it. Whatever is fraught with error or stupefaction in either body or mind, and is inconceivable and mysterious, should be known as connected with tamas. Thus have I explained to thee that things in this world dwell in the understanding. By knowing this one becomes wise. What else can be the indication of wisdom? Know now the difference between these two subtle things, viz., understanding and soul. One of these, viz., the understanding, creates attributes. The other, viz., the soul, does not create them. Although they are, by nature, distinct from each other, yet they always exist in a state of union. A fish is different from the water in which it dwells, but the fish and the water must exist together. The attributes cannot know the soul. The soul, however, knows them. They that are ignorant regard the soul as existing in a state of union with the attributes like qualities existing with their possessors. This, however, is not the case, for the soul is truly only an inactive witness of everything. The understanding has no refuge. That which is called life, involving the existence of the understanding, arises from the effects of the attributes coming together. Others than these attributes which are created by the understanding, acting as causes, create the understanding that dwells in the body. No one can apprehend the attributes in their real nature or form of existence. The understanding, as already said, creates the attributes. The soul simply beholds them as an inactive witness. This union that exists between the understanding and the soul is eternal. The indwelling understanding apprehends all things through the senses, which are themselves inanimate and unapprehending. Really, the senses are only like lamps that throw their light for discovering objects to others without themselves being able to see them. Even this is the nature of the senses, the understanding, and the soul. Knowing this, one should live cheerfully, without yielding to either grief or joy. Such a man is said to be beyond the influence of pride. That the understanding creates all these attributes is due to her own nature, even as a spider weaves threads in consequence of her own nature. These attributes should be known as the threads the spider weaves. When destroyed, the attributes do not cease to exist, their existence ceases to be visible. When, however, a thing transcends the ken of the senses, its existence, or otherwise, is affirmed by inference. This is the opinion of one set of persons. Others affirm that with destruction the attributes cease to be. Untying this knotty problem addressed to the understanding and reflection, and dispelling all doubt, one should cast off sorrow and live in happiness. As men unacquainted with its bottom become distressed when they fall upon this earth, which is like a river filled with the waters of stupefaction, even so is that man afflicted who falls away from that state in which there is a union with the understanding. Men of knowledge, however, conversant with Adhyatma and armed with fortitude, are never afflicted, because they are capable of crossing to the other shore of those waters. Indeed, knowledge is an efficient raft in that river. Men of knowledge have not to encounter those frightful terrors which alarm them that are destitute of knowledge. As regards the righteous, none of them attains to an end that is superior to that of any other person amongst them. Indeed, the righteous show, in this respect, an equality. As regards the man of knowledge, whatever acts have been done by him in past times, while he was steeped in ignorance, and whatever acts fraught with great iniquity he does, after attainment of knowledge, he destroys both by knowledge as his soul means. Then again, upon the attainment of knowledge he ceases to perpetrate these two evils, viz., censuring the wicked acts of others and doing any wicked acts himself under the influence of attachment. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 287. Yudhishthira said, living creatures always stand in fear of sorrow and death. Tell me, O grandsire, how the occurrence of these two may be prevented. Bhishma said, in this connection, O Bharata, is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Narada and Samanga. Narada said, while others salute their superiors by only a bend of the head, thou salutest thy superiors by prostrating thyself on the ground till thy chest comes into contact with the ground. Thou seemest to be engaged in crossing the river of life with thy hands. Thou seemest to be always free from sorrow and exceedingly cheerful. I do not see that thou hast the least anxiety. Thou art always content and happy, and thou seemest to sport in felicity like a child. Samanga said, O giver of honors, I know the truth about the past, the present, and the future. Hence I never become cheerless. I know also what the beginning of acts is in this world, what the accession of their fruits, and how varied are those fruits. Hence I never yield to sorrow. Behold, the illiterate, the destitute, the prosperous, O Narada, the blind, idiots and madmen, and ourselves also, all live. These live by virtue of their acts of past lives. The very deities, who exist freed from diseases, exist, in that state, by virtue of their past acts. The strong and the weak, all, live by virtue of past acts. It is fitting, therefore, that thou shouldst hold us in esteem. The owners of thousands live. The owners of hundreds also live. They that are overwhelmed with sorrow live. Behold, we too are living. When we, O Narada, do not give way to grief, what can the practice of the duties of religion or the observance of religious acts do to us? And since all joys and sorrows also are not unending, they are, therefore, unable to agitate us at all. That for which men are said to be wise, indeed, the very root of wisdom, is the freedom of the senses from error. It is the senses that yield to error and grief. One whose senses are subject to error can never be said to have attained wisdom. That pride which is indulged in by a man subject to error is only a form of the error to which he is subject. As regards the man of error, he has neither this world nor the next. It should be remembered that griefs do not last forever and that happiness cannot be had always. Worldly life, with all its vicissitudes and painful incidents, one like me would never adopt. Such a one would not care for desirable objects of enjoyments, and would not think at all of the happiness their possession may bring about, or, indeed, of the griefs that present themselves. One capable of resting on one's own self would never covet the possessions of others, would not think of gains unacquired, would not feel delighted at the acquisition of even immense wealth, and would not yield to sorrow at the loss of wealth. Neither friends, nor wealth, nor high birth, nor scriptural learning, nor mantras, nor energy can succeed in rescuing one from sorrow in the next world. It is only by conduct that one can attain to felicity there. The understanding of the man unconversant with yoga can never be directed towards emancipation. One unconversant with yoga can never have happiness. Patience and the resolution to cast off sorrow, these two indicate the advent of happiness. Anything agreeable leads to pleasure. Pleasure induces pride. Pride, again, is productive of sorrow. For these reasons, I avoid all these. Grief, fear, pride, these that stupefy the heart, and also pleasure and pain, I behold as an unconcerned witness, since my body is endued with life and moves about. Casting off both wealth and pleasure, and thirst and error, I wander over the earth, freed from grief and every kind of anxiety of heart. Like one that has drunk nectar, I have no fear, here or hereafter, of death, or iniquity, or cupidity, or anything of that kind. I have acquired this knowledge, O Brahmana, as the result of my severe and indestructible penances. It is for this reason, O Narada, that grief, even when it comes to me, does not succeed in afflicting me. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 288. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O grandsire, what is beneficial for one that is unconversant with the truths of the scriptures, that is always in doubt, and that abstains from self-restraint and the other practices having for their object the knowledge of the soul?" Bhishma said, "Worshipping the preceptor, always waiting reverentially on those that are aged, and listening to the scriptures, when recited by upcompetent brahmanas, these are said to be of supreme benefit to a person like the one thou hast described." In this connection also is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Gaulava and the celestial rishi Narada. Once on a time Gaulava, desirous of obtaining what was for his benefit, addressed Narada freed from error and fatigue, learned in the scriptures, gratified with knowledge, a thorough master of his senses, and with soul devoted to yoga, and said, "Those virtues, O Muni, by the possession of which a person becomes respected in the world, I see, dwell permanently in thee. Thou art freed from error, and, as such, it behoveth thee to remove the doubts that fill the minds of men like ourselves that are subject to error and that are unacquainted with the truths of the world. We do not know what we should do, for the declarations of the scriptures generate an inclination for the acquisition of knowledge simultaneously with the inclination for acts. It behoveth thee to discourse to us on these subjects. O illustrious one, the different ashramas approve different courses of conduct. This is beneficial, this other is beneficial. The scriptures exhort us often in this wise. Beholding the followers of the four ashramas, who are thus exhorted by the scriptures, and who fully approve of what the scriptures have laid down for them, thus traveling in diverse courses, and seeing that ourselves also are equally content with our own scriptures, we fail to understand what is truly beneficial. If the scriptures were all uniform, then what is truly beneficial would have become manifest. In consequence, however, of the scriptures being multifarious, that which is truly beneficial becomes invested with mystery. For these reasons, that which is truly beneficial seems to me to be involved in confusion. Do thou then, O illustrious one, discourse to me on the subject. I have approached thee for this, O, instruct me. Narada said, "The ashramas are 4 in number, O child. All of them serve the purposes for which they have been designed, and the duties they preach differ from one another. Ascertaining them first from well-qualified preceptors, reflect upon them, O Gaulava. Behold, the announcements of the merits of those ashramas are varied in respect of their form, divergent in respect of their matter, and contradictory in respect of the observances they embrace. Observed with gross vision, verily, all the ashramas refuse to clearly yield their true intent, which, of course, is knowledge of self. Others, however, endued with subtle sight, behold their highest end. That which is truly beneficial, and about which there is no doubt, viz., good offices to friends, and suppression of enemies, and the acquisition of the aggregate of 3, viz., religion, profit, and pleasure, has been declared by the wise to be supreme excellence. Abstention from sinful acts, constancy of righteous disposition, good behavior towards those that are good and pious, these, without doubt, constitute excellence. Mildness towards all creatures, sincerity of behavior, and the use of sweet words, these, without doubt, constitute excellence. An equitable apportionment of what one has among the deities, the pitris, and guests, and adherence to servants, these, without doubt, constitute excellence. Truthfulness of speech is excellent. The knowledge, however, of truth is very difficult of acquisition. I say that is truth which is exceedingly beneficial to creatures. The renunciation of pride, the suppression of heedlessness, contentment, living by one's own self, these are said to constitute supreme excellence. The study of the Vedas, and of their branches, according to the well-known rules, and all inquiries and pursuits having for their sake the acquisition of knowledge, these, without doubt, are excellent. One desirous of achieving what is excellent should never enjoy sound and form and taste and touch and scent to excess, and should not enjoy them for their sake alone. Wandering in the night, sleep during the day, indulgence in idleness, roguery, arrogance, excessive indulgence, and total abstention from all indulgence in objects of the senses should be relinquished by one desirous of achieving what is excellent. One should not seek self-elevation by depreciating others. Indeed, one should, by one's merits alone, seek distinction over persons that are distinguished, but never over those that are inferior. Men really destitute of merit and filled with a sense of self-admiration depreciate men of real merit by asserting their own virtues and affluence. Swelling with a sense of their own importance, these men, when none interferes with them, for bringing them to a right sense of what they are, regard themselves to be superior to men of real distinction. One possessed of real wisdom and endued with real merits acquires great fame by abstaining from speaking ill of others and from indulging in self-praise. Flowers shed their pure and sweet fragrance without trumpeting forth their own excellence. Similarly, the effulgent sun scatters his splendors in the firmament in perfect silence. After the same manner those men blaze in the world with celebrity who by the aid of their intelligence cast off these and similar other faults, and who do not proclaim their own virtues. The fool can never shine in the world by brooding about his own praise. The man, however, of real merit and learning obtains celebrity even if he be concealed in a pit. Evil words, uttered with whatsoever vigor of voice, die out in no time. Good words, uttered however softly, blaze forth in the world. As the sun shows his fiery form in the gem called Suryakanta, even so the multitude of words, of little sense, that fools filled with vanity utter, display only the meanness of their hearts. For these reasons, men seek the acquisition of wisdom of various kinds. It seems to me that of all acquisitions that of wisdom is the most valuable. One should not speak until one is asked, nor should one speak when one is asked improperly. Even if possessed of intelligence and knowledge, one should still sit in silence like an idiot until one is asked to speak and asked in proper form. One should seek to dwell among honest men devoted to righteousness and liberality and the observance of the duties of their own order. One desirous of achieving what is excellent should never dwell in a place where a confusion occurs in the duties of the several orders. A person may be seen to live who abstains from all works for earning the means of his living, and who is well content with whatever is got without exertion. By living amid the righteous, one succeeds in acquiring pure righteousness. After the same manner, one by living amid the sinful becomes stained with sin. As the touch of water or fire or the rays of the moon immediately conveys the sensation of cold or heat, after the same manner the impressions of virtue and vice become productive of happiness or misery. They that are eaters of Vyasa eat without taking any notice of the flavors of the edibles placed before them. They, however, that eat carefully discriminating the flavors of the viands prepared for them, should be known as persons still tied by the bonds of action. The righteous man should leave that place where a Brahmana discourses on duties unto disciples desirous of acquiring knowledge, as based on reasons of the soul, but who do not inquire after such knowledge with reverence. Who, however, will leave that spot where exists in its entirety the behavior between disciples and preceptors which is consistent with what has been laid down in the Scriptures. What learned man desirous of respect being paid to himself will dwell in that place where people brood about the faults of the learned even when such have no foundation to stand upon. Who is there that will not leave that place, like a garment whose end has caught fire, where covetous men seek to break down the barriers of virtue? One should remain and dwell in that place, among good men of righteous disposition, where persons endued with humility are engaged in fearlessly practicing the duties of religion. There where men practice the duties of religion for the sake of acquiring wealth and other temporal advantages, one should not dwell, for the people of that place are all to be regarded as sinful. One should fly away with all speed from that place, as if from a room in which there is a snake, where the inhabitants, desirous of obtaining the means of life, are engaged in the practice of sinful deeds. One desirous of what is beneficial should, from the beginning, relinquish that act in consequence of which one becomes stretched, as it were, on a bed of thorn, and in consequence of which one becomes invested with the desires born of the deeds of past lives. The righteous man should leave that kingdom where the king and king's officers exercise equal authority, and where they are given to the habit of eating before feeding their relatives, when the latter come as guests. One should dwell in that country where Brahmanas possessed of a knowledge of the scriptures are fed first, where they are always devoted to the due observance of religious duties, and where they are engaged in teaching disciples and officiating at the sacrifices of others. One should unhesitatingly dwell in that country where the sounds svaha, svadha, and vashat are duly and continuously uttered. One should leave that kingdom, like poisoned meat, where one sees brahmanas obliged to betake themselves to unholy practices, being tortured by one of the means of life. With a contented heart and deeming all his wishes as already gratified, a righteous man should dwell in that country whose inhabitants cheerfully give away before even they are solicited. One should live and move about, among good men devoted to acts of righteousness, in that country where chastisement falleth upon those that are wicked, and where respect and good offices are the portion of those that are of subdued and cleansed souls. One should unhesitatingly dwell in that country whose king is devoted to virtue, and which the king rules virtuously, casting off desires and possessed of prosperity, and where severe chastisement is dealt to those that visit self-controlled men with the consequences of their wrath, those that act wickedly towards the righteous, those that are given to acts of violence, and those that are covetous. Kings endued with such a disposition bring about prosperity to those that dwell in their kingdoms when prosperity is on the point of leaving them. I have thus told thee, O son, in answer to thy inquiry, what is beneficial or excellent. No one can describe, in consequence of its exceedingly high character, what is beneficial or excellent for the soul. Many and high will the excellences be, through the observance of the duties laid down for him, of the man who for earning his livelihood during the time of his sojourn here conducts himself in the way indicated above, and who devotes his soul to the good of all creatures. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 289. Yudhishthira said, How, O grandsire, should a king like us behave in this world, keeping in view the great object of acquisition? What attributes, again, should he always possess so that he may be freed from attachments? Bhishma said, I shall in this connection recite to thee the old narrative that was uttered by Arishtanami unto Sagara, who had sought his counsel. Sagara said, What is that good, O Brahmana, by doing which one may enjoy felicity here? How, indeed, may one avoid grief and agitation? I wish to know all this. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Sagara, Arishtanami of Tarkshia's race, conversant with all the scriptures, regarding the questioner to be every way deserving of his instructions, said these words, The felicity of emancipation is true felicity in the world. The man of ignorance knows it not, attached as he is to children and animals, and possessed of wealth and corn. An understanding that is attached to worldly objects, and a mind suffering from thirst, these two baffle all skillful treatment. The ignorant man who is bound in the chains of affection is incapable of acquiring emancipation. I shall presently speak to thee of all the bonds that spring from the affections. Hear them with attention. Indeed, they are capable of being heard with profit by one that is possessed of knowledge. Having procreated children in due time and married them when they become young men, and having ascertained them to be competent for earning their livelihood, do thou free thyself from all attachments and rove about in happiness. When thou sayest thy dearly cherished wife grown old in years and attached to the son she has brought forth, do thou leave her in time, keeping in view the highest object of acquisition, viz., emancipation. Whether thou obtainest a son or not, having during the first years of thy life duly enjoyed with thy senses the objects that are addressed to them, free thyself from attachments and rove about in happiness. Having indulged the senses with their objects, thou shouldst suppress the desire of further indulging them. Freeing thyself then from attachments, thou shouldst rove in felicity, contenting thyself with what is obtained without effort and previous calculation, and casting an equal eye upon all creatures and objects. Thus, O son, have I told thee in brief of what the way is for freeing thyself from attachments. Hear me now, for I shall presently tell thee, in detail, the desirability of the acquisition of emancipation. Those persons who live in this world freed from attachments and fear succeed in obtaining happiness. Those persons, however, who are attached to worldly objects, without doubt, meet with destruction. Worms and ants, like men, are engaged in the acquisition of food and are seen to die in the search. They that are freed from attachments are happy, while they that are attached to worldly objects meet with destruction. If thou desirest to attain to emancipation, thou shouldst never bestow thy thoughts on thy relatives, thinking, how shall these exist without me? A living creature takes birth by himself, and grows by himself, and obtains happiness and misery, and death by himself. In this world people enjoy and obtain food and raiment and other acquisitions earned by their parents or themselves. This is the result of the acts of past lives, for nothing can be had in this life which is not the result of the past. All creatures live on the earth, protected by their own acts, and obtaining their food as the result of what is ordained by him who assigns the fruits of acts. A man is but a lump of clay, and is always himself completely dependent on other forces. 1. Therefore, being oneself so infirm, what rational consideration can one have for protecting and feeding one's relatives? When thy relatives are carried away by death in thy very sight, and in spite of even thy utmost efforts to save them, that circumstance alone should awaken thee. In the every lifetime of thy relatives, and before thy own duty is completed of feeding and protecting them, thyself mayst meet with death and abandon them. After thy relatives have been carried away from this world by death, thou canst not know what becomes of them there, that is, whether they meet with happiness or misery. This circumstance ought to awaken thee. When in consequence of the fruits of their own acts thy relatives succeed in maintaining themselves in this world, whether thou livest or diest, reflecting on this thou shouldst do what is for thy own good. When this is known to be the case, who in the world is to be regarded as whose? Do thou, therefore, set thy heart on the attainment of emancipation. Listen now to what more I shall say unto thee. That man of firm soul is certainly emancipated who has conquered hunger and thirst and such other states of the body, as also wrath and cupidity and error. That man is always emancipated who does not forget himself, through folly, by indulging in gambling and drinking and concubinage and the chase. That man who is really touched by sorrow in consequence of the necessity there is of eating every day and every night for supporting life, is said to be cognizant of the faults of life. One who, as the result of careful reflection, regards his repeated births to be only due to sexual congress with women, is held to be freed from attachments. That man is certainly emancipated who knows truly the nature of the birth, the destruction, and the exertion, or acts, of living creatures. That man becomes certainly freed who regards, as worthy of his acceptance, only a handful of corn, for the support of life, from amidst millions upon millions of carts loaded with grain, and who disregards the difference between a shed of bamboo and reeds and a palatial mansion. That man becomes certainly freed who beholds the world to be afflicted by death and disease and famine. Indeed, one who beholds the world to be such succeeds in becoming contented, while one who fails to behold the world in such a light meets with destruction. That man who is contented with only a little is regarded as freed. That man who beholds the world as consisting of eaters and edibles, and himself as different from both, and who is never touched by pleasure and pain which are born of illusion, is regarded as emancipate. That man who regards a soft bed on a fine bedstead and the hard soil as equal, and who regards good solid rice and hard thick rice as equal, is emancipated. That man who regards linen and cloth made of grass as equal, and in whose estimation cloth of silk and barks of trees are the same, and who sees no difference between clean sheepskin and unclean leather, is emancipated. That man who looks upon this world as the result of the combination of the five primal essences, and who behaves himself in this world, keeping this notion foremost, is emancipated. That man who regards pleasure and pain as equal, and gain and loss as on a par, in whose estimation victory and defeat differ not, to whom like and dislike are the same, and who is unchanged under fear and anxiety, is wholly emancipated. That man who regards his body, which has so many imperfections, to be only a mass of blood, urine, and excreta, as also of disorders and diseases, is emancipated. That man becomes emancipated who always recollects that this body, when overtaken by decrepitude, becomes assailed by wrinkles and white hairs and leanness and paleness of complexion and a bending of the form. That man who recollects his body to be liable to loss of virility and weakness of sight and deafness and loss of strength is emancipated. That man who knows that the very rishis, the deities, and the asuras are beings that have to depart from their respective spheres to other regions is emancipated. That man who knows that thousands of kings possessed of even great offense and power have departed from this earth succeeds in becoming emancipated. That man who knows that in this world the acquisition of objects is always difficult, that pain is abundant, and that the maintenance of relatives is ever attended with pain, becomes emancipated. Beholding the abundant faults of children and of other men, who is there that would not adore emancipation? That man who, awakened by the scriptures and the experience of the world, beholds every human concern in this world to be unsubstantial, becomes emancipated. Bearing in mind those words of mine, do thou conduct thyself like one that has become emancipated, whether it is a life of domesticity that thou wouldst lead, or pursue emancipation without suffering thy understanding to be confounded. Hearing these words of his with attention, Sagara, that lord of earth, acquired those virtues which are productive of emancipation and continued, with their aid, to rule his subjects. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 290. Yudhishthira said, "This curiosity, O sire, is always dwelling in my mind. O grandsire of the Kurus, I desire to hear everything about it from thee. Why was the celestial rishi, the high-souled Usanas, called also Kavi, engaged in doing what was agreeable to the Asuras and disagreeable to the deities? Why was he engaged in diminishing the energy of the deities? Why were the Danavas always engaged in hostilities with the foremost of the deities? Possessed of the splendor of an immortal, for what reason did Usanas obtain the name of Sukra? How also did he acquire such superior excellence? Tell me all about these things." Though possessed of great energy, why does he not succeed in traveling to the center of the firmament? I desire, O grandsire, to learn everything about all these matters. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, with attention to all this as it occurred actually. O sinless one, I shall narrate these matters to thee as I have heard and understood them. Of firm vows and honored by all, Usanas, that descended of Bhrigu's race, became engaged in doing what was disagreeable to the deities for an adequate cause. The royal Kuvera, the chief of the Yakshas and the Rakshasas, is the lord of the treasury of Indra, that master of the universe. The great ascetic Usanas, crowned with yoga success, entered the person of Kuvera, and depriving the lord of treasures of his liberty by means of yoga, robbed him of all his wealth. Seeing his wealth taken away from him, the lord of treasures became highly displeased. Filled with anxiety, and his wrath also being excited, he went to that foremost of gods, viz., Mahadeva. Kuvera represented the matter unto Shiva of immeasurable energy, that first of gods, fierce and amiable, and possessed of various forms. And he said, Usanas, having spiritualized himself by yoga, entered my form, and depriving myself of liberty, has taken away all my wealth. Having by yoga entered my body, he has again left it. Hearing these words, Mahesvara of supreme yoga powers became filled with rage. His eyes, O king, became blood red, and taking up his lance he waited, ready to strike down Usanas. Indeed, having taken up that foremost of weapons, the great god began to say, Where is he? Where is he? Meanwhile, Usanas, having ascertained the purpose of Mahadeva, through yoga power, from a distance, waited in silence. Indeed, having ascertained the fact of the wrath of the high-souled Mahesvara of superior yoga power, the puissant Usanas began to reflect as to whether he should go to Mahesvara or fly away or remain where he was. Thinking, with the aid of his severe penances, of the high-souled Mahadeva, Usanas of soul crowned with yoga success, placed himself on the point of Mahadeva's lance. The bow-armed Rudra, understanding that Usanas, whose penances had become successful and who had converted himself into the form of pure knowledge, was staying at the point of his lance, and finding that he was unable to hurl the lance at one who was upon it, bent that weapon with hand. When the fierce-armed and puissant Mahadeva of immeasurable energy had thus bent his lance into the form of a bow, that weapon came to be called from that time by the name of Pinaka. The lord of Uma, beholding Bhargava thus brought upon the palm of his hand, opened his mouth. The chief of the gods then threw Bhargava into his mouth and swallowed him at once. The puissant and high-souled Usanas of Bhrigu's race, entering the stomach of Mahesvara, began to wander there. Yudhishthira said, How, O king, could Usanas succeed in wandering within the stomach of that foremost of superior intelligence? What also did that illustrious god do while the Brahmana was within his stomach? Bhishma said, In days of yore, having swallowed up Usanas, Mahadeva of severe vows entered the waters and remained there like an immovable stake of wood, O king, for millions of years, engaged in yoga meditation. His yoga penances of the austerest type having been over, he rose from the mighty lake. Then that primeval god of the gods, viz., the eternal Brahman, approached him and inquired after the progress of his penances and after his welfare. The deity having the bull for his emblem answered, saying, My penances have been well practiced. Of inconceivable soul, possessed of great intelligence, and ever devoted to the religion of truth, Sankara saw that Usanas within his stomach had become greater in consequence of those penances of his. That foremost of yogins, viz., Usanas, rich with that wealth of penances and the wealth he had appropriated from Kuvera, shone brightly in the three worlds, endued with great energy. After this, Mahadeva, armed with Pinaka, that soul of yoga, once more betook himself to yoga meditation. Usanas, however, filled with anxiety, began to wander within the stomach of the great god. The great ascetic began to hymn the praises of the god from where he was, desirous of finding an outlet for escape. Rudra, however, having stopped all his outlets, prevented him from coming out. The great ascetic Usanas, however, O chastiser of foes, from within Mahadeva's stomach, repeatedly addressed the god, saying, "Show me thy kindness." Unto him Mahadeva said, "Go out through my urethra." He had stopped up all other outlets of his body. Confined on every side and unable to find out the outlet indicated, the ascetic began to wander hither and thither, burning all the while with Mahadeva's energy. At last he found the outlet and issued through it. In consequence of this fact he came to be called by the name of Sukra, and it is in consequence of that fact he also became unable to attain, in course of his wandering, the central point of the firmament. Beholding him come out of his stomach and shining brightly with energy, Bhava, filled with anger, stood with lance uplifted in his hand. The goddess Uma then interposed and forbade the angry lord of all creatures, viz., her spouse, to slay the Brahmana. And in consequence of Uma's having thus prevented her lord from accomplishing his purpose, the ascetic Usanas, from the day, became the son of the goddess. The goddess said, "This Brahmana no longer deserves to be slain by thee. He has become my son. O God, one who comes out of thy stomach does not deserve slaughter at thy hands." Bhishma continued, pacified by these words of his spouse. Bhava smiled and said repeatedly these words, "O king, let this one go whithersoever he likes." Bowing unto the boon-giving Mahadeva and to also his spouse the goddess Uma, the great ascetic Usanas, endued with superior intelligence, proceeded to the place he chose. I have thus narrated to thee, O chief of the Bharatas, the story of the high-souled Bhargava about which thou didst ask me. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 291. Yudhishthira said, "O thou of mighty arms, tell me, after this what is beneficial for us." "O grandsire, I am never satiated with thy words which seem to me like Amrita. What are those good acts, O best of men, by accomplishing which a man succeeds in obtaining what is for his highest benefit both here and hereafter, O giver of boons?" Bhishma said, "In this connection I shall narrate to thee what the celebrated King Janaka had inquired, in days of yore, of the high-souled Parashara, what is beneficial for all creatures both in this world and the next. Do thou tell me what should be known by all this connection." Thus questioned, Parashara, possessed of great ascetic merit and conversant with the ordinances of every religion, said these words, desirous of favoring the king. Parashara said, "Righteousness earned by acts is supreme benefit both in this world and the next. The sages of the old have said that there is nothing higher than righteousness. By accomplishing the duties of righteousness a man becomes honored in heaven. The righteousness, again, of embodied creatures, O best of kings, consists in the ordinance, laid down in the scriptures, on the subject of acts. All good men belonging to the several modes of life, establishing their faith on that righteousness, accomplish their respective duties. For methods of living, O child, have been ordained in this world. Those four methods are the acceptance of gifts for Brahmanas, the realization of taxes for Kshatriyas, agriculture for Vaishyas, and service of the three other classes for the Sudras. Wherever men live, the means of support come to them of themselves. Accomplishing by various ways acts that are virtuous or sinful, for the purpose of earning their means of support, living creatures, when dissolved into their constituent elements, attain to diverse ends. As vessels of white brass, when steeped in liquefied gold or silver, catch the hue of these metals, even so a living creature, who is completely dependent upon the acts of his past lives, takes his color from the character of those acts. Nothing can sprout forth without a seed. No one can obtain happiness without having accomplished acts capable of leading to happiness. When one's body is dissolved away into its constituent elements, one succeeds in attaining to happiness only in consequence of the good acts of previous lives. The skeptic argues, O child, saying, I do not behold that anything in this world is the result of destiny or the virtuous and sinful acts of past lives. Inference cannot establish the existence or operation of destiny. The deities, the Gandharvas and the Danavas have become what they are in consequence of their own nature and not of their acts of past lives. People never recollect in their next lives the acts done by them in previous ones. For explaining the acquisition of fruits in any particular life, people seldom name the 4 kinds of acts alleged to have been accomplished in past lives. The declarations having the Vedas for their authority have been made for regulating the conduct of men in this world and for tranquilizing the minds of men. These, the skeptic says, O child, cannot represent the utterances of men possessed of true wisdom. This opinion is wrong. In reality, one obtains the fruits of whatever among the 4 kinds of acts one does with the eye, the mind, the tongue, and muscles. As the fruit of his acts, O king, a person sometimes obtains happiness wholly, sometimes misery in the same way, and sometimes happiness and misery blended together. Whether righteous or sinful, acts are never destroyed, except by enjoyment or endurance of their fruits. Sometimes, O child, the happiness due to good acts remains concealed and covered in such a way that it does not display itself in the case of the person who is sinking in life's ocean till his sorrows disappear. After sorrow has been exhausted, by endurance, one begins to enjoy the fruits of one's good acts. And know, O king, that upon the exhaustion of the fruits of good acts, those of sinful acts begin to manifest themselves. Self-restraint, forgiveness, patience, energy, contentment, truthfulness of speech, modesty, abstention from injury, freedom from the evil practices called Vyasa, and cleverness, these are productive of happiness. No creature is eternally subject to the fruits of his good or bad acts. The man possessed of wisdom should always strive to collect and fix his mind. One never has to enjoy or endure the good and bad acts of another. Indeed, one enjoys and endures the fruits of only those acts that one does oneself. The person that casts off both happiness and misery walks along a particular path, the path, viz., of knowledge. Those men, however, O king, who suffer themselves to be attached to all worldly objects, tread along a path that is entirely different. A person should not himself do that act which, if done by another, would call down his censure. Indeed, by doing an act that one censures in others, one incurs ridicule. A kshatriya bereft of courage, a brahmana that takes every kind of food, a vaishya unendued with exertion, in respect of agriculture and other money-making pursuits, a sudra that is idle, and, therefore, averse to labor, a learned person without good behavior, one of high birth but destitute of righteous conduct, a brahmana fallen away from truth, a woman that is unchaste and wicked, a yogin endued with attachments, one that cooks food for one's own self, an ignorant person employed in making a discourse, a kingdom without a king, and a king that cherishes no affection for his subjects and who is destitute of yoga, these all, O king, are deserving of pity. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 292. Parashara said, that man who, having obtained this car, viz., his body endued with mind, goes on, curbing with the reins of knowledge the steeds represented by the objects of the senses, should certainly be regarded as possessed of intelligence. The homage, in the form of devotion to and concentrated meditation on the Supreme, by a person whose mind is dependent on itself and who has cast off the means of livelihood, is worthy of high praise. That homage, namely, O regenerate one, which is the result of instructions received from one who has succeeded in transcending acts, but not obtained from the mutual discussion of men in the same state of progress. Having obtained the allotted period of life, O king, with such difficulty, one should not diminish it by indulgence of the senses. On the other hand, man should always exert, by righteous acts, for his gradual advancement. Among the 6 different colors that Jiva attains at different periods of his existence, he who falls away from a superior color deserves obloquy and censure. Hence, one that has attained to the result of good acts should conduct oneself in such a way as to avoid all acts stained by the quality of rajas. Man attains to a superior color by righteous acts. Unable to acquire a superior hue, for such acquisition is extremely difficult, a person, by doing sinful acts, only slays himself, by sinking into hell and falling down into an inferior color. All sinful acts that are committed unconsciously or in ignorance are destroyed by penances. A sinful act, however, that is committed knowingly, produces much sorrow. Hence, one should never commit sinful acts which have for their fruit only sorrow. The man of intelligence would never do an act that is sinful in character, even if it leads to the greatest advantage, just as a person that is pure would never touch a chandala. How miserable is the fruit I see of sinful acts! Through sin the very vision of the sinner becomes perverse, and he confounds his body and its unstable accompaniments with the soul. That foolish man who does not succeed in betaking himself to renunciation in this world becomes afflicted with great grief when he departs to the next world. An uncolored cloth, when dirty, can be cleaned, but not a piece of cloth that is dyed with black. Even so, O king, listen to me with care, is it the case with sin. That man who, having knowingly committed sin, acts righteously for expiating that sin, has to enjoy and endure the fruits of his good and bad acts separately. The utterers of Brahma maintain, under the authority of what has been laid down in the Vedas, that all acts of injury committed in ignorance are cancelled by acts of righteousness. A sin, however, that is committed consciously is never cancelled by righteousness. Thus say the regenerate utterers of Brahma who are conversant with the scriptures of Brahmana. As regards myself, my view is that whatever acts are done, be they righteous or sinful, be they done knowingly or otherwise, remain and are never destroyed unless their fruits are enjoyed or endured. Whatever acts are done by the mind with full deliberation, produce, according to their grossness or subtlety, fruits that are gross or subtle. Those acts, however, O thou of righteous soul, which are fraught with great injury, if done in ignorance, do without fail produce consequences, and even consequences that lead to hell, with this difference that those consequences are disproportionate in point of gravity to the acts that produce them. As to those acts, of a doubtful or unrighteous nature, that may be done by the deities or ascetics of reputation, a righteous man should never do their like or, informed of them, should never censure them. That man who, reflecting with his mind, O king, and ascertaining his own ability, accomplishes righteous acts, certainly obtains what is for his benefit. Water poured into an unbaked vessel gradually becomes less and finally escapes altogether. If kept, however, in a baked vessel, it remains without its quantity being diminished. After the same manner, acts done without reflection with the aid of the understanding do not become beneficial, while acts done with judgment remain with undiminished excellence and yield happiness as their result. If into a vessel containing water other water be poured, the water that was originally there increases in quantity. Even so all acts done with judgment, be they equitable or otherwise, only add to one's stock of righteousness. A king should subjugate his foes and all who seek to assert their superiority, and he should properly rule and protect his subjects. One should ignite one's sacred fires and pour libations on them in diverse sacrifices, and retiring in the woods into either one's middle or old age, should live there, practicing the duties of the two last modes of life. Endued with self-restraint and possessed of righteous behavior, one should look upon all creatures as on one's own self. One should again reverence one's superiors. By the practice of truth and of good conduct, O king, one is sure to obtain happiness. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 293. Parashara said, "Nobody in this world does good to another. Nobody is seen to make gifts to others. All persons are seen to act for their own selves. People are seen to cast off their very parents and their uterine brothers when these cease to be affectionate. What need be said then, or relatives of other degrees? Gifts to a distinguished person and acceptance of the gifts made by a distinguished person both lead to equal merit. Of these two acts, however, the making of a gift is superior to the acceptance of a gift. That wealth which is acquired by proper means and increased also by proper means should be protected with care for the sake of acquiring virtue. This is an accepted truth. One desirous of acquiring righteousness should never earn wealth by means involving injury to others. One should accomplish one's acts according to one's power without zealously pursuing wealth. By giving water, whether cold or heated by fire, with a devoted mind, unto a thirsty guest, according to the best of one's power, one earns the merit that attaches to the act of giving food to a hungry man. The high-souled Rantadeva obtained success in all the worlds by worshipping the ascetics with offerings of only roots and fruits leaves. The royal son of Sivi also won the highest regions of felicity by having gratified Surya along with his companion with offerings of the same kind. All men, by taking birth, incur debts to gods, guests, servants, pitris, and their own selves. Everyone should, therefore, do his best for freeing himself from those debts. One frees oneself from one's debt to the great rishis by studying the Vedas. One pays off one's debts to the gods by performing sacrifices. By performing the rites of the Shraddha, one is freed from one's debts to the pitris. One pays off one's debt to one's fellow men by doing good offices to them. One pays off the debts one owes to one's own self by listening to Vedic recitations and reflecting on their import, by eating the remnants of sacrifices, and by supporting one's body. One should duty discharge all the acts, from the beginning, that one owes to one's servants. Though destitute of wealth, men are seen to attain to success by great exertions. Munis by duly adoring the deities and by duty pouring libations of clarified butter on the sacred fire, have been seen to attain to ascetic success. Richika's son became the son of Vishvamitra. By adoring the deities who have shares in sacrificial offerings, with riches, he attained to success in afterlife. Usanas became Sukra by having gratified the god of gods. Indeed, by hymning the praises of the goddess Uma, he sports in the firmament, endued with great splendor. Then, again, Asita and Devala, and Narada and Parvata, and Karkshavat, and Jamadagni's son Rama, and Tandya possessed of cleansed soul, and Vasishta, and Jamadagni, and Viswamitra and Atri, and Bharadvaja, and Harasmasvaru, and Kundadhara, and Shrudasravas, these great rishis, by adoring Vishnu with concentrated minds with the aid of riches, and by penances, succeeded in attaining to success through the grace of that great deity endued with intelligence. Many undeserving men, by adoring that good deity, obtained great distinction. One should not seek for advancement by achieving any wicked or censurable act. That wealth which is earned by righteous ways is true wealth. Fie on that wealth, however, which is earned by unrighteous means. Righteousness is eternal. It should never, in this world, be abandoned from desire of wealth. That righteous-souled person who keeps his sacred fire and offers his daily adorations to the deities is regarded as the foremost of righteous persons. All the Vedas, O foremost of kings, are established on the three sacred fires, called Dakshina, Garapesha, and Ahavanya. That Brahmana is said to possess the sacred fire whose acts exist in their entirety. It is better to at once abandon the sacred fire than to keep it, abstaining the while from acts. The sacred fire, the mother, the father who has begotten, and the preceptor, O tiger among men, should all be duly waited upon and served with humility. That man who, casting off all feelings of pride, humbly waits upon and serves them that are venerable for age, who is possessed of learning and destitute of lust, who looketh upon all creatures with an eye of love, who has no wealth, who is righteous in his acts, and who is destitute of the desire of inflicting any kind of harm upon any one, that truly respectable man is worshipped in this world by those that are good and pious. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 294. Parasara said, the lowest order, it is proper, should derive their sustenance from the three other orders. Such service, rendered with affection and reverence, makes them righteous. If the ancestors of any Sudra were not engaged in service, he should not still engage himself in any other occupation than service. Truly, he should apply himself to service as his occupation. In my opinion, it is proper for them to associate, under all circumstances, with good men devoted to righteousness, but never with those that are wicked. As in the eastern hills, jewels and metals blaze with greater splendor in consequence of their adjacence to the sun, even so the lowest order blazes with splendor in consequence of their association with the good. A piece of white cloth assumes that hue with which it is dyed. Even such is the case with Sudras. Hence also, one should attach oneself to all good qualities, but never to qualities that are evil. The life of human beings in this world is fleeting and transitory. That wise man who, in happiness as also in misery, achieves only what is good, is regarded as a true observer of the Scriptures. That man who is endued with intelligence would never do an act which is dissociated from virtue, however high may the advantages be of that act. Indeed, such an act is not regarded as truly beneficial. That lawless king who, snatching thousands of kine from their lawful owners, gives them away unto deserving persons, acquires no fruit from that act of giving, beyond an empty sound, expressive of the act he does. On the other hand, he incurs the sin of theft. The self-born at first created the being called Dhatri, held in universal respect. Dhatri created a son who was engaged in upholding all the worlds. Worshipping that deity, the Vaishya employs himself, for the means of his support, in agriculture and in the rearing of cattle. The Kshatriyas should employ themselves in the task of protecting all the other classes. The Brahmanas should only enjoy. As regards the Sudras, they should engage themselves in the task of humbly and honestly collecting together the articles that are to be offered in sacrifices, and in cleaning altars and other places where sacrifices are to be performed. If each order acts in this way, righteousness would not suffer any diminution. If righteousness is preserved in its entirety, all creatures inhabiting the earth would be happy. Beholding the happiness of all creatures on earth, the deities in heaven become filled with gladness. Hence, that king who, agreeably to the duties laid down for his order, protects the other classes, becomes worthy of respect. Similarly, the Brahmana that is employed in studying the Scriptures, the Vaishya that is engaged in earning wealth, and the Sudra that is always engaged in serving the three other classes with concentrated attention, become objects of respect. By conducting themselves in the other ways, O chief of men, each order is said to fall away from virtue. Keeping aside gifts by thousands, even 20 cowries that one may give painfully, having earned them righteously, will be productive of the great benefit. Those persons, O king, who make gifts unto brahmanas after reverencing them duly, reap excellent fruits commensurate with those gifts. That gift is highly prized which the donor makes after seeking out the donee and honoring him properly. That gift is middling which the donor makes upon solicitation. That gift, however, which is made contemptuously and without any reverence, is said to be very inferior in point of merit. Even this is what those utterers of the truth, viz., the sages, say. While sinking in this ocean of life, man should always seek to cross that ocean by various means. Indeed, he should so exert himself that he might be freed from the bonds of this world. The Brahmana shines by self-restraint, the Kshatriya by victory, the Vaishya by wealth, while the Sudra always shines in glory through cleverness in serving the three other orders. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 295. Parashara said, in the Brahmana, wealth acquired by acceptance of gifts, in the Kshatriya that won by victory in battle, in the Vaishya that obtained by following the duties laid down for his order, and in the Sudra that earned by serving the three other orders, however small its measure, is worthy of praise, and spent for the acquisition of virtue is productive of great benefits. The Sudra is said to be the constant servitor of the three other classes. If the Brahmana, pressed for a living, betakes himself to the duties of either the Kshatriya or the Vaishya, he does not fall off from righteousness. When, however, the Brahmana betakes himself to the duties of the lowest order, then does he certainly fall off. When the Sudra is unable to obtain his living by service of the three other orders, then trade, rearing of cattle, and the practice of the mechanical arts are lawful for him to follow. Appearance on the boards of a theater and disguising oneself in various forms, exhibition of puppets, the sale of spirits and meat, and trading in iron and leather should never be taken up for purposes of a living by one who had never before been engaged in those professions, every one of which is regarded as censurable in the world. It hath been heard by us that if one engaged in them can abandon them, one then acquires great merit. When one that has become successful in life behaves sinfully in consequence of one's mind being filled with arrogance, one's acts under such circumstances can never pass for authority. It is heard in the Puranas that formerly mankind were self-restrained, that they held righteousness in great esteem, that the practices they followed for livelihood were all consistent with propriety and the injunctions laid down in the scriptures, and that the only punishment that was required for chastising them when they went wrong was the crying of fie on them. At the time of which we speak, O king, righteousness, and nothing else, was much applauded among men. Having achieved great progress in righteousness, men in those days worshipped only all good qualities that they saw. The Asuras, however, O child, could not bear that righteousness which prevailed in the world. Multiplying, in both number and energy, the Asuras, in the form of lust and wrath, entered the bodies of men. Then was pride generated in men that is so destructive of righteousness. From pride arose arrogance, and from arrogance arose wrath. When men thus became overwhelmed with wrath, conduct implying modesty and shame disappeared from them, and then they were overcome by heedlessness. Afflicted by heedlessness, they could no longer see as before, and as the consequence thereof they began to oppress one another and thereby acquire wealth without any compunction. When men became such, the punishment of only crying fie on offenders failed to be of any effect. Men, showing no reverence for either the gods or Brahmanas, began to indulge their senses to their fill. At that time the deities repaired to that foremost of gods, viz., Shiva, possessed of patience, of multiform aspect, and endued with the foremost of attributes, and sought his protection. The deities imparted unto him their conjoined energy, and thereupon the great god, with a single shaft, felled on the earth those three asuras, viz., desire, wrath, and cupidity, who were staying in the firmament, along with their very habitations. The fierce chief of those asuras, possessed of fierce prowess, who had struck the Devas with terror, was also slain by Mahadeva armed with the lance. When this chief of the asuras was slain, men once more obtained their proper natures, and once more began to study the Vedas and the other scriptures as was in former times. Then the 7 ancient rishis came forward and installed Vyasa as the chief of the gods and the ruler of heaven. And they took upon themselves the task of holding the rod of chastisement over mankind. After the 7 rishis came King Viprathu to rule mankind, and many other kings, all belonging to the Kshatriya order for separately ruling separate groups of human beings. When Mahadeva dispelled all evil passions from the minds of creatures, there were, in those ancient times, certain elderly men from whose minds all wicked feelings did not fly away. Hence, in consequence of that wicked state of their minds and of those incidents that were connected with it, there appeared many kings of terrible prowess who began to indulge in only such acts as were fit for asuras. Those human beings that are exceedingly foolish adhere to those wicked acts, establish them as authorities, and follow them in practice to this day. For this reason, O king, I say unto thee, having reflected properly with the aid of the scriptures, that one should abstain from all acts that are fraught with injury or malice, and seek to acquire a knowledge of the soul. The man possessed of wisdom would not seek wealth for the performance of religious rites by ways that are unrighteous and that involve an abandonment of morality. Wealth earned by such means can never prove beneficial. Do thou then become a kshatriya of this kind. Do thou restrain thy senses, be agreeable to thy friends, and cherish, according to the duties of thy order, thy subjects, servants, and children. Through the union of both prosperity and adversity in man's life, there arise friendships and animosities. Thousands and thousands of existences are continually revolving in respect of every jiva, and in every mode of jiva's existence these must occur. For this reason, be thou attached to good qualities of every kind, but never to faults. Such is the character of good qualities that if the most foolish person, bereft of every virtue, hears himself praised for any good quality, he becomes filled with joy. Virtue and sin exist, O king, only among men. These do not exist among creatures other than man. One should therefore, whether in need of food and other necessaries of life or transcending such need, be of virtuous disposition, acquire knowledge, always look upon all creatures as one's own self, and abstain totally from inflicting any kind of injury. When one's mind becomes divested of desire, and when all darkness is dispelled from it, it is then that one succeeds in obtaining what is auspicious. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 296. Parashara said, I have now discoursed to thee on what the ordinances are of the duties in respect of one that leads the domestic mode of life. I shall now speak to thee of the ordinances about penances. Listen to me as I discourse on the topic. It is generally seen, O king, that in consequence of sentiments fraught with rajas and tamas, the sense of miyam, born of attachment, springs up in the heart of the householder. Betaking oneself to the domestic mode of life, one acquires kine, fields, wealth of diverse kinds, spouses, children, and servants. One that becomes observant of this mode of life continually casts one's eye upon these objects. Under these circumstances, one's attachments and aversions increase, and one ceases to regard one's transitory possessions as eternal and indestructible. When a person becomes overwhelmed by attachment and aversion, and yields himself up to the mastery of earthly objects, the desire of enjoyment then seizes him, taking its rise from heedlessness, O king. Thinking that person to be blessed who has the largest share of enjoyments in this world, the man devoted to enjoyment does not, in consequence of his attachment thereto, see that there is any other happiness besides what waits upon the gratification of the senses. Overwhelmed with cupidity that results from such attachment, he then seeks to increase the number of his relatives and attendants, and for gratifying these latter he seeks to increase his wealth by every means in his power. Filled with affection for children, such a person commits, for the sake of acquiring wealth, acts that he knows to be evil, and gives way to grief if his wealth be lost. Having earned honors, and always guarding against the defeat of his plans, he betakes himself to such means as would gratify his desire of enjoyment. At last he meets with destruction as the inevitable consequence of the conduct he pursues. It is well known, however, that true felicity is theirs that are endued with intelligence, that are utterers of the eternal Brahma, that seek to accomplish only acts that are auspicious and beneficial, and that abstain from all acts that are optional and spring from desire alone. From loss of all such objects in which are centered our affections, from loss of wealth, O king, and from the tyranny of physical diseases and mental anguish, a person falls into despair. From this despair arises art awakening of the soul. From such awakening proceeds study of the Scriptures. From contemplation of the import of the Scriptures, O king, one sees the value of penance. A person possessed of the knowledge of what is essential and what accidental, O king, is very rare. He, that is, who seeks to undergo penances, impressed with the truth that the happiness one derives from the possession of such agreeable objects as spouses and children leads ultimately to misery. Penances, O child, are for all. They are ordained for even the lowest order of men, viz., Sudras. Penances set the self-restrained man having the mastery over all his senses on the way to heaven. It was through penances that the puissant Lord of all creatures, O king, observing vows at particular intervals, created all existent objects. The Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, Agni, the Ashwins, the Maruts, the Viswadevas, the Satyas, the Pitris, the Maruts, the Ikshas, the Rakshasas, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, and the other denizens of heaven, and, indeed, all other celestials whatever, O child, have all been crowned with success through their penances. Those Brahmanas whom Brahmana created at the outset succeeded through their penances in honoring not the earth alone but the heaven also in which they roved at pleasure. In this world of mortals, they that are kings, and those others that are householders born in high families, have all become what they are only in consequence of their penances. The silken robes they wear, the excellent ornaments that adorn their persons, the animals and vehicles they ride, and the seats they use are all the result of their penances. The many charming and beautiful women, numbering by thousands, that they enjoy, and their residence in palatial mansions, are all due to their penances. Costly beds and diverse kinds of delicious viands become theirs that act righteously. There is nothing in the three worlds, O scorcher of foes, that penances cannot attain. Even those that are destitute of true knowledge win renunciation as the consequence of their penances. Whether in affluent circumstances or miserable, a person should cast off cupidity, reflecting on the Scriptures, with the aid of his mind and understanding, O best of kings. Discontent is productive of misery. Discontent is the result of cupidity. Cupidity leadeth to the stupefaction of the senses. The senses being stupefied, one's wisdom disappears like knowledge not kept up by continued application. When one's wisdom disappears, one fails to discriminate what is proper from what is improper. Hence, when one's happiness is destroyed, and one becomes subject to misery, one should practice the austerest of penances. That which is agreeable is called happiness. That which is disagreeable is said to be misery. When penances are practiced, the result is happiness. When they are not practiced, the result is misery. Behold the fruits of practicing and abstaining from penances. By practicing stainless penances, people always meet with auspicious consequences of every kind, enjoy all good things, and attain to great fame. He, however, who by abandoning stainless penances betakes himself to penances from desire of fruit, meets with many disagreeable consequences, and disgrace and sorrow of diverse kinds, as the fruits thereof, all of which have worldly possessions for their cause. Notwithstanding the desirability of practicing righteousness, penances, and gifts, the wish springs up in his mind of accomplishing all kinds of forbidden acts. By thus perpetrating diverse kinds of sinful acts, he goes to hell. That person, O best of men, who, in both happiness and misery, does not fall away from the duties ordained for him, is said to have the Scriptures for his eye. It is said that the pleasure one derives from the gratification of one's senses of touch, tongue, sight, scent, and hearing, O monarch, lasts only so long as a shaft urged from the bow takes in falling down upon the earth. Upon the cessation of that pleasure, which is so short-lived, one experiences the most keen agony. It is only the senseless that do not applaud the felicity of emancipation that is unrivaled. Beholding the misery that attends the gratification of the senses, they that are possessed of wisdom cultivate the virtues of tranquility and self-restraint for the purpose of attaining to emancipation. In consequence of their righteous behavior, wealth and pleasure can never succeed in afflicting them. Householders may, without any compunction, enjoy wealth and other possessions that are obtained without exertion. As regards, however, the duties of their order that are laid down in the Scriptures, these, I am of opinion, they should discharge with the aid of exertion. The practice of those that are honored, that are born in high families, and that have their eyes always turned towards the import of the Scriptures, is incapable of being followed by those that are sinful and that are possessed of unrestrained minds. All acts that are done by man under the influence of vanity meet with destruction. Hence, for them that are respectable and truly righteous, there is no other act in this world to do than penance. As regards those householders, however, that are addicted to acts, they should, with their whole hearts, set themselves to acts. Following the duties of their order, O king, they should with cleverness and attention perform sacrifices and other religious rites. Indeed, as all rivers, male and female, have their refuge in the ocean, even so men belonging to all the other orders have their refuge in the householder. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 297. Janaka said, "Whence, O great Rishi, does this difference of color arise among men belonging to the different orders? I desire to know this. Tell me this, O foremost of speakers." The Shrutis say that the offspring one begets are one's own self. Originally sprung from Brahmana, all the inhabitants of the earth should have been Brahmanas. Sprung from Brahmanas, why have men betaken themselves to practices distinguished from those of Brahmanas? Parasara said, "It is as thou sayest, O king. The offspring procreated are none else than the procreator himself." In consequence, however, of falling away from penance, this distribution into classes of different colors has taken place. When the soil becomes good and the seed also is good, the offspring produced become meritorious. If, however, the soil and seed become otherwise or inferior, the offspring that will be born will be inferior. They that are conversant with the Scriptures know that when the Lord of all creatures set himself to create the worlds, some creatures sprang from his mouth, some from his arms, some from his thighs, and some from his feet. They that thus sprang from his mouth, O child, came to be called Brahmanas. They that sprang from his arms were named Kshatriyas. They, O king, that sprang from his thighs were the wealthy class called the Vaishyas. And, lastly, they that were born of his feet were the serving class, viz., the Sudras. Only these four orders of men, O monarch, were thus created. They that belong to classes over and other than these are said to have sprung from an intermixture of these. The Kshatriyas called Adarathas, Amvastas, Ugras, Vidahas, Swapakas, Pakasas, Tinas, Nishadas, Sudas, Magadas, Iogas, Karanas, Vratyas, and Chandalas, O monarch, have all sprung from the four original orders by intermixture with one another. Janaka said, when all have sprung from Brahmana alone, how came human beings to have diversity in respective race? O best of ascetics, an infinite diversity of races is seen in this world. How could men devoted to penances attain to the status of Brahmanas, though of indiscriminate origin? Indeed, those born of pure wombs and those of impure, all became Brahmanas. Parashara said, O king, the status of high-souled persons that succeeded in cleansing their souls by penances could not be regarded as affected by their low births. Great rishis, O monarch, by begetting children in indiscriminate wombs, conferred upon them the status of rishis by means of their power of asceticism. My grandfather Vasishtha, Rishyasringa, Kasyapa, Veda, Tandya, Kripa, Kakshavat, Kamatha, and others, and Yavakrita, O king, and Drona, that foremost of speakers, and Au, and Mathinga, and Dutta, and Drupada, and Matsya, all these, O ruler of the Videhas, obtained their respective positions through penance as the means. Originally only four god races arose, O monarch, viz., Angiras, Kasyapa, Vasishtha, and Bhrigu. In consequence of acts and behavior, O ruler of men, many other god came into existence in time. The names of those god have been due to the penances of those that have founded them. Good people used them. Janaka said, Tell me, O Holy One, the especial duties of the several orders. Tell me also what their common duties are. Thou art conversant with everything. Parashara said, Acceptance of gifts, officiation at the sacrifices of others, and the teaching of pupils, O king, are the especial duties of the Brahmanas. The protection of the other orders is proper for the Kshatriya. Agriculture, cattle rearing, and trade are the occupations of the Vaishyas, while service of the three regenerate classes is the occupation, O king, of the Sudras. I have now told thee what the especial duties are of the four orders, O monarch. Listen now to me, O child, as I tell thee what the common duties are of all the four orders. Compassion, abstention from injury, heedfulness, giving to others what is due to them, shraddhas in honor of deceased ancestors, hospitality to guests, truthfulness, subjugation of wrath, contentedness with one's own wedded wives, purity, both internal and external, freedom from malice, knowledge of self, and renunciation, these duties, O king, are common to all the orders. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, these are the three regenerate orders. All of them have an equal right to the performance of these duties, O foremost of men. These three orders, betaking themselves to duties other than those laid down for them, come to grief, O monarch, and fall down from their own status, even as they go up and acquire great merit by taking for their model some righteous individual of their respective classes who is duly observant of his own duties. The Sudra never falls down by doing forbidden acts, nor is he worthy of any of the rites of regeneration. The course of duties flowing from the Vedas is not his. He is not interdicted, however, from practicing the 3 and 10 duties that are common to all the orders. O ruler of the Videhas, Brahmanas learned in the Vedas, O monarch, regard virtuous, Sudra as equal to Brahmana himself. I, however, O king, look upon such a Sudra as the effulgent Vishnu of the universe, the foremost one in all the worlds. Persons of the lowest order, desiring to exterminate the evil passions of lust and wrath, etc., may betake themselves to the observance of the conduct of the good, and, indeed, while so acting, they may earn great merit by performing all rites that lead to advancement, omitting the mantras that are utterable by the other orders while performing the self-same ceremonies. Wherever persons of the lowest order adopt the behavior of the good, they succeed in attaining to happiness, in consequence of which they are able to pass their time in felicity both here and hereafter. Janaka said, O great ascetic, is man stained by his acts, or is he stained by the order or class in which he is born? A doubt has arisen in my mind. It behoveth thee to expound this to me. Parasara said, Without doubt, O king, both, viz., acts and birth, are sources of demerit. Listen now to their difference. That man who, though stained by birth, does not commit sin, abstains from sin notwithstanding birth and acts. If, however, a person of superior birth perpetrates censurable acts, such acts stain him. Hence, of the two, viz., acts and birth, acts stain man more than birth. Janaka said, What are those righteous acts in this world, O best of all regenerate persons, the accomplishment of which does not inflict any injury upon other creatures? Parasara said, Hear from me, O monarch, about what thou askest me, viz., those acts free from injury which always rescue man. Those who, keeping aside their domestic fires, have dissociated themselves from all worldly attachments, become freed from all anxieties. Gradually ascending step by step, in the path of yoga, they at last behold the stage of highest felicity, viz., emancipation. Endued with faith and humility, always practicing self-restraint, possessed of keen intelligence, and abstaining from all acts, they attain to eternal felicity. All classes of men, O king, by properly accomplishing acts that are righteous, by speaking the truth, and by abstaining from unrighteousness, in this world, ascend to heaven. In this there is no doubt. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 298. Parasara said, The sires, the friends, the preceptor, and the spouses of the preceptors of men that are destitute of devotion are unable to give to those men the merits that attach to devotion. Only they that are firmly devoted to such seniors, that speak what is agreeable to them, that seek their welfare, and that are submissive to them in behavior, can obtain the merit of devotion. The sire is the highest of deities with his children. It is said that the sire is superior to the mother. The attainment of knowledge is regarded as the highest acquisition. They that have subjugated the objects of the senses, by attainment of knowledge, acquire what is highest, viz., emancipation. That Kshatriya prince who, repairing to the field of battle, receives wounds amid fiery shafts flying in all directions and burns therewith, certainly repairs to regions that are unattainable by the very deities, and, arrived there, enjoys the felicity of heaven in perfect contentment. A Kshatriya should not, O king, strike one that is fatigued, or one that is frightened, or one that has been disarmed, or one that is weeping, or one that is unwilling to fight, or one that is unequipped with mail and cars and horse and infantry, or one that has ceased to exert oneself in the fight, or one that is ill, or one that cries for quarter, or one that is of tender years, or one that is old. A Kshatriya should, in battle, fight one of his order who is equipped with mail and cars and horse and infantry, who is ready for exertion and who occupies a position of equality. Death at the hands of one that is equal or of a superior is laudable, but not that at the hands of one that is low, or of one that is a coward, or of one that is a wretch. This is well known. Death at the hands of one that is sinful, or of one that is of low birth and wicked conduct, O king, is inglorious and leads to hell. One whose period of life has run out cannot be rescued by anybody. Similarly, one whose period of life has not been exhausted can never be slain by anyone. One should prevent one's affectionate seniors from doing unto one, for one's benefit, such acts as are done by menials, as also all such acts as are fraught with injury to others. One should never desire to extend one's own life by taking the lives of others. When they lay down their lives, it is laudable for all householders observant of the duties of men living in sacred places to lay down their lives on the banks of sacred streams. When one's period of life becomes exhausted, one dissolves away into the 5 elements. Sometimes this occurs suddenly, through accidents, and sometimes it is brought about by natural causes. He who, having obtained a body, brings about its dissolution in a sacred place by means of some inglorious accident, becomes invested with another body of a similar kind. Though set on the path of the emancipation, he yet becomes a traveler and attains to another body like a person repairing from one room into another. In the matter of such a man's attainment of a second body, notwithstanding his death in a sacred spot, the only cause is his accidental death. There is no second cause. That new body which embodied creatures obtain, in consequence of the accidental character of their deaths in sacred places, comes into existence and becomes attached to Rudras and Pisachas. Learned men, conversant with Adhyatma, say that the body is a conglomeration of arteries and sinews and bones and much repulsive and impure matter, and a compound of primal essences, and the senses and objects of the senses born of desire, all having an outer cover of skin close to them. Destitute, in reality, of beauty and other accomplishments, this conglomeration, through force of the desires of a previous life, assumes a human form. Abandoned by the owner, the body becomes inanimate and motionless. Indeed, when the primal ingredients return to their respective natures, the body mingles with the dust. Caused by its union with acts, this body reappears under circumstances determined by its acts. Indeed, O ruler of the Videhas, under whatever circumstances this body meets with dissolution, its next birth, determined by those circumstances, is seen to enjoy and endure the fruits of all its past acts. Jiva, after dissolution of the body it inhabited, does not, O king, take birth in a different body immediately. It roves through the sky for some time like a spacious cloud. Obtaining a new receptacle, O monarch, it then takes birth again. The soul is above the mind. The mind is above the senses. Mobile creatures, again, are foremost of all created objects. Of all mobile creatures, those that have 2 legs are superior. Amongst 2-legged creatures, those that are regenerate are superior. Amongst those that are regenerate, they that are possessed of wisdom are superior. Amongst them that are possessed of wisdom, they that have succeeded in acquiring a knowledge of the soul are superior. Amongst those that are possessed of a knowledge of the soul, they that are endued with humility are superior. Death follows birth in respect of all men. This is settled. Creatures, influenced by the attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas, pursue acts which have an end. That man is regarded as righteous who meets with dissolution when the sun is in the northern declension, and at a time and under a constellation both of which are sacred and auspicious. He is righteous who, having cleansed himself of all sins and accomplished all his acts according to the best of his power, and having abstained from giving pain to any man, meets with death when it comes. The death that one meets with by taking poison, by hanging, by burning, at the hands of robbers, and at the teeth of animals, is said to be an inglorious one. Those men that are righteous never incur such or similar deaths, even if they be afflicted with mental and physical diseases of the most agonizing kind. The lives of the righteous, O king, piercing through the sun, ascend into the regions of Brahma. The lives of those that are both righteous and sinful rove in the middle regions. The lives of those that are sinful sink into the lowest depths. There is only one foe of man, and not another. That foe is identifiable with ignorance, O king. Overwhelmed by it, one is led to perpetrate acts that are frightful and exceedingly cruel. That foe for resisting which one should put forth one's power by waiting upon the aged according to the duties laid down in the Shrutis, that foe which cannot be overcome except by steady endeavors, meets with destruction, O king, only when it is crushed by the shafts of wisdom. The man desirous of achieving merit should at first study the Vedas and observe penances, becoming a Brahmacharan. He should next, entering the domestic mode of life, perform the usual sacrifices. Establishing his race, he should then enter the forest, restraining his senses and desirous of winning emancipation. One should never emasculate oneself by abstaining from any enjoyment. Of all births, the status of humanity is preferable even if one has to become a Chandala. Indeed, O monarch, that order of birth, viz., humanity, is the foremost, since by becoming a human being one succeeds in rescuing oneself by meritorious acts. Men always perform righteous acts, O Lord, guided by the authority of the Shrutis, so that they may not fall away from the status of humanity. That man who, having attained to the status of humanity that is so difficult of attainment, indulges in malice, disregards righteousness, and yields himself up to desire, is certainly betrayed by his desires. That man who looks upon all creatures with eyes guided by affection, regarding them worthy of being cherished with loving aid, who disregards all kinds of wealth, who offers them consolation, gives them food, addresses them in agreeable words, and who rejoices in their happiness and grieves in their griefs, has never to suffer misery in the next world, repairing to the Sarasvati, the Naimisha woods, the Pushkara waters, and the other sacred spots on earth. One should make gifts, practice renunciation, render one's aspect amiable, O king, and purify one's body with baths and penances. Those men who meet with death within their houses should have the rites of cremation performed upon their persons. Their bodies should be taken to the crematorium on vehicles, and there they should be burnt according to the rites of purification that have been laid down in the scriptures. Religious rites, beneficial ceremonies, the performance of sacrifices, officiation at the sacrifices of others, gifts, the doing of other meritorious acts, the performance, according to the best of one's power, of all that has been ordained in the case of one's deceased ancestors, all these one does for benefiting one's own self. The Vedas with their 6 branches, and the other scriptures, O king, have been created for the good of him who is of stainless acts. Bhishma continued, all this was said by that high-souled sage unto the ruler of the Videhas, O king, in days of old for his benefit. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 299. Bhishma said, once again Janaka, the ruler of Mithila, questioned the high-souled Parashara endued with certain knowledge in respect of all duties. Janaka said, what is productive of good? What is the best path for living creatures? What is that which being accomplished is never destroyed? What is that spot repairing whither one has not to come back? Tell me all this, O thou of high intelligence. Parashara said, dissociation from attachments is the root of what is good. Knowledge is the highest path. Penances practiced are never destroyed, gifts also, made to deserving persons, are not lost. When one, breaking the bonds of sin, begins to take pleasure in righteousness, and when one makes that highest of all gifts, viz., the pledge of harmlessness unto all creatures, then does one achieve success. He who gives away thousands of kine and hundreds of horses to deserving persons, and who gives unto all creatures the pledge of harmlessness, receives in return the pledge of harmlessness from all. One may live in the midst of all kinds of wealth and enjoyment, yet, if blessed with intelligence, one does not live in them, while he that is destitute of intelligence lives wholly in objects of enjoyment that are even unsubstantial. Sin cannot attach to a man of wisdom even as water cannot drench the leaves of the lotus. Sin adheres more firmly to him who is without attachment even as lack and wood adhere firmly to each other. Sin, which cannot be extinguished except by endurance of its fruits, never abandons the doer. Verily, the doer, when the time comes, has to endure the consequences arising from it. They, however, that are of cleansed souls and that realize the existence of Brahma are never afflicted by the fruits of their acts. Heedless in respect of one's senses of knowledge and of action, one that is not conscious of one's wicked acts, and whose heart is attached to both good and bad, becomes afflicted with great fear. One who at all times becomes entirely freed from attachments and who completely subjugates the passion of wrath is never stained by sin even if he lives in the enjoyment of worldly objects. As a dike built across a river, if not washed away, causes the waters thereof to swell up, even so the man who, without being attached to objects of enjoyments, creates the dike of righteousness whose materials consist of the limitations set down in the scriptures, has never to languish. On the other hand, his merits and penances increase. As the pure gem, called Suryakanta, absorbs and attracts to itself the rays of the sun, even so, O tiger among kings, does yoga proceed by help of concentrated attention. As sesame seeds, in consequence of their repeated intermingling with fragrant flowers, become in respect of quality very agreeable, even so the quality of sattva arises in men in proportion to the measure of their association with persons of cleansed souls. When one becomes desirous of dwelling in heaven, one casts off one's spouses and wealth and rank and vehicles and diverse kinds of good acts. Indeed, when one attains to such a frame of mind, one's understanding is said to be dissociated from the objects of the senses. That man, on the other hand, who, with understanding attached to the objects of the senses, becomes blind to what is for his real good, is dragged, to his ruin, by his heart which runs after all worldly objects, like a fish, dragged to its ruin by the bait of meat. Like unto the body that is made up of different limbs and organs, all mortal creatures exist depending upon one another. They are as destitute of vigor as the pith of the banana plant. Left to themselves, they sink in the world's ocean like a boat, made of weak materials. There is no fixed time for the acquisition of righteousness. Death waits for no man. When man is constantly running towards the jaws of death, the accomplishment of righteous acts is proper at all times. Like a blind man who, with attention, is capable of moving about his own house, the man of wisdom, with mind set on yoga, succeeds in proceeding along the track he should follow. It has been said that death arises in consequence of birth. Birth is subject to the sway of death. One unacquainted with the course of the duties of emancipation revolves like a wheel between birth and death, unable to free oneself from that fate. One who walketh along the track recommended by the understanding earns happiness both here and hereafter. The diverse are fraught with misery, while the few are productive of happiness. Fruits represented by the not-soul are said to constitute the diverse. Renunciation is said to constitute the few, and that is productive of the soul's happiness. As the lotus stalk quickly leaves the mire attached to it, even so the soul can speedily cast off the mind. It is the mind that at first inclines the soul to yoga. The latter then merges the former into itself. When the soul achieves success in yoga, it then beholds itself uninvested with attributes. Engaged amid the objects of the senses, one who regards such engagement to be one's employment falleth away from one's true employment in consequence of such devotion to those objects. The soul of the wise man attains, through its righteous acts, to a state of high felicity in heaven, while that of the man who is not possessed of wisdom sinks very low or obtains birth among intermediate creatures. As a liquid substance, if kept in a baked earthen vessel, does not escape therefrom but remains undiminished, after the same manner one's body with which one has undergone austerities enjoys, without rejecting, all objects of enjoyment, up to what are contained in the region of Brahma himself. Verily, that man who enjoys worldly objects can never be emancipated. That man, on the other hand, who casts off such objects, in this world, succeeds in enjoying great happiness hereafter. Like one afflicted with congenital blindness and, therefore, incapable of seeing his way, the sensualist, with soul confined in an opaque case, seems to be surrounded by a mist and fails to see the true object for which he should strive. As merchants, going across the sea, make profits proportioned to their capital, even so creatures, in this world of mortals, attain to ends according to their respective acts. Like a snake devouring air, death wanders in this world made up of days and nights in the form of decrepitude and devours all creatures. A creature, when born, enjoys or endures the fruits of acts done by him in his previous lives. There is nothing agreeable or disagreeable which one enjoys or endures without its being the result of the acts one has done in one's previous lives. Whether lying or proceeding, whether sitting idly engaged in his occupations, in whatever state a man may be, his acts of past lives, good or bad, always approach him. One that has attained to the other shore of the ocean wishes not to cross the main for returning to the shore whence he had sailed. As the fisherman, when he wishes, raises with the help of his cord his boat sunk in the waters of a river or lake, after the same manner the mind, by the aid of yoga contemplation, raises jiva sunk in the world's ocean and unemancipated from consciousness of body. As all rivers running towards the ocean unite themselves with it, even so the mind, when engaged in yoga, becomes united with primal prakriti. Men whose minds become bound by diverse chains of affection, and who are engulfed in ignorance, meet with destruction like houses of sand in water. That embodied creature who regards his body as only a house and purity, both external and internal, as its sacred water, and who walks along the path of the understanding, succeeds in attaining to happiness both here and hereafter. The diverse are productive of misery, while the few are productive of happiness. The diverse are the fruits represented by the not-soul. Renunciation, which is identical with few, is productive of the soul's benefit. One's friends who spring up from one's determination, and one's kinsmen whose attachment is due to selfish reasons, one's spouses and sons and servants, only devour one's wealth. Neither the mother nor the father can confer the slightest benefit upon one in the next world. Gifts constitute the diet upon which one can subsist. Indeed, one must have to enjoy the fruits of one's own acts. The mother, the son, the sire, the brother, the wife, and friends are like lines traced with gold by the side of gold itself. All acts, good and bad, done in past lives come to the doer. Knowing that everything one enjoys or endures at present is the result of the acts of past lives, the soul urges the understanding on different directions, so that it may act in such a way as to avoid all unpleasant fruits. Relying on earnest endeavor, and equipped with proper aids, he who sets himself to accomplish his tasks never meets with failure. As the rays of light never abandon the sun, even so prosperity never abandons one who is endued with undoubting faith. That act which a man of stainless soul does with faith and earnestness, with the aid of proper means, without pride, and with intelligence, becomes never lost. A creature obtains from the very time of his abode in the mother's womb all his own acts good and bad that were achieved by him in his past lives. Death, which is irresistible, aided by time which brings about the destruction of life, leads all creatures to their end like wind scattering the dust of saw timber. Through acts good and bad performed by himself in his past lives, man obtains gold and animals and spouses and children and honor of birth and possessions of value and his entire affluence. Bhishma continued, thus addressed conformably to the truth by the sage, Janaka, that foremost of righteous persons, O king, heard everything the rishi said and obtained great happiness from it. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 300. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, learned men praise truth, self-restraint, forgiveness, and wisdom. What is thy opinion of these virtues? Bhishma said, in this connection I shall recite to thee an old narrative, O Yudhishthira, of the discourse between the Satyas and a swan. Once on a time the unborn and eternal lord of all creatures, viz., Brahman, assuming the form of a golden swan, wandered through the three worlds till in course of his wanderings he came upon the Satyas. The Satyas said, O Ford, we are the deities called Satyas. We like to question thee. Indeed, we would ask thee about the religion of emancipation. Thou art well acquainted with it. We have heard, O bird, that thou art possessed of great learning, and eloquent and wise of speech. O bird, what dost thou think is the highest of all objects? O high-souled one, in what does thy mind find pleasure? Do thou, therefore, O foremost of birds, instruct us as to what that one act is which thou regardest as the foremost of all acts, and by doing which, O chief of the feathery creation, one may soon be freed from all bonds. The swan said, Ye who have drunk Amrita, I have heard that one should have recourse to these, viz., penances, self-restraint, truth, and subjugation of the mind. Untying all the knots of the heart, one should also bring under one's control both what is agreeable and what is disagreeable. One should not wound the vitals of others. One should not be an utterer of cruel speeches. One should never take scriptural lectures from a person that is mean. One should never utter such words as inflict pain on others, as cause others to burn with misery, and as lead to hell. Wordy shafts fall from the lips. Pierced therewith one, to whom they are directed, burns incessantly. Those shafts do not strike any part other than the very vitals of the person aimed. Hence he that is possessed of learning should never aim them at others. If a person deeply pierces a man of wisdom with wordy shafts, the wise mark should then adopt peace, without giving way to wrath. The man who, though sought to be angered, rejoices without yielding to anger, taketh away from the provoker all his merits. That man of righteous soul, who, full of joy and freed from malice, subdues his blazing wrath which, if indulged, would lead him to speak ill of others and verily become his foe, takes away the merits of others. As regards myself, I never answer when another speaks ill of me. If assailed, I always forgive the assault. The righteous are of opinion that forgiveness and truth and sincerity and compassion are the foremost of all virtues. Truth is the arcanum of the Vedas. The arcanum of truth is self-restraint. The arcanum of self-restraint is emancipation. This is the teaching of all the scriptures. I regard that person to be Brahmana and Muni who subjugates the rising impulse of speech, the impulse of wrath appearing in the mind, the impulse of thirst after unworthy things, and the impulses of the stomach and the organ of pleasure. One who does not yield to wrath is superior to one who does. One who practices renunciation is superior to one who does not. One who possesses the virtues of manhood is superior to one who has them not. One who is endued with knowledge is superior to one who is destitute of it. Assailed with harsh speeches, one should not assail in return. Indeed, one who, under such circumstances, renounces wrath, succeeds in burning the assailant and taking away all his merits. That person who, when assailed with harsh speeches, does not utter a harsh word in reply, who when praised does not utter what is agreeable to him that praises, who is endued with such fortitude as not to strike in return when struck and not to even wish evil to the striker, finds his companionship always coveted by the gods. He that is sinful should be forgiven as if he were righteous, by one that is insulted, struck, and calumniated. By acting in this way one attains to success. Though all my objects have been fulfilled, yet I always wait reverentially on those that are righteous. I have no thirst. My wrath hath been suppressed. Seduced by covetousness, I do not fall away from the path of righteousness. I do not also approach anyone with solicitations for wealth. If cursed, I do not curse in return. I know that self-restraint is the door of immortality. I disclose unto you a great mystery. There is no status that is superior to that of humanity. Freed from sin like the moon from murky clouds, the man of wisdom, shining in resplendence, attains to success by patiently waiting for his time. A person of restrained soul, who becomes the object of adoration with all by becoming the foremost of the supporting pillars of the universe, and towards whom only agreeable words are spoken by all, attains to the companionship of the deities. Revilers never come forward to speak of the merits of a person as they speak of his demerits. That person whose speech and mind are properly restrained and always devoted to the Supreme succeeds in attaining to the fruits of the Vedas, penances, and renunciation. The man of wisdom should never revile, in return, those that are destitute of merit, by uttering their dispraise and by insults. He should not extol others, being extolled by them, and should never injure themselves. The man endued with wisdom and learning regards revilement as nectar. Reviled, he sleeps without anxiety. The reviler, on the other hand, meets with destruction. The sacrifices that one performs in anger, the gifts one makes in anger, the penances one undergoes in anger, and the offerings and libations one makes to the sacred fire in anger, are such that their merits are robbed by Yama. The toil of an angry man becomes entirely fruitless. Ye foremost of immortals, that person is said to be conversant with righteousness whose four doors, viz., the organ of pleasure, the stomach, the two arms, and speech, are well restrained. That person who, always practicing truth and self-restraint and sincerity and compassion and patience and renunciation, becomes devoted to the study of the Vedas, does not covet what belongs to others, and pursues what is good with a singleness of purpose, succeeds in attaining to heaven. Like a calf sucking all the four teats of its dam's udders, one should devote oneself to the practice of all these virtues. I do not know whether anything exists that is more sacred than truth. Having roved among both human beings and the deities, I declare it that truth is the only means for reaching heaven, even as a ship is the only means for crossing the ocean. A person becomes like those with whom he dwells, and like those whom he reverences, and like to what he wishes to be. If a person waits with reverence on him who is good or him who is otherwise, if he waits with reverence on a sage possessed of ascetic merit or on a thief, passes under his way and catches his hue like a piece of cloth catching the dye in which it is steeped. The deities always converse with those that are possessed of wisdom and goodness. They, therefore, never entertain the wish for even seeing the enjoyments in which men take pleasure. The person who knows that all objects of enjoyment, which human beings cherish, are characterized by vicissitudes, has few rivals, and is superior to the very moon and the wind. When the Purusha that dwells in one's heart is unstained and walks in the path of the righteous, the gods take a pleasure in him. The gods from a distance cast off those that are always devoted to the gratification of their organs of pleasure and the stomach, that are addicted to thieving, and that always indulge in harsh speeches, even if they expiate their offenses by performing the proper rites. The gods are never pleased with one of mean soul, with one who observes no restrictions in the matter of food, and with one who is of sinful deeds. On the other hand, the gods associate with those men that are observant of the vow of truth, that are grateful, and that are engaged in the practice of righteousness. Silence is better than speech. To speak the truth is better than silence. Again, to speak truth that is connected with righteousness is better than to speak the truth. To speak that which, besides being true and righteous, is agreeable, is better than to speak truth connected with righteousness. The Satya said, "By what is this world covered? For what reason does one fail to shine? For what cause do people cast off their friends? For what reason do people fail to attain to heaven?" The Swan said, "The world is enveloped by the darkness of ignorance. Men fail to shine in consequence of malice. People cast off friends, induced by covetousness. Men fail to attain to heaven in consequence of attachment." The Satya said, "Who alone among the Brahmanas is always happy? Who alone amongst them can observe the vow of silence though dwelling in the midst of many? Who alone amongst them, though weak, is still regarded as strong? And who alone amongst them does not quarrel?" The Swan said, "He alone amongst the Brahmanas that is possessed of wisdom is always happy. He alone amongst the Brahmanas that is possessed of wisdom succeeds in observing the vow of silence, though dwelling in the midst of many. He alone amongst the Brahmanas who is possessed of wisdom, though actually weak, is regarded as strong. He alone amongst them that has wisdom succeeds in avoiding quarrel." The Satya said, "In what consists the divinity of the Brahmanas? In what their purity? In what their impurity? And in what their status of humanity?" The Swan said, "In the study of the Vedas is the divinity of the Brahmanas. In their vows and observances is their purity. In obloquy is their impurity. In death is their humanity." Bhishma continued, "Thus have I recited to the excellent narrative of the discourse between the Satyas and the Swan. The body, both gross and subtle, is the origin of acts, and existence or jiva is truth." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 301. Yudhishthira said, "It behoveth thee to explain to me, O sire, what the difference is between the Sankhya and the Yoga system of philosophy. O foremost one of Kuru's race, everything is known to thee, O thou that art conversant with all duties." Bhishma said, "The followers of Sankhya praise the Sankhya system, and those regenerate persons that are yogins praise the yoga system. For establishing the superiority of their respective systems, each calls his own system to be the better. Men of wisdom devoted to yoga assign proper and very good reasons, O crusher of foes, for showing that one that does not believe in the existence of God cannot attain to emancipation. Those regenerate persons, again, that are believers in the Sankhya doctrines advance good reasons for showing that one, by acquiring true knowledge of all ends, becomes dissociated from all worldly objects, and, after departing from this body, it is plain, becomes emancipated and that it cannot be otherwise. Men of great wisdom have thus expounded the Sankhya philosophy of emancipation. When reasons are thus balanced on both sides, those that are assigned on that side which one is otherwise inclined to adopt as one's own, should be accepted. Indeed, those words that are said on that side should be regarded as beneficial. Good men may be found on both sides. Persons like thee may adopt either opinion. The evidences of yoga are addressed to the direct kin of the senses. Those of Sankhya are based on the scriptures. Both systems of philosophy are approved by me, O Yudhishthira. Both those systems of science, O king, have my concurrence and are concurred in by those that are good and wise. If practiced duly according to the instructions laid down, both would, O king, cause a person to attain to the highest end. In both systems purity is equally recommended, as also compassion towards all creatures, O sinless one. In both, again, the observance of vows has been equally laid down. Only the scriptures that point out their paths are different. Yudhishthira said, if the vows, the purity, the compassion, and the fruits thereof recommended in both systems be the same, tell me, O grandsire, for what reason then are not their scriptures, in respect of the paths recommended, the same? Bhishma said, by casting off, through the aid of yoga, these 5 faults, viz., attachment, heedlessness, affection, lust, and wrath, one attains to emancipation. As large fishes, breaking through the pet, pass into their own element, for ranging in felicity, after the same manner, yogins, breaking through lust and wrath, etc., become cleansed of all sins and attain to the felicity of emancipation. As powerful animals, breaking through the nets in which hunters enmesh them, escape into the felicity of freedom, after the same manner, yogins, freed from all bonds, attain to the sinless path that leads to emancipation. Truly, O king, breaking through the bonds born of cupidity, yogins, endued with strength, attain to the sinless and auspicious and high path of emancipation. Feeble animals, O monarch, entangled in nets, are without doubt destroyed. Even such is the case with persons destitute of the puissance of yoga. As weak fishes, O son of Kunti, fallen into the net, become entangled in it, even so, O monarch, men destitute of the puissance of yoga encounter destruction amid the bonds of the world. As birds, O chastiser of foes, when entangled in the fine nets of fowlers, if weak, meet with their ruin, but if endued with strength effect their escape, after the same manner does it happen with yogins, O chastiser of foes. Bound by the bonds of action, they that are weak meet with destruction, while they that are possessed of strength break through them. A small and weak fire, O king, becomes extinguished when large logs of timber are placed upon it. Even so the yogin that is weak, O king, meets with ruin when brought in contact with the world and its attachments. The same fire, however, O monarch, when it becomes strong, would, without being extinguished, burn with the aid of the wind, the whole earth. After the same manner, the yogin, when grown in strength, burning with energy, and possessed of might, is capable of scorching the entire universe like the sun that rises at the time of the universal dissolution. As a weak man, O king, is swept away by a current, even so is a weak yogin helplessly carried away by objects of the senses. An elephant withstands a mighty current. After the same manner, a yogin, having acquired yoga puissance, withstands all objects of the senses. Independent of all things, yogins, endued with yoga puissance and invested with lordship, enter into the hearts of the very lords of creation, the rishis, the deities, and the great beings in the universe. Neither Yama, nor the destroyer, nor death himself of terrible prowess, when angry, ever succeeds in prevailing over the yogin, O king, who is possessed of immeasurable energy. The yogin, acquiring yoga puissance, can create thousands of bodies and with them wander over the earth. Some amongst them enjoy objects of the senses, and then once more set themselves to the practice of the austerest penances, and once again, like the sun, withdrawing his rays, withdraw themselves from such penances. The yogin, who is possessed of strength and whom bonds bind not, certainly succeeds in attaining to emancipation. I have now discoursed to thee, O monarch, on all these powers of yoga. I shall once more tell thee what the subtle powers of yoga are with their indications. Rear, O chief of Bharata's race, the subtle indications of the dharana and the samadhi of the soul, such as yoga brings about. As a bowman who is heedful and attentive succeeds in striking the aim, even so the yogin, with absorbed soul, without doubt, attains to emancipation. As a man fixing his mind on a vessel full of some liquid, placed on his head, heedfully ascends a flight of steps, even so the yogin, fixed and absorbed in his soul, cleanses it and makes it as effulgent as the sun. As a boat, O son of Kunti, that is tossed on the bosom of the sea is very soon taken by a heedful boatman to the other shore, even so the man of knowledge, by fixing his soul in samadhi, attains to emancipation, which is so difficult to acquire, after casting off his body, O monarch. As a heedful charioteer, O king, having yoked good steeds unto his car, takes the car warrior to the spot he wishes, even so the yogin, O monarch, heedful in dharana, soon attains to the highest spot, viz., emancipation, like a shaft let off from the bow reaching the object aimed at. The yogin who stays immovably after having entered his self into the soul, destroys his sins and obtains that indestructible spot which is the possession of those that are righteous. That yogin who, heedfully observant of high vows, properly unites, O king, his jiva soul with the subtle soul in the navel, the throat, the head, the heart, the chest, the sides, the eye, the ear, and the nose, burns all his acts good and bad of even mountain-like proportions, and having recourse to excellent yoga, attains to emancipation. Yudhishthira said, It behoveth thee to tell me, O grandsire, what the kinds of diet are by taking which, and what the things are by conquering which, the yogin, O Bharata, acquires yoga puissance. Bhishma continued, Engaged, O Bharata, and subsisting upon broken grains of rice and sodden cakes of sesame, and abstaining from oil and butter, the yogin acquires yoga puissance. By subsisting for a long time on powdered barley unmixed with any liquid substance, and by confining himself to only one meal a day, the yogin, of cleansed soul, acquires yoga puissance. By drinking only water mixed with milk, first only once during the day, then once during a fortnight, then once during a month, then once during 3 months, and then once during a whole year, the yogin acquires yoga puissance. By abstaining entirely from meat, O king, the yogin of cleansed soul acquires puissance. By subjugating lust, and wrath, and heat, and cold, and rain, and fear, and grief, and the breath, and all sounds that are agreeable to man, and objects of the senses, and the uneasiness, so difficult to conquer, that is born of abstention from sexual congress, and thirst that is so terrible, O king, and the pleasures of touch, and sleep, and procrastination that is almost unconquerable, O best of kings, high-souled yogins, divested of attachments, and possessed of great wisdom, aided by their understandings, and equipped with wealth of contemplation and study, cause the subtle soul to stand confessed in all its glory. This high, yoga, path of learned brahmanas is exceedingly difficult to tread. No one can walk along this path with ease. That path is like a terrible forest which abounds with innumerable snakes and crawling vermin, with concealed pits occurring everywhere, without water for slaking one's thirst, and full of thorns, and inaccessible on that account. Indeed, the path of yoga is like a road along which no edibles occur, which runs through a desert having all its trees burnt down in a conflagration, and which has been rendered unsafe by being infested with bands of robbers. Very few young men can pass safely through it, for reaching the goal. Like unto a path of this nature, few brahmanas can tread along the yoga path with ease and comfort. That man who, having betaken himself to this path, ceases to go forward, but turns back after having made some progress, is regarded as guilty of many faults. Men of cleansed souls, O Lord of earth, can stay with ease upon yoga contemplation, which is like the sharp edge of a razor. Persons of uncleansed souls, however, cannot stay on it. When yoga contemplation becomes disturbed or otherwise obstructed, it can never lead the yogin to an auspicious end, even as a vessel that is without a captain cannot take the passengers to the other shore. That man, O son of Kunti, who practices yoga contemplation according to due rites, succeeds in casting off both birth and death, and happiness and sorrow. All this that I have told thee has been stated in the diverse treatises bearing upon yoga. The highest fruits of yoga are seen in persons of the regenerate order. That highest fruit is identification with Brahma. The high-souled yogin, possessed of greatness, can enter into and come out of, at his will, Brahma himself, who is the Lord of all deities, and the boon-giving Vishnu, and Bhava, and Dharma, and the six-faced Kartikeya, and the spiritual sons of Brahmana, the quality of darkness that is productive of much pain, and that of passion, and that of sattva which is pure, and prakriti which is the highest, and the goddess Siddhi who is the spouse of Varuna, and all kinds of energy, and all enduring patience, and the bright lord of stars in the firmament with the stars twinkling all around, and the Vishvas, and the great snakes, and the pitris, and all the mountains and hills, and the great and terrible oceans, and all the rivers, and the rain-charged clouds, and serpents, and trees, and yikshas, and the cardinal and subsidiary points of the compass, and the Gandharvas, and all male persons and all female ones also. This discourse, O king, that is connected with the supreme being of mighty energy should be regarded as auspicious. The yogin has Narayana for his soul. Prevailing over all things, through his contemplation of the supreme deity, the high-souled yogin is capable of creating all things. Part 3. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 302. Yudhishthira said, O king, thou hast duly propounded unto me, in the way in which it should be, the path of yoga which is approved by the wise, after the manner of a loving preceptor unto his pupil. I ask now about the principles of the Sankhya philosophy. Do thou discourse to me on those principles in their entirety. Whatever knowledge exists in the three worlds is known to thee. Bhishma said, Listen now to what the subtle principles are of the followers of the Sankhya doctrine have been established by all the great and puissant yadis having Kapila their first. In that doctrine, O chief of men, no errors are discoverable. Many, indeed, are its merits. In fact, there is no fault in it. Comprehending with the aid of knowledge that all objects exist with faults, indeed, understanding that the objects so difficult to cast off with which human beings and pisachas and rakshasas and yikshas and snakes and gandharvas and pitris, and those that are wandering in the intermediate orders of beings, such as birds and animals, and great birds, such as Garuda and others, and the Maruts and royal sages and regenerate sages and asuras and Viswadevas and the celestial rishis and yogins, invested with supreme puissance, and the Prajapatis and Brahman himself are engaged, and understanding truly what the highest limit is of one's period of existence in this world, and apprehending also the great truth. O foremost of eloquent men, about what is called felicity here, having a clear knowledge of what the sorrows are that overtake when the hour comes all those that are concerned with transitory objects, and knowing full well the sorrows of those that have fallen into the intermediate orders of being and of those that have sunk into hell, perceiving all the merits and all the faults of heaven. O Bharata, and all the demerits that attach to the declarations of the Vedas and all the excellencies that are connected with them, recognizing the faults and merits of the Yoga and the Sankhya systems of philosophy, realizing also that the quality of Sattva has 10 properties, that of Rajas has 9, and that of Tamas has 8, that the understanding has 7 properties, the mind has 6. and space has 5, and once more conceiving that the understanding has 4 properties and tamas has 3, and the rajas has 2 and sattva has 1, and truly apprehending the path that is followed by all objects when destruction overtakes them and what the course is of self-knowledge, the Sankhya's, possessed of knowledge and experience and exalted by their perceptions of causes, and acquiring thorough auspiciousness, attain to the felicity of emancipation like the rays of the sun, or the wind taking refuge in space. Vision is attached to form, the sense of scent to smell, the ear to sound, the tongue to juices, and the skin, or body, to touch. The wind has for its refuge space. Stupefaction has tamas, darkness, for its refuge. Cupidity has the objects of the senses for its refuge. Vishnu is attached to the organs of motion. Sakra is attached to the organs of strength. The deity of fire is attached to the stomach, earth is attached to the waters. The waters have heat, or fire, for their refuge. Heat attaches itself to the wind, and the wind has space for its refuge, and space has Mahat for its refuge, and Mahat has the understanding for its foundation. The understanding has its refuge in tamas, tamas has rajas for its refuge, rajas is founded upon sattva, and sattva is attached to the soul. The soul has the glorious and puissant Narayana for its refuge. That glorious deity has emancipation for his refuge. Emancipation is independent of all refuge. Knowing that this body, that is endued with 6 and 10 possessions, is the result of the quality of sattva, understanding fully the nature of the physical organism and the character of the chetna that dwells within it, recognizing the one existent being that live in the body, viz., the soul, which stands aloof from every concern of the body and in which no sin can attach, realizing the nature of that second object, viz., the acts of persons attached to the objects of the senses, understanding also the character of the senses and the sensual objects which have their refuge in the soul, appreciating the difficulty of emancipation and the scriptures that bear upon it, knowing fully the nature of the vital breaths called prana, apana, samama, vyana, and udana, as also the 2 other breaths, viz., the one going downward and the other moving upward indeed, knowing those 7 breaths ordained to accomplish 7 different functions, ascertaining the nature of the Prajapatis and the Rishis and the high paths, many in number, of virtue or righteousness, and the 7 Rishis and the innumerable royal Rishis, O scorcher of foes, and the great celestial Rishis and the other regenerate Rishis endued with the effulgence of the sun, beholding all these falling away from their puissance in course of many long ages. O monarch, hearing of the destruction of even of all the mighty beings in the universe, understanding also the inauspicious end that is attained, O king, by creatures of sinful acts, and the miseries endured by those that fall into the river Vedarani in the realms of Yama, and the inauspicious wanderings of creatures through diverse wombs, and the character of their residence in the unholy uterus in the midst of blood and water and phlegm and urine and feces, all of foul smell, and then in bodies that result from the union of blood and the vital seed, of marrow and sinews, abounding with hundreds of nerves and arteries and forming an impure mansion of 9 doors, comprehending also what is for his own good, what those diverse combinations are which are productive of good, beholding the abominable conduct of creatures whose natures are characterized by darkness or passion or goodness. O chief of Bharata's race conduct that is reprehended, in view of its incapacity to acquire emancipation, by the followers of the Sankhya doctrine who are fully conversant with the soul, beholding the swallowing up of the moon and the sun by Rahu, the falling of stars from their fixed positions and the diversions of constellations from their orbits, knowing the sad separation of all united objects and the diabolical behavior of creatures in devouring one another, seeing the absence of all intelligence in the infancy of human beings and the deterioration and destruction of the body. marking the little attachment creatures have to the quality of sattva in consequence of their being overwhelmed by wrath and stupefaction, beholding also only one among thousands of human beings resolved to struggle after the acquisition of emancipation. Understanding the difficulty of attaining to emancipation according to what is stated in the scriptures, seeing the marked solicitude that creatures manifest for all unattained objects and their comparative indifference to all objects that have been attained, marking the wickedness that results from all objects of the senses, O king, and the repulsive bodies, O son of Kunti, of persons reft of life, and the residence, always fraught with grief, of human beings, O Bharata, and houses, in the midst of spouses and children, knowing the end of those terrible and fallen men who become guilty of slaying Brahmanas, and of those wicked Brahmanas that are addicted to the drinking of alcoholic stimulants, and the equally sad end of those that become criminally attached to the spouses of their preceptors, and of those men, O Yudhishthira, that do not properly reverence their mothers, as also of those that have no reverence and worship to offer to the deities, understanding also, with the help of that knowledge, which their philosophy imparts, the end that of all perpetrators of wicked acts, and the diverse ends that overtake those who have taken birth among the intermediate orders, ascertaining the diverse declarations of the Vedas, the courses of seasons, the fading of years, of months, of fortnights, and of days, beholding directly the waxing and the waning of the moon, seeing the rising and the ebbing of the seas, and the diminution of wealth and its increase once more, and the separation of united objects, the lapse of yugas, the destruction of mountains, the drying up of rivers, the deterioration of, the purity of, the several orders, and the end also of that deterioration occurring repeatedly, beholding the birth, decrepitude, death, and sorrows of creatures, knowing truly the faults attaching to the body and the sorrows to which human beings are subject, and the vicissitudes to which the bodies of creatures are subject, and understanding all the faults that attach to their own souls, and also all the inauspicious faults that attach to their own bodies, the followers of the Sankhya philosophy succeed in attaining to emancipation. Yudhishthira said, O thou of immeasurable energy, what are those faults that thou sayest attaching to one's body? It behoveth thee to expound this doubt to me fully and truly. Bhishma said, Listen, O slayer of foes. The Sankhyas, or followers of Kapila, who are conversant with all paths and endued with wisdom, say that there are 5 faults, O puissant one, in the human body. They are desire and wrath and fear and sleep and breath. These faults are seen in the bodies of all embodied creatures. Those that are endued with wisdom cut the root of wrath with the aid of forgiveness. Desire is cut off by casting off all purposes. By cultivation of the quality of goodness, sattva, sleep is conquered, and fear is conquered by cultivating heedfulness. Breath is conquered by abstemiousness of diet, O king. Truly understanding gunas by the aid of hundreds of gunas, hundreds of faults, and diverse causes by hundreds of causes, ascertaining that the world is like the froth of water, enveloped by hundreds of illusions flowing from Vishnu, like a painted edifice, and as unsubstantial as a reed, beholding it to be as terrible as a dark pit, or as unreal as bubbles of water. For the years that compose its age are short-lived, compared to the duration of eternity, as bubbles, seeing it exposed to immediate destruction, bereft of happiness, having certain ruin for its end and from which it can never escape, sunk in rajas and tamas, and utterly helpless like an elephant sunk in mire. Noting all this, the Sankhyas, O king, endued with great wisdom, casting off all affections arising from one's relation towards one's children, by the aid, O king, of that extensive and all-embracing knowledge which their system advocates, and cutting off quickly, with the weapon of knowledge and the bludgeon of penances, O Bharata, all inauspicious sense born of Rajas, and all sense of a like nature arising from Tamas, and all auspicious sense arising from Sattva, and all pleasures of the touch, and of the other senses, born of the same three qualities and adhering to the body. Indeed, O Bharata, aided by the yoga of knowledge, these yadis crowned with success crossed the ocean of life. That ocean, so terrible, has sorrow for its waters. Anxiety and grief constitute its deep lakes. Disease and death are its gigantic alligators. The great fears that strike the heart at every step are its huge snakes. The deeds inspired by Tamas are its tortoises. Those inspired by Rajas are its fishes. Wisdom constitutes the raft for crossing it. The affections entertained for objects of the senses are its mire. Decrepitude constitutes its region of grief and trouble. Knowledge, O chastiser of foes, is its island. Acts constitute its great depth. Truth is its shores. Pious observances constitute the verdant weeds floating on its bosom. Envy constitutes its rapid and mighty current. The diverse sentiments of the heart constitute its mines. The diverse kinds of gratification are its valuable gems. Grief and fever are its winds. Misery and thirst are its mighty eddies. Painful and fatal diseases are its huge elephants. The assemblage of bones are its flights of steps, and phlegm is its froth. Gifts are its pearl banks. The lakes of blood are its corals. Loud laughter constitutes its roars. Diverse sciences are its impassibility. Tears are its brine. Renunciation of company constitutes the high refuge of those that seek to cross it. Children and spouses are its unnumbered leeches. Friends and kinsmen are the cities and towns on its shores. Abstention from injury and truth are its boundary line. Death is its storm wave. The knowledge of Vedanta is its island, capable of affording refuge to those that are tossed upon its waters. Acts of compassion towards all creatures constitute its life buoys, and emancipation is the priceless commodity offered to those voyaging on its waters in search of merchandise. Like its substantive prototype with its equine head disgorging flames of fire, this ocean too has its fiery terrors. Having transcended the liability that is so difficult to transcend of dwelling within the gross body, the Sankhyas enter into pure space. Surya then bears, with his rays, those righteous men that are practicers of the Sankhya doctrines. Like the fibers of the lotus stalk conveying water to the flower into which they all converge. Surya, drinking all things from the universe, conveys them unto those good and wise men. Their attachments all destroyed, possessed of energy, endued with wealth of penances, and crowned with success, these yadis, O Bharata, are borne by that wind which is subtle, cooling, fragrant, and delicious to the touch, O Bharata. In fact, that wind which is the best of the seven winds, and which blows in regions of great felicity, conveys them, O son of Kunti, to that which is the highest end in space. Then space into which they are carried, O monarch, conveys them to the highest end of Rajas. Rajas then bear them to the highest end of Sattva. Sattva then bears them, O thou of pure soul, to the supreme and puissant Narayana. The puissant and pure-souled Narayana at last, through himself, bears them to the Supreme Soul. Having reached the Supreme Soul, those stainless persons who have, by that time, become the body of what is called that attain to immortality, and they have never afterwards to return from that position. O King, that is the highest end, O son of Pritha, which is attained by those high-souled men who have transcended the influence of all pairs of opposites. Yudhishthira said, O sinless one, have those persons of firm vows after they have attained to that excellent position which is fraught with puissance and felicity, any recollection of their lives, including birth and death? It behoveth thee to tell me properly what the truth is in respect, O thou of Kuru's race. I do not think it proper to question anyone else than thee. Observing the scriptures bearing upon emancipation, I find this great fault in the subject, for certain scriptures on the topic declare that consciousness disappears in the emancipate state, while other scriptures declare the very reverse of this. If, having attained to this high state, the yadis continue to live in consciousness, it would seem, O king, that the religion of Pravritti is superior. If, again, consciousness disappears from the emancipate state and one who has become emancipate only resembles a person sunk in dreamless slumber, then nothing can be more improper than to say that there is really no consciousness in emancipation, for of all that happens in dreamless slumber is that one's consciousness is temporarily overshadowed and suspended, but never lost, for it returns when one awakes from that slumber. Bhishma said, however difficult it may be to answer it, the question which thou hast asked, O son, is proper. Verily, the question is of such a kind that even they that are possessed of great learning become stupefied in answering it, O chief of Bharata's race. For all that, hear what the truth is as expounded by me. The high-souled followers of Kapila have set their high understandings on this point. The senses of knowledge, O king, planted in the bodies of embodied creatures, are employed in their respective functions of perception. They are the instruments of the soul, for it is through them that subtle being perceives. Disunited with the soul, the senses are like lumps of wood, and are without doubt destroyed, in respect of the functions they serve, like the froth that is seen on the bosom of the ocean. When the embodied creature, O scorcher of foes, sinks into sleep along with his senses, the subtle soul then roves among all subjects like the wind through space. The subtle soul, during slumber, continues to see all forms and touch all objects of touch, O king, and take in other perceptions, as well as when it is awake. In consequence of their inability to act without their director, the senses, during sleep, all become extinguished in their respective places and lose their powers, like snakes deprived of poison. At such times, the subtle soul, repairing into the respective place of all the senses, without doubt, discharges all their functions. All the qualities of sattva, all the attributes of the understanding, O Bharata, as also those of mind, and space, and wind, O thou of righteous soul, and all the attributes of liquid substances, of water, O Partha, and of earth, these senses with these qualities, O Yudhishthira, which inhere to Jiva souls, are along with the Jiva soul itself, overwhelmed by the Supreme Soul or Brahma. Acts also, good and bad, overwhelm that Jiva soul. Like disciples waiting upon their preceptor with reverence, the senses too wait upon the Jiva soul transcends Prakriti. It attains to Brahma that is without change, that is highest, that is Narayana, that is beyond all pairs of opposites, and that transcends Prakriti. Freed from both merit and demerit, the Jiva soul entering the Supreme Soul, which is divested of all attributes, and which is the home of all auspiciousness, does not return thence, O Bharata. What remains, O son, is the mind with the senses, O Bharata. These have to come back once more at the appointed season for doing the bidding of their great master. Soon after, O son of Kunti, when this body is cast off, the yadi striving after emancipation, endued as he is with knowledge and desirous as he is of guna, succeeds in attaining to that peace of emancipation which is his who becomes bodiless. The Sankhyas, O king, are endued with great wisdom. They succeed in attaining to the highest end by means of this kind of knowledge. There is no knowledge that is equal to this. Do not yield to any kind of doubt. The knowledge which is described in the system of the Sankhyas is regarded as the highest. That knowledge is immutable and is eternally fixed. It is eternal Brahma in fullness. It has no beginning, middle, and end. It transcends all pairs of opposites. It is the cause of the creation of the universe. It stands in fullness. It is without deterioration of any kind. It is uniform and everlasting. Thus are its praises sung by the wise. From it flow creation and destruction and all modifications. The great rishis speak of it and applaud it in the scriptures. All learned brahmanas and all righteous men regard it as flowing from Brahma, supreme, divine, infinite, immutable, and undeteriorating. All brahmanas again that are attached to objects of the senses adore and applaud it by ascribing to it attributes that belong to illusion. The same is the view of yogins well observant of penances and meditation and of Sankhyas of immeasurable insight. The Shrutis declare, O son of Kunti, that the Sankhya form of philosophy is the form of that formless one. The cognitions, according to that philosophy, have, O chief of Bharata's race, been said to be the knowledge of Brahma. There are two kinds of creatures on earth, O Lord of earth, viz., mobile and immobile. Of these that are mobile are superior, that high knowledge, O king, which exists in persons conversant with Brahma, and that which occurs in the Vedas, and that which is found in other scriptures, and that in yoga, and that which may be seen in the diverse Puranas, are all, O monarch, to be found in Sankhya philosophy. Whatever knowledge is seen to exist in high histories, whatever knowledge occurs, O king, in the sciences appertaining to the acquisition of wealth as approved by the wise, whatever other knowledge exists in this world, all these flow, O high-souled monarch, from the high knowledge that occurs among the Sankhyas. Tranquility of soul, high puissance, all subtle knowledge of which the scriptures speak, penances of subtle force, and all kinds of felicity, O king, have all been duly ordained in the Sankhya system. Failing to acquire, O son of Pritha, that complete knowledge which is recommended by their system, the Sankhyas attain to the status of deities and pass many years in felicity. Lording it over the celestials as they will, they fall, upon the expiration of the allotted period, among learned brahmanas and yatis. Casting off this body, those regenerate ones that follow the Sankhya system enter into the superior state of Brahma like the celestials entering into the firmament by devoting themselves wholly to that adorable system which is theirs and which is worshipped by all wise men. Those regenerate persons that are devoted to the acquisition of that knowledge which is recommended in the Sankhya system, even if they fail to attain to eminence, are never seen to fall among intermediate creatures or to sink into the status of sinful men. That high-souled person who is fully conversant with the vast, high, ancient, ocean-like, and immeasurable Sankhya system that is pure and liberal and agreeable, becomes, O king, equal to Narayana. I have now told thee, O God among men, the truth about the Sankhya system. It is the embodiment of Narayana, of the universe as it exists from the remotest time. When the time of creation comes, he causes the creation to start into life, and when the time comes for destruction, he swallows up everything. Having withdrawn everything into his own body, he goes to sleep, that inner soul of the universe. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 303. Yudhishthira said, What is that which is called undeteriorating, and by attaining to which no one has to come back? What, again, is that which is called deteriorating, and by attaining to which one has to return once more? O slayer of foes, I ask thee the distinction that exists, O thou of mighty arms, between the deteriorating and the undeteriorating ones, for understanding them both truly, O delighter of the Kurus. Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas speak of thee as an ocean of knowledge. Highly blessed rishis and yatis of high souls do the same. Thou hast very few days to live. When the sun turns from the southern path for entering into the northern, thou shalt attain to thy high end. When thou shalt leave us, from whom shall we hear of all that is beneficial for us? Thou art the lamp of Kuru's race. Indeed, thou art always blazing with the light of knowledge. O perpetuator of Kuru's race, I desire, therefore, to hear all this from thee. Listening to thy discourses that are always sweet like nectar, my curiosity, without being satiated, is always increasing. Bhishma said, I shall, in this connection, relate to thee the old narrative of the discourse that took place between Vasishtha and King Kerala of Janaka's race. Once on a time, when that foremost of rishis, viz., Vasishtha, endued with the effulgence of the sun, was seated at his ease, King Janaka asked him about that highest knowledge which is for our supreme good. Highly proficient in that department of knowledge which is concerned with the soul and possessed of certain conclusions in respect of all branches of that science, as Maitravaruni, that foremost of rishis, was seated, the king, approaching him with joined hands, asked him in humble words, well pronounced and sweet and destitute of all controversial spirit, the question, O Holy One, I desire to hear, of supreme and eternal Brahma, by attaining to which men of wisdom have not to come back. I desire also to know that which is called destructible, and that into which this universe enters when destroyed. Indeed, what is that which is said to be indestructible, suspicious, beneficial, and free from evil of every kind? Vasishtha said, Hear, O Lord of earth, as to how this universe is destroyed, and of that which was never destroyed, and which will never be destroyed at any time. 12,000 years, according to the measure of the celestials, make a yuga, for such yugas taken 1,000 times, make a kalpa, which measures 1 day of Brahman. Brahman's night also, O king, is of the same measure. When Brahman himself is destroyed, Sambhu of formless soul, and to whom the yuga attributes of anima, lagima, and see, naturally and here, awakes, and once more creates that first or eldest of all creatures, possessed of vast proportions of infinite deeds, endued with form, and identifiable with the universe. That Sambhu is otherwise called Isana, the Lord of everything. He is pure effulgence, and transcends all deterioration, having his hands and feet stretching in all directions, with eyes and head and mouth everywhere, and with ears also in every place. That being exists, overwhelming the entire universe. The eldest born being is called Hiranyagarbha. This Holy One has, in the Vedanta, been called the Understanding. In the Yuga scriptures he is called the Great, and Viranchi, and the Unborn. In the Sankhya scriptures he is indicated by diverse name, and regarded as having infinity for his soul. Of diverse forms, and constituting the soul of the universe. He is regarded as one and indestructible. The 3 worlds of infinite ingredients have been created by him without assistance from any source, and have been overwhelmed by him. In consequence of his manifold forms, he is said to be of universal form. Undergoing modifications, he creates himself by himself. Endued with mighty energy, he first creates consciousness, and that great being called Prajapati, endued with consciousness. The manifest, or Hiranyagarbha, is created from the unmanifest. This is called by the learned the creation of knowledge. The creation of Mohan, or Virat, and consciousness, by Hiranyagarbha, is the creation of ignorance. Ascription of attributes, worthy of worship, and the destruction thereof, called respectively by the names of ignorance and knowledge by persons learned by the interpretation of the Shrutis, then arose, referring to this, that, or the other of the 3, viz., Akshara, Hiranyagarbha, or Virat. Know, O king, that the creation of the subtle elements from consciousness is the 3rd. In all kinds of consciousness is the 4th creation, which flows modification of the 3rd. This 4th creation comprises wind and light and space and water and earth, with their properties of sound, touch, form, taste, and scent. This aggregate of 10 arose, without doubt, at the same time. The 5th creation, O monarch, is that which has arisen from combination of the primal elements named above. This comprises the ear, the skin, the eyes, the tongue, and the nose forming the fifth, and speech, and the two hands, and the two legs, and the lower duct, and the organs of generation. The first 5 of these constitute the organs of knowledge, and the last 5 the organs of action. All these, with mind, arose simultaneously, O king. These constitute the 24 topics that exist in the forms of all living creatures. By understanding these properly, Brahmanas possessed of insight into the truth have never to yield to sorrow. In the 3 worlds, a combination of these, called body, is possessed by all embodied creatures. Indeed, O king, a combination of those is known as such in deities and men and danavas, and yakshas and spirits and gandharvas and kinnaras and great snakes, and charanas and pisachas, and celestial rishis and rakshasas, and biting flies, and worms, and gnats, and vermin born of filth and rats, and dogs and swapakas and chiniyas and chandalas and pakasas, and elephants and steeds and asses and tigers, and trees and kine. Whatever other creatures exist in water or space or on earth, for there is no other place in which creatures exist as we have heard, have this combination. All these, O sire, included within the class called manifest, are seen to be destroyed day after day. Hence, all creatures produced by a union of these 24 are said to be destructible. This then is the indestructible. And since the universe, which is made up of manifest and unmanifest, meet with destruction, therefore it is said to be destructible. The very being called Mohan, who is the eldest born, is always spoken of as an instance of the destructible. I have now told thee, O monarch, all that thou hadst asked me. Transcending the 24 topics already adverted to is the 25th, called Vishnu. That Vishnu, in consequence of the absence of all attributes, is not a topic of knowledge, though as then which pervades all the topics, he has been called so by the wise. Since that which is destructible has caused all this that is manifest, therefore all this is endued with form. The 24th, which is Prakriti, is said to preside over all this, which has sprung from our modifications. The 25th, which is Vishnu, is formless and, therefore, cannot be said to preside over the universe. It is that unmanifest, Prakriti, which, when endued with body, in consequence of union with Chit, dwells in the hearts of all creatures endued with body. As regards eternal Chetna, the indestructible, although he is without attributes and without form, yet he, in consequence of a union with Prakriti, assumes all forms. Uniting with Prakriti, which has the attributes of birth and death, he also assumes the attributes of birth and death. And in consequence of such union he becomes an object of perception, and though in reality divested of all attributes, yet he comes to be invested therewith. It is in this way that the Mohan soul, Hiranyagarbha, becoming united with Prakriti and invested with ignorance, undergoes modifications and becomes conscious of self. Uniting with the attributes of Sattva and Rajas and Tamas, he becomes identified with diverse creatures belonging to diverse orders of being, in consequence of his forgetfulness and his waiting upon ignorance. In consequence of his birth and destruction arising from the fact of his dwelling in upon with Prakriti, he thinks himself to be no other than what he apparently is. Regarding himself as this or that, he follows the attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Under the influence of Tamas, he attains to diverse kinds of conditions that are affected by Tamas. Under the influence of Rajas and Sattva, he attains similarly to conditions that are affected by Rajas and Sattva. There are 3 colors in all, viz., white, red, and dark. All those colors appertain to Prakriti, so that he it is who becomes white or red or dark according as the nature of the Prakriti with which he becomes identified for the time being. Through Tamas one goes to hell. Through rajas one attains to and remains in the status of humanity. Through sattva, people ascend to the regions of the deities and become sharers of great felicity. By adhering to Singh continuously, one sinks into the intermediate order of beings. By acting both righteously and sinfully, one attains to the status of the deities. In this way, the 25th, viz., Akshara, the indestructible, the wise say, by union with the unmanifest, Prakriti, becomes transformed into Kshara, destructible. By means of knowledge, however, the indestructible becomes displayed in his true nature. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 304. Vasishtha said, thus in consequence of his forgetfulness the soul follows ignorance and obtains thousands of bodies one after another. He attains to thousands of births among the intermediate orders and sometimes among the very gods in consequence of his union with particular attributes and the puissance of attributes. From the status of humanity, he goes to heaven, and from heaven he comes back to humanity, and from humanity he sinks into hell for many long years. As the worm that fabricates the cocoon shuts itself completely on every side by means of the threads it weaves itself, even so the soul, though in reality transcending all attributes, invests himself on every side with attributes, and deprives himself of liberty. Though transcending, in his real nature, both happiness and misery, it is thus that he subjects himself to happiness and misery. It is thus also that, though transcending all diseases, the soul regards himself to be afflicted by headache and ophthalmia and toothache and affections of the throat and abdominal dropsy, and burning thirst, and enlargement of glands, and cholera, and vitiligo, and leprosy, and burns, and asthma and phthisis, and epilepsy, and whatever other diseases of diverse kinds are seen in the bodies of embodied creatures. Regarding himself, through error, as born among thousands of creatures in the intermediate orders of being, and sometimes among the gods, he endures misery and enjoys the fruits of his good deeds. Invested with ignorance, he regards himself as robed sometimes in white cloth and sometimes in full dress consisting of 4 pieces, or as lying on floors, instead of on beds or bedsteads, or with hands and feet contracted like those of frogs, or as seated upright in the attitude of ascetic contemplation, or as clad in rags, or as lying or sitting under the canopy of heaven, or within mansions built of bricks and stone, or on rugged stones, or on ashes, or bare stones, or on the bare earth, or on beds, or on battlefields, or in water, or in mire, or on wooden planks, or on diverse kinds of beds, or impelled by desire of fruits. He regards himself as clad in a scant piece of cloth made of grass, or as totally nude, or as robed in silk, or in skin of the black antelope, or in cloth made of flax, or in sheepskin, or in tiger skin, or in lion skin, or in fabric of hemp, or in barks of birch, or in cloths made of the produce of prickly plants, or in vestures made of threads woven by worms, or of torn rags, or in diverse other kinds of cloth too numerous to mention. The soul regards himself also as wearing diverse kinds of ornaments and gems, or as eating diverse kinds of food. He regards himself as sometimes eating at intervals of one night, or once at the same hour every day, or as at the 4th, the 6th, and the 8th hour every day, or as once in 6 or 7 or 8 nights, or as once in 10 or 12 days, or as once in a month, of his eating only roots or fruits, or as subsisting upon air or water alone, or on cakes of sesame husk, or curds, or cow dung, or the urine of the cow, or potherbs, or flowers, or moss, or raw food, or as subsisting on fallen leaves of trees, or fruits that have fallen down and lay scattered on the ground, or diverse other kinds of food, impelled by the desire of winning, ascetic, success. The soul regards himself as adopting the observance of Chandriyana according to the rites ordained in the scriptures, or diverse other vows and observance, and the courses of duty prescribed for the four modes of life, and even derelictions of duty, and the duties of other subsidiary modes of life included in the four principal ones, and even diverse kinds of practices that distinguish the wicked and sinful. The soul regards himself as enjoying retired spots and delightful shades of mountains and the cool vicinity of spring and fountain and solitary river banks and secluded forests and sacred spots dedicated to the deities and lakes and waters withdrawn from the busy haunts of men and lone mountain caves affording the accommodation that houses and mansions afford. The soul regards himself as employed in the recitation of different kinds of hidden mantras, or as observing different vows and rules, and diverse kinds of penances, and sacrifices of many kinds, and rites of diverse sorts. The soul regards himself as adopting sometimes the way of traders and merchants and the practices of brahmanas and kshatriyas and vaishyas and sudras, and gifts of diverse kinds unto those that are destitute or blind or helpless. In consequence of his being invested with ignorance, the soul adopts different attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas, and righteousness and wealth and pleasure. Under the influence of Prakriti, the soul, undergoing modification himself, observes and adopts and practices all these and regards himself as such. Indeed, the soul regards himself as employed in the utterance of the sacred mantras Svaha and Svadha and Vashit, and in bowing unto those he regards as his superiors, and officiating in the sacrifices of others, in teaching pupils, making gifts and accepting them, in performing sacrifices and studying the scriptures, and doing all other acts and rites of this kind. The soul regards himself as concerned with birth and death and disputes and slaughter. All these, the learned say, constitute the path of acts good and bad. It is the goddess Prakriti who causes birth and death. When the time approaches for universal destruction, all existent objects and attributes are withdrawn by the Supreme Soul, which then exists alone like the sun withdrawing at evening all his rays, and when the time comes for creation he once more creates and spreads them out like the sun shedding and spreading out his rays when morning comes. Even thus the soul, for the sake of sport, repeatedly regards himself invested with all these conditions, which are his own forms and attributes, infinite in number, and agreeable to himself. It is this way that the soul, though really transcending the three attributes, becomes attached to the path of acts and creates by modification Prakriti invested with the attributes of birth and death and identical with all acts and conditions which are characterized by the three attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Arrived at the path of action, the soul regards particular acts to be endued with particular characteristics and productive of particular ends. O monarch, the whole of this universe has been blinded by Prakriti, and all things have been diversely overwhelmed, through Prakriti, by the attributes of Rajas and Tamas. It is in consequence of the soul being invested by Prakriti that these pairs of opposites productive of happiness and woe repeatedly come. It is in consequence of this ignorance that Jiva regards these sorrows to be his and imagines them as pursuing him. Indeed, O monarch, through that ignorance it is that Jiva imagines he should anyhow cross those sorrows, and that he should, going into the regions of the gods, enjoy the felicity that awaits all his good acts. It is through ignorance that he thinks he should enjoy and endure these delights and these woes here in this world. Through ignorance Jiva thinks, I should secure my happiness. By continually doing good acts, I may have happiness in this life till it's close, and I shall be happy in all my future lives. Though, again, the evil acts I do in this life unending sorrow may become mine. The status of humanity is fraught with great misery, for from it one sinks into hell. From hell, it will take many long years before I can come back to the status of humanity. From humanity I shall attain to the status of the gods. From that superior status I shall have to come back again to humanity and thence to sink into hell once more, one who always regards this combination of the primal elements and the senses, with the chit's reflection in it, to be thus invested with the characteristics of the soul, has repeatedly to wander among gods and human beings and to sink into hell. Being always invested with the idea of Miyam, Jiva has to make a round of such births. Millions upon millions of births have to be gone through by Jiva in the successive forms he assumes, all of which are liable to death. He who does acts in this way, which are all fraught with good and bad fruits, has in the three worlds to assume successive form and to enjoy and endure fruits corresponding therewith. It is Prakriti that causes acts fraught with good and bad acts, and it is Prakriti that enjoys and endures the fruits thereof in the three worlds. Indeed, Prakriti follows the course of acts. The status of the intermediate beings, of humanity, and of the gods as well, these three fields, should be known as originating in Prakriti and has been said to be destitute of all attributes. Her existence is affirmed only in consequence of her acts, beginning with Mahat. After the same manner, Purusha, or soul, though without attributes himself, has his existence affirmed in consequence of the acts which the body does when it receives his reflection. Although the soul is not subject to modifications of any kind and is the active principle that sets Prakriti in motion, yet entering a body that is united with the senses of knowledge and action, he regards all the acts of those senses as his own. The five senses of knowledge beginning with the ear, and those of action beginning with speech, uniting with the attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas, become engaged in numerous objects. Jiva imagines that it is he who does the acts of his life and that the senses of knowledge and acts belong to him, although in reality he has no senses. Indeed, though unequipped with body, he imagines that he has a body. Though destitute of attributes, he regards himself as endued therewith, and though transcending time, imagines himself to be under time's control. Though destitute of understanding, he still regards himself as endued therewith, and though transcending the 24 topics, regards himself as one included among them. Though deathless, he still regards himself as liable to death, and though motionless regards himself to be endued with motion. Though not possessed of a material case, he still regards himself as possessed of one, and though unborn, he still regards himself as invested with birth. Though transcending penances, he still regards as engaged in penances, and though he has no end, after which to strive, he still regards himself as liable to attain to ends of diverse kinds. Though not endued with motion and birth, he still regards himself as endued with both, and though transcending fear, still regards himself as liable to fear. Though indestructible, he still regards himself destructible. Invested with ignorance, the soul thus thinks of himself. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 305. Vasishtha said, "It is thus, in consequence of his ignorance and his association with others that are invested with ignorance, that Jiva has recourse to millions and millions of births, every one of which has dissolution in the end. In consequence of his transformation into chit invested with ignorance, Jiva betakes himself to millions of abodes, one of which is liable to end in destruction, among intermediate beings and men and the deities. In consequence of ignorance, Jiva, like Chandramadhavs, has to wax and wane thousands and thousands of times. This is truly the nature of Jiva when invested with ignorance. Know that Chandramadhavs has in reality full 16 portions. Only 15 of these are subject to increase and decrease. The 16th, i.e., that portion which remains invisible and which appears on the night of the new moon, remains constant. After the manner of Chandramadhavs, Jiva too has full 16 portions. Only 15 of these, viz., Prakriti with Chit's reflection, the 10 senses of knowledge and action, and the 4 inner faculties, appear and disappear. The 16th, viz., Chit in its purity, is subject to no modification. Invested with ignorance, Jiva repeatedly and continually takes birth in the 15 portions named above. With the eternal and immutable portion on Jiva primal essence become united, and this union takes place repeatedly. That 16th portion is subtle. It should be known as Soma, eternal and immutable. It is never upheld by the senses. On the other hand, the senses are upheld by it. Since those 16 portions are the cause of the birth of creatures, creatures can never, O monarch, take birth without their aid. They are called Prakriti. The destruction of Jiva's liability to be united with Prakriti is called emancipation. The Mahat soul, which is the 25th, if it regards that body of 16 portions called the unmanifest, has to assume it repeatedly. In consequence of not knowing that which is stainless and pure, and for its devotion to what is the result of a combination of both pure and impure, the soul, which is in reality pure, becomes, O king, impure. Indeed, in consequence of its devotion to ignorance, Jiva, though characterized by knowledge, becomes repeatedly associated with ignorance. Though, O monarch, free from error of every kind, yet in consequence of its devotion to the 3 attributes of Prakriti, it becomes endued with those attributes. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 306. Janaka said, O Holy One, it has been said that the relation between male and female is like that which subsists between the indestructible and the destructible, or Purusha and Prakriti. Without a male, a female can never conceive. Without a female, a male also can never create form. In consequence of their union with each other, and each depending upon the attributes of the other, forms of living creatures are seen to flow. This is the case with all orders of being. Through each other's union for purposes of sexual congress, and through each depending upon the attributes of the others, forms of living creatures flow in menstrual seasons. I shall tell to thee the indications thereof. Hear what the attributes are that belong to the sire, and what those are that belong to the mother. Bones, sinews, and marrow, O regenerate one, we know, are derived from the sire. Skin, flesh, and blood, we hear, are derived from the mother. Even this, O foremost of regenerate persons, is what may be read of in the Vedas and other scriptures. Whatever is read as declared in the Vedas and in other scriptures is regarded as authority. The authority, again, of the Vedas and other scriptures, not inconsistent with the Vedas, is eternal. If Prakriti and Purusha be always united together in this way by each opposing and each depending on the other's attributes, I see, O Holy One, that emancipation cannot exist. Thou, O Holy One, art possessed of spiritual vision, so that thou sayest all things as if they are present before thy eyes. If, therefore, there be any direct evidence of the existence of emancipation, do thou speak of it to me. We are desirous of attaining to emancipation. Indeed, we wish to attain to that which is auspicious, bodiless, not subject to decrepitude, eternal beyond the ken of the senses, and having nothing superior to it. Vasishtha said, what thou sayest about the indications of the Vedas and the other scriptures, in respect of the matter, is even so. Thou takest those indications in the way in which they should be taken. Thou bearest, however, in thy understanding, only the texts of the Vedas and the other scriptures. Thou art not, O monarch, truly conversant with the real meaning of those texts. That person who bears in his understanding merely the texts of the Vedas and the other scriptures without being conversant with the true sense or meaning of those texts, bears them fruitlessly. Indeed, One who holds the contents of a work in memory without comprehending their meaning is said to bear an useless burden. He, however, who is conversant with the true meaning of a treatise is said to have studied that treatise to purpose. Question regarding the meaning of a text: it behoveth one to communicate that meaning which he has comprehended by a careful study. That person of dull intelligence who refuses to expound the meanings of texts in the midst of a conclave of the learned, that person of foolish understanding, never succeeds in expounding the meaning correctly. An ignorant person, going to expound the true meaning of treatises, incurs ridicule. Even those possessed of a knowledge of the soul have to incur ridicule on such occasions, if what they go to explain has not been acquired by study. Listen now to me, O monarch, as to how the subject of emancipation has been explained, by preceptors to disciple from days of old, among high-souled persons conversant with the Sankhya and the Yoga systems of philosophy. That which the Yogin, behold, is precisely that which the Sankhyas arrive after to attain. He who sees the Sankhya and the Yoga systems to be one and the same is said to be endued with intelligence. Skin, flesh, blood, fat, bile, marrow, and sinews, and these senses, of both knowledge and action, about which thou wert speaking unto me, exist. Objects flow from objects, the senses from the senses. From body one obtains a body, as a seed is obtained from seed. When the Supreme Being is without senses, without seed, without matter, without body, he must be divested of all attributes. And in consequence of his being so, how, indeed, can he have attributes of any kind? Space and other attributes arise from the attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas, and disappear ultimately in them. Thus the attributes arise from prakriti. Skin, flesh, blood, fat, bile, marrow, bones, and sinews, these 8 that are made of prakriti, know, O king, may sometimes be produced by the vital seed alone of the male. The jiva soul and the universe are said to both partake of prakriti characterized by the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. The Supreme Soul is different from both the jiva soul and the universe. As the seasons, though unendued with forms, are nevertheless inferred from the appearance of particular fruits and flowers, after the same manner, prakriti, though formless, is inferred from the attributes of mahat and the rest that spring from it. In this way, from the existence of chaitanya in the body, the Supreme Soul, divested of all attributes whatever and perfectly stainless, is inferred. Without beginning and destruction, without end, the overseer of all things, and auspicious, that soul, only in consequence of its identifying itself with the body and other attributes, comes to be taken as invested with attributes. Those persons that are truly conversant with attributes know that only objects endued with attributes can have attributes, but that which transcends all attributes can have none. When the jiva soul conquers all attributes born of prakriti and which it assumes under error, only then does it behold the Supreme Soul. Only the highest rishis conversant with the Sankhya and the Yoga systems know that Supreme Soul which Sankhya and Yogins and believers and all other systems say is beyond the understanding, which is regarded as knower and endued with the highest wisdom in consequence of its casting off all consciousness of identification with prakriti, which transcends the attribute of ignorance or error, which is unmanifest, which is beyond all attributes, which is called the Supreme, which is dissociated from all attributes, which ordains all things, which is eternal and immutable, which overrules prakriti and all the attributes born of prakriti, and which, transcending the 24 topics of inquiry, forms the 25th. When men of knowledge, who stand in fear of birth, of the several conditions of living consciousness, and of death, succeed in knowing the unmanifest, they succeed in understanding the Supreme Soul at the same time. An intelligent man regards the unity of Jiva Soul with the Supreme Soul as consistent with the Scriptures and as perfectly correct, while the man destitute of intelligence looks upon the two as different from each other. This forms the distinction between the man of intelligence and man that is destitute of it. The indications of both kshara and akshara, destructible and indestructible, have now been said unto thee. Akshara is oneness or unity, while multiplicity or variety is said to be kshara. When one begins to study and understands properly the 25 topics of inquiry, one then comprehends that the oneness of the soul is consistent with the scriptures and its multiplicity is what is opposed to them. These are the several indications of what is included in the tale of topics or principles created and what transcends that tale. The wise have said that the tale of topics numbers only 25. That which transcends the topics is beyond that number and forms the 26th. The study or comprehension of created things, numbered 25, according to their aggregates of 5, is the study and comprehension of topics. Transcending these is that which is eternal. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 307. Janaka said, Thou hast, O foremost of rishis, said that unity is the attribute of that which is akshara, indestructible, and variety or multiplicity is the attribute of what is known as kshara, destructible. I have not, however, clearly understood the nature of these two. Doubts are still lurking in my mind. Ignorant men look upon the soul as endued with the incident of multiplicity. They, however, that are possessed of knowledge and wisdom regard the soul to be one and the same. I, however, have a very dull understanding. I am, therefore, unable to comprehend how all this can happen. The causes also that thou hast assigned for the unity and the multiplicity of akshara and kshara I have almost forgotten in consequence of the restlessness of my understanding. I therefore desire to hear thee once more discourse to me on those same incidents of unity and multiplicity, on him who is knowing, on what is destitute of knowledge, on jiva soul, knowledge, ignorance, akshara, kshara, and on the Sankhya and the Yoga systems, in detail and separately and agreeable to the truth. Vasistha said, I shall tell thee what thou askest. Listen, however, to me, O monarch, as I expound to thee the practices of yoga separately. Contemplation, which constitutes an obligatory practices with yogins, is their highest puissance. Those conversant with yoga say that contemplation is of two kinds. One is the concentration of the mind, and the other is called pranayama, regulation of breath. Pranayama is said to be endued with substance, while concentration of mind is unendued with it. Excepting the 3 times when a man passes urine and stools and eats, one should devote the whole of his time to contemplation. Withdrawing the senses from their objects by the aid of the mind, one possessed of intelligence, having made oneself pure, should agreeably to the 22 modes of transmitting the prana breath, unite the jiva soul with that which transcends the 24th topic, called ignorance or prakriti, which is regarded by the wise as dwelling in every part of the body and as transcending decay and destruction. It is by means of those 22 methods that the soul may always be known, as heard by us. It is certain that this practice of yoga is his whose mind is never affected by evil passions. It is not any other person's. Dissociated from all attachments, abstemious in diet, and subduing all the senses, one should fix one's mind on the soul during the first and the last part of the night, after having, O King of Mithila, suspended the functions of the senses, quieted the mind by the understanding, and assumed a posture as motionless as that of a block of stone. When men of knowledge, conversant with the rules of yoga, become as fixed as a stake of wood, and as immovable as a mountain, then are they said to be in yoga. When one does not hear, and smell, and taste, and see, when one is not conscious of any touch, when one's mind becomes perfectly free from every purpose, when one is not conscious of anything, when one cherishes no thought, when one becomes like a piece of wood, then is one called by the wise to be in perfect yoga. At such a time one shines like a lamp that burns in a place where there is no wind. At such a time one becomes freed even from one's subtle form, and perfectly united with Brahma. When one attains to such progress, one has no longer to ascend or to fall among intermediate beings. When persons like ourselves say that there has been a complete identification of the knower, the known, and knowledge, then is the yogin said to behold the Supreme Soul. While in yoga, the Supreme Soul displays itself in the yogin's heart like a blazing fire, or like the bright sun, or like the lightning's flame in the sky. That Supreme Soul which is unborn and which is the essence of nectar, that is seen by high-souled Brahmanas endued with intelligence and wisdom and conversant with the Vedas, is subtler than what is subtle and greater than what is great. That soul, though dwelling in all creatures, is not seen by them. The Creator of the worlds, he is seen only by a person endued with wealth of intelligence when aided by the lamp of the mind. He dwells on the other share of thick darkness and transcends him called Aswara. Persons conversant with the Vedas and endued with omniscience call him the dispeller of darkness, stainless, transcending darkness, without attributes and endued therewith. This is what is called the yoga of yogins. What else is the indication of yoga? By such practices do yogins succeeded in beholding the Supreme Soul that transcends destruction and decay. This much that I have told thee in detail concerns about the science of yoga. I shall now discourse to thee of that Sankhya philosophy by which the Supreme Soul is seen through the gradual destruction of errors. The Sankhyas, whose system is built on Prakriti, say that Prakriti, which is unmanifest, is the foremost. From Prakriti, they say, O monarch, the second principle called Mahat is produced. It is heard by us that from Mahat flows the third principle called consciousness. The Sankhya's blessed with sight of the soul say that from consciousness flow the five subtle essence of sound, form, touch, taste, and scent. All these eight they called by the name of Prakriti. The modifications of these eight are 16 in number. They are the five gross essence of space, light, earth, water, and wind, and the 10 senses of action and of knowledge, including the mind. Men of wisdom devoted to the Sankhya path and conversant with all its ordinances and dispensations regard these 24 topics as embracing the whole range of Sankhya inquiry. That which is produced becomes merged in the producing. Created by the Supreme Soul one after another, these principles are destroyed in a reverse order. At every new creation, the gunas start into existence in the lateral order, as stated above, and, when destruction comes, they merge, each into its progenitor, in a reverse order, like the waves of the ocean disappearing in the ocean that gives them birth. O best of kings, this is the manner in which the creation and the destruction of Prakriti takes place. The Supreme Being is all that remains when universal destruction takes place, and it is He that assumes multifarious forms when creation starts into life. This is even so, O king, as ascertained by men of knowledge. It is Prakriti that causes the over-presiding Purusha to thus assume diversity and revert back to unity. Prakriti also herself has the same indications. Only fully conversant with the nature of the topics of inquiry knows that Prakriti also assumes the same kind of diversity and unity, for when destruction comes she reverts into unity, and when creation flows she assumes diversity of form. The soul makes Prakriti, which contains the principles of production or growth, to assume manifold forms. Prakriti is called kshetra, or soil. Transcending the 24 topics or principles is the soul which is great. It presides over that Prakriti or kshetra. Hence, O great king, the foremost of yadis say that the soul is the presider. Indeed, it has been heard by us that in consequence of the soul's presiding over all kshetras he is called the presider. And because he knows that unmanifest Kshetra, he is, therefore, also called Kshetrajna, knower of Kshetra. And because also the soul enters into unmanifest Kshetra, viz., the body, therefore he is called Purusha. Kshetra is something quite different from Kshetrajna. Kshetra is unmanifest. The soul, which transcends the 24 principles, is called the knower. Knowledge and the object known are different from each other. Knowledge, again, has been said to be unmanifest, while the object of knowledge is the soul which transcends the 24 principles. The unmanifest is called Kshetra. Sattva, understanding, and also Aswara, the Supreme Lord, while Purusha, which is the 25th principle, has nothing superior to it and is not a principle, for it transcends all principles and is only called a principle conventionally. This much, O king, is an account of the Sankhya philosophy. The Sankhya is called the cause of the universe, and merging all the grosser principles into the Chit behold the Supreme Soul. Rightly studying the 24 topics along with Prakriti, and ascertaining their true nature, the Sankhyas succeed in beholding that which transcends the 24 topics or principles. Jiva in reality is that very soul which transcends Prakriti and is beyond the 24 topics. When he succeeds in knowing that Supreme Soul by dissociating himself from Prakriti, he then becomes identifiable with the Supreme Soul. I have now told thee everything about the Sankhya system truly. Those who are conversant with this philosophy succeed in attaining, are subject to error, have direct cognizance of Brahma. They that succeed in attaining to tranquility. Indeed, as men whose understanding are subject to error have direct cognizance of Brahma. They that succeed in attaining to that state have never to come back to this world after the dissolution of their bodies, while as regards those that are said to be emancipate in this life, puissance, and that indescribable felicity which attaches itself to samadhi and immutability, become theirs, in consequence of their having attained to the nature of the indestructible. They who behold this universe as many, instead of seeing it as one and uniform, are said to see incorrectly. These men are blind to Brahma. O chastiser of foes, such persons have repeatedly to come back into the world and assume bodies and diverse orders of being. They who are conversant with all that has been said above become possessed of omniscience, and accordingly when they pass from this body no longer become subject to the control of any more physical frames. All things, or the entire universe, have been said to be the result of the unmanifest. The soul, which is the 25th, transcends all things. They who know the soul have no fear of returning to the world. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 308. Vasishtha said, I have thus far discoursed to thee on the Sankhya philosophy. Listen now to me as I tell thee what is vidya, knowledge, and what is avidya, ignorance, one after the other. The learned say that Prakriti, which is fraught with the attributes of creation and destruction, is called avidya, while Purusha, who is freed from the attributes of creation and destruction and who transcends the 24 topics or principles, is called vidya. Listen to me first as I tell thee what is vidya among successive sets of other things, as expounded in the Sankhya philosophy. Among the senses of knowledge and those of action, the senses of knowledge are said to constitute what is known as vidya. Of the senses of knowledge and their object, the former constitute vidya, as has been heard by us. Of objects of the senses and the mind, the wise have said that the mind constitute vidya. Of mind and the 5 subtle essences, the 5 subtle essences constitutes vidya. Of the 5 subtle essences and consciousness, consciousness constitutes vidya. Of consciousness and mahat, O king, is vidya. Of all the topics or principles beginning with mahat and prakriti, it is prakriti, which is unmanifest and supreme, that is called vidya. Of prakriti, and that called Vidi, which is supreme, the latter should be known as Vidya. Transcending Prakriti is the 25th, called Purusha, who should be known as Vidya. Of all knowledge, that which is the object of knowledge has been said to be the unmanifest, O king. Again, knowledge has been said to be unmanifest, and the object of knowledge to be that which transcends the 4 and 20. Once more, knowledge has been said to be unmanifest, and the knower is that which transcends the 4 and 20. I have now told thee what is truly the import of Vidya and Avidya. Listen now to me as I tell thee all that has been said about the indestructible and the destructible. Both Jiva and Prakriti have been said to be indestructible, and both of them have been said to be destructible. I shall tell thee the reason of this correctly as I have understood it. Both Prakriti and Jiva are without beginning and without end or destruction. Both of them are regarded as supreme in the matter of creation. Those that are possessed of knowledge say that both are to be called topics or principles. In consequence of its attributes of repeated creation and destruction, the unmanifest, or Prakriti, is called indestructible. That unmanifest becomes repeatedly modified for the purpose of creating the principle. And because the principles beginning with Mahat are produced by Purusha as well, and because also Purusha and the unmanifest are mutually dependent upon each other, therefore is Purusha also the 25th, called Kshetra, and hence Akshara or indestructible. When the yogin withdraws and merges all the principles into the unmanifest soul, or Brahma, then the 25th, viz., Jiva or Purusha, also, with all those principles disappears into it. When the principles become merged each into its progenitor, then the one that remains is Prakriti. When Kshetrajna too, O son, becomes merged into his own producing cause, then all that remains is Brahma, and, therefore, Prakriti with all the principles in it becomes Kshara, or meets with destruction, and attains also to the condition of being without attributes in consequence of her dissociation from all the principles. Thus it is that Kshetrajna, when his knowledge of Kshetra disappears, becomes, by his nature, destitute of attributes, as it has been heard by us. When he becomes Kshara, he then assumes attributes. When, however, he attains to his own real nature, he then succeeds in understanding his own condition of being really destitute of attributes. By casting off Prakriti and beginning to realize that he is different from her, the intelligent Kshetrajna then comes to be regarded as pure and stainless. When Jiva ceases to exist in a state of union with Prakriti, then does he become identifiable with Brahma. When, however, he exists united with Prakriti, he then, O king, seems to be different from Brahma. Indeed, when Jiva shows no affection for Prakriti and her principles, he then succeeds in beholding the Supreme, and having once beheld him wishes not to fall away from that felicity. When the knowledge of truth dawns upon him, Jiva begins to lament in this strain, "Alas, how foolishly have I acted by falling through ignorance into this frame composed of Prakriti like a fish entangled in a net. Alas, through ignorance, I have migrated from body to body like a fish from water to water, thinking that water is the element in which alone it can live. Indeed, like a fish that does not know anything else than water to be its element, I also have never known anything else than children and spouses to be my own. Fie on me that through ignorance I have been repeatedly migrating from body to body in forgetfulness of the Supreme Soul. The Supreme Soul alone is my friend. I have capacity for friendship with him. Whatever be my nature and whoever I may be, I am competent to be like him and to attain an identity with him. I see my similarity with him. I am indeed like him. He is stainless. It is evident that I am of the same nature. Through ignorance and stupefaction, I have become associated with inanimate Prakriti. Though really without attachments, I have passed this long time in a state of attachment with Prakriti. Alas, by her was I so long subdued without having been able to know it. Various are the forms high, middling, and low that Prakriti assume. Oh, how shall I dwell in those forms? How shall I live conjointly with her? In consequence only of my ignorance, I repair to her companionship. I shall now be fixed in Sankhya or Yoga. I shall not longer keep her companionship. For having passed so long a time with her, I should think that I was so long deceived by her, for myself being really exempt from modification, how could I keep company with one that is subject to modification? She cannot be held to be responsible for this. The responsibility is mine, since turning away from the Supreme Soul, I become of my own accord attached to her. In consequence of that attachment, myself, though formless in reality, had to abide in multifarious forms. Indeed, though formless by nature, I become endued with forms in consequence of my sense of meum, and thereby insulted and distressed. In consequence of my sense of meum, concerning the result of Prakriti, I am forced to take birth in diverse orders of being. Alas, though really destitute of any sense of meum, yet in consequence of affecting it, what diverse acts of an evil nature have been committed by me in those orders which I took birth while I remained in them with a soul that had lost all knowledge. I have no longer anything to do with him who, with essence made up of consciousness, divides herself into many fragments and who seeks to unite me with them. It is only now that I have been awakened and have understood that I am by nature without any sense of meum and without that consciousness which creates the forms of Prakriti that invests me all around. Casting off that sense of meum which I always have with respect to her and whose essence is made up of consciousness, and casting off Prakriti herself, I shall take refuge in him who is auspicious. I shall be united with him, and not with Prakriti which is inanimate. If I unite with him, it will be productive of my benefit. I have no similarity of nature with Prakriti, the 25th, viz., Jiva, when he thus succeeds in understanding the Supreme, becomes able to cast off the destructible and attain to identity with that which is indestructible and which is the essence of all that is auspicious, destitute of attributes in his true nature and in reality unmanifest. Jiva becomes invested with what is manifest and assumes attributes. When he succeeds in beholding that which is without attributes and which is the origin of the unmanifest, he attains, O ruler of Mithila, to identify the same. I have now told thee what the indications are of what is indestructible and what is destructible, according to the best of my knowledge and according to what has been expounded in the Scriptures. I shall now tell thee, according to what I have heard, as to how knowledge that is subtle, stainless, and certain arises. Do thou listen to me? I have already discoursed to thee what the Sankhya and the Yoga systems are according to their respective indications as expounded in their respective scriptures. Verily, the science that has been expounded in Sankhya treatises is identical with what has been laid down in the Yoga scriptures. The knowledge, O monarch, which the Sankhya preach, is capable of awakening every one. In the Sankhya scriptures, that knowledge has been inculcated very clearly for the benefit of disciples. The learned say that this Sankhya system is very extensive. Yogin have great regard for that system as also for the Vedas. In the Sankhya system, no topic or principle transcending the 25th is admitted. That which the Sankhyas regard as their highest topic of principles has been duly described by me. In the Yoga philosophy, it is said that Brahma, which is the essence of knowledge without duality, becomes Jiva only when invested with ignorance. In the Yoga scriptures, therefore, both Brahma and Jiva are spoken of. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 309. Vasishtha said, Listen now to me as I discourse to thee on Buddha's Supreme Soul, and a Buddha, Jiva, which is the dispensation of attributes of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Assuming many forms, under the influence of illusion, the Supreme Soul, becoming Jiva, regards all those forms as real, in consequence of his regarding himself identical with such transformations. Jiva fails to understand the Supreme Soul, for he bears the attributes of Sattva and Rajas and Tamas, and creates and withdraws into himself what he creates. Ceaselessly for his sport, O monarch, does Jiva undergo modifications, and because he is capable of understanding the action of the unmanifest, therefore is he called Buddhiyamana, the comprehender. The unmanifest or Prakriti can at no time comprehend Brahma, which is really without attributes even when it manifests itself with attributes. Hence is Prakriti called unintelligent. There is a declaration of the Shrutis to the effect that if ever Prakriti does succeed in knowing the 25th, i.e., Jiva, Prakriti then, instead of being something differentiated from Jiva, becomes identified with Jiva who is united with her. As regards, however, the Supreme Soul, which is ever disunited and dissociated, and which transcends the 25th Prakriti, can never comprehend it. In consequence of this, viz., his attachment to or union with Prakriti, Jiva, or Purusha, who is not manifest and which in his real nature is not subject to modifications, comes to be called as the unawakened or ignorant. Indeed, because the 25th can comprehend the unmanifest, he is therefore called Buddhiyamana, or comprehender. He cannot, however, readily comprehend the 26th, which is stainless, which is knowledge without duality, which is immeasurable, and which is eternal. The 26th, however, can know both Jiva and Prakriti, numbering the 25th and the 24th respectively. O thou of great effulgence, only men of wisdom succeed in knowing that Brahma, which is unmanifest, which inheres in its real nature to all that is seen and unseen, and which, O Son, is the one independent essence in the universe. When Jiva considers himself different from what he truly is, i.e., when he regards himself as fat or lean, fair or dark, a Brahmana or a Sudra, it is only then that he fails to know the Supreme Soul and himself and Prakriti with which he is united. When Jiva succeeds in understanding Prakriti and knowing that she is something different from him, then he is said to be restored to his true nature, and then does he attain to that high understanding which is pure and stainless and which is concerned with Brahma. When Jiva succeeds, O tiger among kings, in attaining to that excellent understanding, he then attains to that pure knowledge, without duality, which is called the 26th or Brahma. He then casts off the unmanifest or Prakriti, which is fraught with the attributes of creation and destruction. When Jiva succeeds in knowing Prakriti, which is unintelligent and subject to the action of the three attributes of Sattva and Rajas and Tamas, he then becomes destitute of attributes himself. In consequence of his thus understanding the unmanifest to be something different from him, he succeeds in acquiring the nature of the Supreme Soul. The learned say that when he is freed from the attributes of Sattva and Rajas and Tamas and united in the nature with the Supreme Soul, then does Jiva become identified with that soul. The Supreme Soul is called Tattva as well as not Tattva, and transcends decay and destruction. O giver of honors, the soul, though it has the manifest principles, viz. the body, for its resting place, yet it cannot be said to have acquired the nature of those principles. The wise say that including the Jiva soul there are 25 principles in all. Indeed, O son, the soul is not to be regarded as possessed of any of the principles, Mahat and the rest. Endued with intelligence, it transcends the principles. It casts off quickly even that principle which is the indication of the knowing or awakened one. When Jiva comes to regard himself as the 26th, which is divested of decay and destruction, it is then that, without doubt, he succeeds by his own force in attaining to similarity with the 26th. Though awakened by the 26th, which is pure intelligence, Jiva still becomes subject to ignorance. This is the cause of jiva, multifariousness, in respective forms, as explained in the Shrutis and the Sankhya scriptures. When jiva, who is endued with chetna and unintelligent prakriti, loses all consciousness of a distinct or individual self, then does he, losing his multifariousness, resumes his oneness. O ruler of Mithila, when jiva, who is found to be in union with happiness and misery, and who is seldom free from the consciousness of self, succeeds in attaining to a similarity with the Supreme Soul which is beyond the reach of the understanding, then does he becomes freed from virtue and vice. Indeed, when jiva, attaining to the 26th, which is unborn and puissant and which is dissociated from all attachments, succeeds in comprehending it thoroughly, he himself becomes possessed of puissance and entirely casts off the unmanifest or prakriti. In consequence of understanding the 26th, the 24 principles seems to jiva to be unsubstantial or of no value. I have thus told thee, O sinless one, according to the indication of the Shrutis, the nature of the unintelligent or prakriti, and of jiva, so also of that which is pure knowledge, viz., the Supreme Soul, agreeable to the truth. Guided by the scriptures, variety and oneness are thus to be understood. The difference between the gnat and the udamvara, or that between the fish and water, illustrates the difference between the jiva soul and the Supreme Soul. The multiplicity and oneness of these two are then understood in this way. This is called emancipation, viz., this comprehension or knowledge of oneself as something distinct from unintelligent or unmanifest prakriti. The 25th, which resides in the bodies of living creatures, should be emancipated by making him know the unmanifest or the Supreme Soul which transcends the understanding. Indeed, that 25th is capable of attaining to emancipation in this way only and not through any other means, it is certain. Though really different from the kshetra in which he resides for the time being, he partakes of the nature of that kshetra in consequence of his union with it. Uniting with what is pure, he becomes pure. Uniting with the intelligent, he becomes intelligent. By uniting, O foremost of men, with one that is emancipate, he becomes emancipated. By uniting with one that has been freed from attachments of every kind, he becomes freed from all attachments. By uniting with one striving after emancipation, he himself, partaking of the nature of his companion, strives after emancipation. By uniting with one of pure deeds, he becomes pure and of pure deeds and endued with blazing effulgence. By uniting with one of unstained soul, he becomes of unstained soul himself. By uniting with the one independent soul, he becomes one and independent. Uniting with one that is dependent on one's own self, he becomes of the same nature and attains to independence. O monarch, I have duly told thee all this that is perfectly true. Candidly have I discoursed to thee on this subject, viz., the eternal and stainless and primeval Brahma. Thou mayst impart this high knowledge, capable of awakening the soul, unto that person, O king, who though not conversant with the Vedas is nevertheless humble and has a keen desire for acquiring the knowledge of Brahma. It should never be imparted unto one that is wedded to falsehood, or one that is cunning or roguish, or one that is without any strength of mind, or one that is of crooked understanding, or one that is jealous of men of knowledge, or one that gives pain to others. Listen to me as I say who they are unto whom this knowledge may safely be communicated. It should be given to one that is endued with faith, or one that is possessed of merit, or one that always abstains from speaking ill of others, or one that is devoted to penances from the purest of motives, or one that is endued with knowledge and wisdom, or one that is conversant of the sacrifices and other rites laid down in the Vedas, or one that is possessed of a forgiving disposition, or one that is inclined to take compassion on and do good to all creatures, or one that is fond of dwelling in privacy and solitude, or one that is fond of discharging all acts laid down in the scriptures, or one that is averse to quarrels and disputes, or one that is possessed of great learning, or one endued with wisdom, or one possessed of forgiveness and self-restraint and tranquility of soul. This high knowledge of Brahma should never be communicated to one that is not possessed of such qualifications. It has been said that by imparting this knowledge to one that cannot be regarded as fit receptacle for holding it, no advantage or good fruit can arise. Unto one that is not observant of any vows and restraints, this high knowledge should never be communicated, even if he gives in exchange the whole earth full of gems and wealth of every kind. Without doubt, however, O king, this knowledge should be given to one that has conquered one's senses. O Kerala, let no fear be thine any longer, since thou halt heard all this regarding high Brahma from me today. I have discoursed to thee duly about high and holy Brahma that is without beginning and middle and end, and that is capable of dispelling all kinds of grief. Beholding Brahma, whose sight is capable of dispelling both birth and death, O king, which is full of auspiciousness, which removes all fear, and which benefit, and having acquired this essence of all knowledge, cast off all error and stupefaction today. I had acquired this knowledge from the eternal Hiranyagarbha himself, O king, who communicated it to me for my having carefully gratified that great being of every superior soul. Asked by thee today, I have, O monarch, communicated the knowledge of eternal Brahma to thee just as I had myself acquired it from my teacher. Indeed, this high knowledge that is the refuge of all persons conversant with emancipation has been imparted to thee exactly as I had it from Brahman himself. Bhishma continued, I have thus told thee of high Brahma agreeably to what the great Rishi, Vasishtha, had said unto King Kerala of Janaka's race, by attaining to which the 25th, or Jiva, has never to return. Jiva, in consequence of his not knowing truly the Supreme Soul, which is not subject to decay and death, is obliged to frequently come back into the world. When, however, Jiva succeeds in acquiring that high knowledge, he has no longer to come back. Having heard it, O king, from the celestial Rishi, I have, O son, communicated to thee high knowledge productive of the highest good. This knowledge was obtained from Hiranyagarbha by the high-souled Rishi Vasishtha. From that foremost of rishis, viz., Vasishtha, it was acquired by Narada. From Narada I have acquired that knowledge which is truly identifiable with the eternal Brahma. Having heard this discourse of high import, fraught with excellent words, do not, O foremost of the Kurus, yield any longer to grief. That man who knows Kshara and Akshara becomes freed from fear. He, indeed, O king, is obliged to cherish fear who is destitute of this knowledge. In consequence of ignorance of Brahma, the man of foolish soul hath repeatedly to come back into this world. Indeed, departing from this life, he has to be born in thousands and thousands of orders of being, every one of which hath death in the end. Now in the world of the deities, now among men, and now among intermediate orders of being, he has to appear again and again. If in course of time he succeeds in crossing that ocean of ignorance in which he is sunk, he then succeeds in avoiding rebirth altogether and attaining to identity with the Supreme Soul. The ocean of ignorance is terrible. It is bottomless and called the unmanifest. O Bharata, day after day, creatures are seen to fall and sink in that ocean. Since thou, O king, hast been freed from that eternal and limitless ocean of ignorance, thou hast, therefore, become freed from Rajas and also Tamas. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 310. Bhishma said, once on a time a king of Janaka's race, while ranging the uninhabited forests in pursuit of deer, saw a superior Brahmana or Rishi of Bhrigu's race. Bowing with his head unto the Rishi who was seated at his ease, King Vasaman took his seat near him and obtaining his permission put to him this question, O Holy One, what is productive of the highest benefit, both here and hereafter, to man who is endued with an unstable body and who is the slave of his desires. Properly honored by the king, and thus questioned, that high-souled rishi possessed of ascetic merit then said these words unto him that were highly beneficial. The rishi said, If thou desirest both here and hereafter what is agreeable to thy mind, do thou then, with restrained senses, abstain from doing what is disagreeable to all creatures. Righteousness is beneficial unto them that are good. Righteousness is the refuge of those that are good. From righteousness have flowed the three worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures. O thou that art eagerly desirous of enjoying all agreeable objects, how is it that thou art not yet satiated with objects of desire? Thou sayest the honey, O thou of little understanding, but art blind to the fall. As one desirous of earning the fruits of knowledge should set oneself to the acquisition of knowledge, even so one desirous of earning the fruits of righteousness should set oneself to the acquisition of righteousness. If a wicked man from desire of virtue strives to accomplish an act that is pure and stainless, the fulfillment of his desire becomes impossible. If, on the other hand, a good man, impelled by the desire of earning virtue, strives to accomplish an act that is even difficult, its accomplishment becomes easy for him. If, while residing in the woods, one acts in such a way as to enjoy all the pleasures of a residence amidst men and towns, one comes to be looked upon not as a forest recluse, but as a denizen of towns. Similarly, if one, while residing in towns, acts in such a way as to enjoy the felicity that attaches to the life of a forest recluse, one comes to be looked upon not as a denizen of towns, but as a forest recluse. Ascertaining the merits of the religion of acts and that of abstention from acts, do thou, with concentrated senses, be devoted to the practices of righteousness that appertain to thought, words, and deed. Judging of the propriety of time and place, purified by the observance of vows and other cleansing rites, and solicited by them, do thou, without malice, make large gifts unto them that are good. Acquiring wealth by righteous means, one should give it away unto those that are deserving. One should make gifts, casting off anger, and having made gifts one should never give way to sorrow nor proclaim those gifts with one's own mouth. The Brahmana who is full of compassion, who is observant of candor, and whose birth is pure, has been regarded as a person deserving of gifts. A person is said to be pure in birth when he is born of mother that has only one husband and that belongs to the same order to which her husband belongs. Indeed, such a Brahmana, conversant with the three Vedas, viz., rich, Yajush, and Saman, possessed of learning, duly observant of the 6 duties, of sacrificing on his own account, officiating at the sacrifices of others, learning, teaching, making gifts, and receiving gifts, has been regarded as deserving of gifts. Righteousness becomes unrighteousness, and unrighteousness becomes righteousness, according to the character of the doer, of time, and of place. Sin is cast off like the filth on one's body, a little with a little exertion and a greater quantity when the exertion is greater. A person, after purging his bowels, should take ghee, which operates most beneficially on his system as a healthy tonic. After the same manner, when one has cleansed oneself of all faults and sets oneself to the acquisition of righteousness, that righteousness, in the next world, proves to be productive of the highest happiness. Good and evil thoughts exist in the minds of all creatures. Withdrawing the mind from evil thoughts, it should always be directed towards good thoughts. One should always reverence the practices of one's own order. Do thou strive, therefore, to act in such a way that thou mayst have faith in the practices of thy own order. O thou that art endued with an impatient soul, betake thyself to the practice of patience. O thou that art of a foolish understanding, seek thou to be possessed of intelligence. Destitute of tranquility, seek thou to be tranquil, and bereft of wisdom as thou art, do thou seek to act wisely. He who moves in the companionship of the righteous succeeds, by his own energy, in acquiring the means of accomplishing what is beneficial for him both in this and the next world. Verily, the root of the benefit, which thus becomes his here and hereafter, is unwavering firmness. The royal sage Mahabharata, through want of this firmness, fell from heaven. Yayati, also, though his merits had become exhausted, in consequence of his boastfulness and thought was hurled down from heaven, succeeded in regaining regions of felicity through his firmness. Thou art sure to attain to great intelligence, as also to what is for thy highest good, by paying court to virtuous and learned persons possessed of ascetic merit. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of the sage, King Vasuman, possessed of a good disposition, withdrawing his mind from the pursuits of desire, set it upon the acquisition of righteousness. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 311. Yudhishthira said, It behoveth thee, O grandsire, to discourse to me on that which is freed from duty and its reverse, which is freed from every doubt, which transcends birth and death, as also virtue and sin, which is auspiciousness, which is eternal fearlessness, which is eternal and indestructible and immutable, which is always pure, and which is ever free from the toil of exertion. Bhishma said, I shall in this connection recite to thee the old narrative, O Bharata, of the discourse between Yajnavalkya and Janaka. Once on a time, the famous King Devarati of Janaka's race, fully conversant with the import of all questions, addressed this question to Yajnavalkya, that foremost of rishis. Janaka said, O regenerate rishi, how many kinds of senses are there? How many kinds also are there of Prakriti? What is the unmanifest and highest Brahma? What is higher than Brahma? What is birth and what is death? What are the limits of age? It behoveth thee, O foremost of Brahmanas, to discourse on all these topics unto me that am solicitous of obtaining thy grace. I am ignorant while thou art an ocean of knowledge. Hence, I ask thee. Verily, I desire to hear thee discourse on all these subjects. Yajnavalkya said, Hear, O monarch, what I say in an answer to these questions of thine. I shall impart to thee the high knowledge which yogins value, and especially that which is possessed by the Sankhyas. Nothing is unknown to thee. Still thou askest me. One, however, that his question should answer. This is the eternal practice. 8 principles have been called by the name of Prakriti, while 16 have been called modifications. Of manifest, there are 7. These are the views of those persons who are conversant with the science of Adhyatma. The unmanifest, or original Prakriti, Mahat, consciousness, and the 5 subtle elements of earth, wind, space, water, and light, these 8 are known by the name of Prakriti. Listen now to the enumeration of those called modifications. They are the ear, the skin, the tongue, and the nose, and sound, touch, form, taste, and scent, as also speech, the 2 arms, the 2 feet, the lower duct, within the body, and the organs of pleasure. Amongst these, the 10 beginning with sound, and having their origin in the 5 great principles, are called Vaishya. The 5 senses of knowledge are called Savasesha, O ruler of Mithila. Persons conversant with the science of Adhyatma regard the mind as the 16th. This is conformable to thy own views, as also to those of other learned men well acquainted with the truths about principles. From the unmanifest, O king, springs the Mahat soul. The learned say this to be the first creation relating to Pradhana, or Prakriti. From Mahat, O king of men, is produced consciousness. This has been called the second creation, having the understanding for its essence. From consciousness hath sprung the mind, which is the essence of sound, and the others that are the attributes of space, and the rest. This is the third creation, said to relate to consciousness. From mind have sprung the great elements, numbering 5, O king. Know that this is the fourth creation called mental, as I say. Persons conversant with the primal elements say that sound and touch and form and taste and scent are the fifth creation, relating to the great, primal elements. The creation of the ear, the skin, the tongue, and the scent forms the sixth and is regarded as having for its essence multiplicity of thought. The senses that come after the ear and the others, i.e., the senses of action, then arise, O monarch. This is called seventh creation and relates to the senses of knowledge. Then, O monarch, come the breath that rises upward, viz., prana, and those that have a transverse motion, viz., saman, udana, and vyana. This is the eighth creation and is called arjava. Then come those breaths that course transversely in the lower parts of the body, viz., samama, udana, and vyana, and also that called apana coursing downwards. This, ninth creation, is also called arjava, O king. These 9 kinds of creation, and these principles, O monarch, which latter number 4 and 20, are declared to thee according to what has been laid down in the scriptures. After this, O king, listen to me as I tell thee durations of time as indicated by the learned in respect of these principles or attribute. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 312. Yajnavalkya said, Listen to me, O foremost of men, as I tell thee what the duration of time is in respect to the unmanifest, or the supreme Purusha. 10,000 kalpas are said to constitute a single day of his. The duration of his night is equal. When his night expires, he awakes, O monarch, and first creates herbs and plants which constitute the sustenance of all embodied creatures. He then creates Brahman who springs from a golden egg. That Brahman is the form of all created things, as has been heard by us. Having dwelt for 1 whole year within that egg, the great ascetic Brahman, called also Prajapati, Lord of all creatures, came out of it and created the whole earth and the heaven above. The Lord then, it is read in the Vedas, O king, placed the sky between heaven and earth separated from each other. 7,500 kalpas measured the day of Brahman. Persons conversant with the science of Adhyatma say that his night also is of an equal duration. Brahmana, called Mohan, then creates consciousness called Buddha and endued with excellent essence. Before creating any physical bodies out of the ingredients called the great elements, Mohan or Brahma, endued with penances, created for others called his sons. They are the sires of the original sires, O best of kings, as heard by us. It hath been also heard by us, O monarch, that the senses of knowledge, along with the 4 inner faculties, have sprung from the 5 great elements called pitris, and that the entire universe of mobile and immobile beings has been filled with those great elements. The puissant consciousness created the 5 Buddhas. These are earth, wind, space, water, and light, numbering the 5th. This consciousness, who is a great being and, from whom springs the 3rd creating, has 5,000 kalpas for his night, and his day is of equal duration. Sound, touch, form, taste, and scent, these 5 are called Vyasa. They inhere into the 5 great Buddhas. All creatures, O king, incessantly pervaded by these 5, desire one another's companionship, become subservient to one another, and challenging one another, transcend one another, and led by those immutable and seductive principles, creatures kill one another and wander in this world, entering into numerous orders of being. 3,000 of kalpas represent the duration of their day. The measure of their night also is the same. The mind roveth over all things, O king, led on by the senses. The senses do not perceive anything. It is the mind that perceives through them. The eye sees forms when aided by the mind, but never by itself. When the mind is distracted, the eye fails to perceive with even the objects fully before it. It is commonly said that the senses perceive. This is not true, for it is the mind that perceives through the senses. When the cessation takes place of the activity of the mind, the cessation of the activity of the senses follows. That is the cessation of the activity of the senses, which is the cessation of the activity of the mind. One should thus regard the senses to be under the domination of the mind. Indeed, the mind is said to be the lord of all the senses. O thou of great fame, these are all the 20 Buddhas in the universe. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 313. Yajnavalkya said, I have, one after another, told thee the order of the creation, with their total number of the various principles, as also the extent of the duration of each. Listen now to me as I tell thee of their destruction. Listen to me how Brahman, who is eternal and undecaying, and who is without beginning and without end, repeatedly creates and destroys all created objects. When his day expires and night comes, he becomes desirous of sleep. At such a time the unmanifest and holy one urges the being called Maharudra, who is conscious of his great powers, for destroying the world. Urged by the unmanifest, that being assuming the form of Surya of hundreds of thousands of rays, divides himself into a dozen portions, each resembling a blazing fire. He then consumes with his energy, O monarch, without any loss of time, the 4 kinds of created beings, viz., viviparous, oviparous, filthborn, and vegetable. Within the twinkling of the eye, all mobile and immobile creatures being thus destroyed, the earth becomes on every side as bare as a tortoise shell. Having burnt everything on the face of the earth, Rudra, of immeasurable might, then quickly fills the bare earth with water possessed of great force. He then creates the Yuga fire, which dries up that water, into which the bare earth has been dissolved. The water disappearing, the great element of fire continues to blaze fiercely. Then comes the mighty wind of immeasurable force, in his 8 forms, who swallows up quickly that blazing fire of transcendent force, possessed of 7 flames, and identifiable with the heat existing every creature. Having swallowed up that fire, the wind courses in every direction, upwards, downwards, and transversely. Then space of immeasurable existence swallowed up that wind of transcendent energy. Then mind cheerfully swallows up that immeasurable space. Then that Lord of all creatures, viz., consciousness, who is the soul of everything, swallows up the mind. Consciousness, in his turn, is swallowed up by the Mahat soul, who is conversant with the past, the present, and the future. The incomparable Mahat soul or universe is then swallowed up by Sambhu, that Lord of all things, to whom the yoga attributes of anima, lagima, prapti, etc. naturally adhere, who is regarded as the supreme and pure effulgence that is immutable. His hands and feet extend over every part, his eyes and head and face are everywhere, his ears reach every place, and he exists overwhelming all things. He is the heart of all creatures, his measure is of a digit of the thumb. That infinite and supreme soul, that Lord of all, thus swallows up the universe. After this, what remains is the undecaying and the immutable. One who is without defect of any kind, who is the creator of the past, the present, and the future, and who is perfectly faultless, I have thus, O monarch, duly told thee of destruction. I shall now discourse to thee on the subjects of Adhyatma, Adhibhuta, and Adhidayvata. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 314. Yajnavalkya said, Brahmanas conversant with the topics of inquiry speak of the 2 feet as Adhyatma, the act of walking as Adhibhuta, and Vishnu as Adhidayvatam, of those 2 limbs. The lower duct, anal canal, is Adhyatma, its function of throwing out the excreta is Adhibhuta, and Mitra, Surya, is the adhidavata of that organ. The organ of generation is called adhyatma. Its agreeable function is called adhibhuta, and Prajapati is its adhidavata. The hands are adhyatma, their function as represented by axe is adhibhuta, and Indra is the adhidavata of those limbs. The organs of speech are adhyatma, the words uttered by them are adhibhuta, and Agni is their adhidavata. The eye is adhyatma, vision or form is its adhibhuta, and Surya is the adhidavata of that organ. The ear is adhyatma, sound is adhibhuta, and the points of the horizon are its adhidavata. The tongue is adhyatma, taste is its adhibhuta, and water is its adhidavata. The sense of scent is adhyatma, odor is its adhibhuta, and earth is its adhidavata. The skin is adhyatma, touch is its adhibhuta, and wind is its adhidavata. Mind has been called adhyatma, that with which the mind is employed is adhibhuta, and Chandramadhavs is its adhidavata. Consciousness is adhyatma, conviction in one's identity with Prakriti is its adhibhuta, and Mahat or buddhi is its adhidavata. Buddhi is adhyatma, that which is to be understood is its adhibhuta, and Kshatrajna is its adhidavata. I have thus truly expounded to thee, O King, with its details taken individually, the puissance of the Supreme in manifesting himself in different forms, in the beginning, the middle, and the end, O thou that art fully conversant with the nature of the original topics or principles. Prakriti, cheerfully and of her own accord, as if for sport, O monarch, produces, by undergoing modifications herself, thousands and thousands of combinations of her original transformations called gunas. As men can light thousands of lamps from but a single lamp, after the same manner Prakriti, by modification, multiplies into thousands of existent objects the 3 attributes of Sattva and Rajas and Tamas, of Purusha. Patience, joy, prosperity, satisfaction, brightness of all faculties, happiness, purity, health, contentment, faith, liberality, compassion, forgiveness, firmness, benevolence, equanimity, truth, acquittance of obligations, mildness, modesty, calmness, external purity, simplicity, observance of obligatory practices, dispassionateness, fearlessness of heart, disregard for the appearance or otherwise of good and evil as also for past acts, appropriation of objects only when obtained by gift, the absence of cupidity, regard for the interests of others, compassion for all creatures, these have been said to be the qualities that attach to the attribute of Sattva. The tale of qualities attaching to the attribute of Rajas consists of pride of personal beauty, assertion of lordship, war, disinclination to give, absence of compassion, enjoyment and enduring of happiness and misery, pleasure in speaking ill of others, indulgence in quarrels and disputes of every kind, arrogance, discourtesy, anxiety, indulgence in hostilities, sorrow, appropriation of what belongs to others, shamelessness, crookedness, disunions, roughness, lust, wrath, pride, assertion of superiority, malice, and calumny. These are said to spring from the attributes of Rajas. I shall now tell thee of that assemblage of qualities which springs from Tamas. They are stupefaction of judgment, obscuration of every faculty, darkness, and blind darkness. By darkness is implied death, and by blind darkness is meant wrath. Besides these, the other indications of tamas are greediness in respect of all kinds of food, ceaseless appetite for both food and drink, taking pleasure in scents and robes and sports and beds and seats and sleep during the day and calumny and all kinds of acts proceeding from heedlessness, taking pleasure from ignorance of purer sources of joy, and dancing and instrumental and vocal music, and aversion for every kind of religion. These, indeed, are the indications of tamas. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 315. Yajnavalkya said, "These three, O foremost of men, viz., sattva, rajas, and tamas, are the attributes of Prakriti. These attach to all things of the universe and always adhere to them. The unmanifest Purusha endued with the 6 yoga attributes transforms himself by himself into hundreds and thousands and millions of forms by embracing these 3 attributes. Those that are conversant with the science of Adhyatma say that unto the attribute of sattva is assigned a high, unto rajas a middling, and unto tamas a low place in the universe. By the aid of unmixed righteousness one attains to a high end, viz., that of the deities or other celestial beings. Through righteousness mixed with sin one attains to the status of humanity. While through unmixed sin one sinks into a vile end, by becoming an animal or a vegetable, etc. Listen now to me, O king, as I speak to thee of the intermixture or compounds of the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Sometimes rajas is seen existing with sattva. Tamas also exists with rajas. With tamas may also be seen sattva. Then also may sattva and rajas and tamas be seen existing together and in equal proportions. They constitute the unmanifest or Prakriti. When the unmanifest, Purusha, becomes endued with only sattva, he attains to the regions of the deities. Endued with both sattva and rajas, he takes birth among human beings. Endued with rajas and tamas, he takes birth among the intermediate order of being. Endued with all 3, viz., sattva and rajas and tamas, he attains to the status of humanity. Those high-souled persons that transcend both righteousness and sin attain, it is said, to that place which is eternal, immutable, undecaying, and immortal. Men of knowledge attain to births that are very superior, and their place is faultless and undecaying, transcending the ken of the senses, free from ignorance, above birth and death, and full of light that dispels all kinds of darkness. Thou hadst asked me about the nature of the Supreme residing in the unmanifest, viz., Purusha. I shall tell thee, listen to me, O king. Even when residing in Prakriti, he is said to reside in his own nature without partaking of the nature of Prakriti. Prakriti, O king, is inanimate and unintelligent. When presided over by Purusha, then only can she create and destroy. Janaka said, "Both Prakriti and Purusha, O thou of great intelligence, are without beginning and without end. Both of them are without form. Both of them are undecaying. Both of them, again, incomprehensible. How then, O foremost of rishis, can it be said that one of them is inanimate and unintelligent? How, again, is the other said to be animate and intelligent? And why is the latter called kshatrajna? Thou, O foremost of Brahmanas, art fully conversant with the entire religion of emancipation. I desire to hear in detail of the religion of emancipation in its entirety. Do thou discourse to me then of the existence and oneness of Purusha, of his separateness from Prakriti, of the deities which attach to the body of the place to which embodied creatures repair when they die, and that place to which they may ultimately, in course of time, be able to go. Tell me also of the knowledge described in the Sankhya system, and of the Yoga system separately. It behoveth thee also to speak of the premonitory symptoms of death, O best of men. All these topics are well known to thee even as an emblic, myrobalan in thy hand." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 316. Yajnavalkya said, "That which is without attributes, O son, can never be explained by ascribing attributes to it. Listen, however, to me as I expound to thee what is possessed of attributes and what is devoid of them. High-souled munists conversant with the truth regarding all the topics or principles say that when Purusha seizes attributes like a crystal catching the reflection of a red flower, he comes to be called as possessed of attributes, but when freed from attributes like the crystal freed from reflection, he comes to be viewed in his real nature, that is, as beyond all attributes. Unmanifest Prakriti is by her nature endued with attributes. She cannot transcend them. Destitute of intelligence by nature, she becomes attached to attributes. Unmanifest Prakriti cannot know anything, while Purusha, by his nature, is possessed of knowledge. There is nothing higher than myself. Even this is what Purusha is always conscious of. For this reason the unmanifest, or Prakriti, although naturally inanimate and unintelligent, still becomes animate and intelligent in consequence of her union with Purusha, who is eternal and indestructible, instead of remaining in her own nature due to destructibility. When Purusha, through ignorance, repeatedly becomes associated with attributes, he fails to understand his own real nature, and therefore he fails to attain to emancipation. In consequence Purusha's lordship over the principles that flow from Prakriti, he is said to partake of the nature of those principles. In consequence also of his agency in the matter of creation, he is said to possess the attribute of creation. In consequence of his agency in the matter of yoga, he is said to possess the attribute of yoga. For his lordship over those particular principles known by the name of Prakriti, he is said to possess the nature of Prakriti. For his agency in the matter of creating the seeds of all immobile objects, he is said to partake of the nature of those seeds. And because he causes the several principles or attributes to start into life, he is, therefore, said to be subject to decay and destruction, for those principles themselves are subject thereto. In consequence, again, of his being the witness of everything, and in consequence also of there being nothing else than he, as also for his consciousness of identity with Prakriti, yadis crowned with ascetic success, conversant with Adhyatma, and freed from fever of every kind, regard him as existing by himself without a second, immutable, unmanifest, in the form of cause, unstable, and manifest, in the form of effects. This is what has been heard by us. Those Sankhyas, however, that depend upon knowledge only for their emancipation and the practice of compassion for all creatures, say that it is Prakriti which is one but Purushas are many. As a matter of fact, Purusha is different from Prakriti which, though unstable, still appears as stable. As a blade of reed is different from its outer cover, even so is Purusha different from Prakriti. Indeed, the worm that is ensconced within the Udamvara should be known as different from the Udamvara. Though existing with the Udamvara, the worm is not to be regarded as forming a portion of the Udamvara. The fish is distinct from the water in which it lives, and the water is distinct from the fish that lives in it. Though the fish and water exist together, yet it is never drenched by water. The fire that is contained in an earthen saucepan is distinct from the earthen saucepan, and the saucepan is distinct from the fire it contains. Although the fire exists in and with the saucepan, yet it is not to be regarded as forming any part of it. The lotus leaf that floats on a piece of water is distinct from the piece of water on which it floats. Its coexistence with water does not make it a portion of the water. The perennial existence of those objects in and with those mentioned is never correctly understood by ordinary people. They who behold Prakriti and Purusha in any other light are said to possess a vision that is incorrect. It is certain that they have repeatedly to sink into terrible hell. I have thus told thee the philosophy of the Sankhyas, that excellent science by which all things have been correctly ascertained. Ascertaining the nature of Purusha and Prakriti in this way, the Sankhyas attain to emancipation. I have also told thee of the systems of those others that are conversant with the great principles of the universe. I shall now discourse to thee on the science of the Yogins. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 317. Yajnavalkya said, I have already spoken to thee of the science of the Sankhya's. Listen now to me as I truly discourse on the science of the yogins as heard and seen by me, O best of kings. There is no knowledge that can compare with that of the Sankhya's. There is no puissance that compares with that of yoga. These two ordain the same practices, and both are regarded as capable of leading to emancipation. Those men that are not blessed with intelligence regard the Sankhya and the Yoga systems to be different from each other. We, however, O king, look upon them as one and the same, according to the conclusion to which we have arrived, after study and reflection. That which the yogins have in view is the very same which the Sankhyas also have in view. He who sees both the Sankhya and the Yoga systems to be one and the same is to be regarded as truly conversant with the topics or principles that ordain the universe. Know, O king, that the vital breaths and the senses are the chief means for practicing yoga. By only regulating those breaths and the senses, yogins wander everywhere at their will. When the gross body is destroyed, yogins endued with subtle bodies possessed of the 8 yoga attributes of anima, lagima, prapti, etc., wander over the universe, enjoying, in that body, all kinds of felicities, O sinless one. The wise have, in the scriptures, spoken of yoga as conferring 8 kinds of puissance. They have spoken of yoga as possessed of 8 limbs. Indeed, O king, they have not spoken of any other kind of yoga. It has been said that the practices of yogins, excellent as these are, for their results, are of 2 kinds. Those 2 kinds, according to the indications occurring in the scriptures, are practices endued with attributes and those freed from attributes. The concentration of the mind on the 16 objects named, with simultaneous regulation of the breath, O king, is 1 kind. The concentration of the mind in such a way as to destroy all difference between the contemplator, the object contemplated, and the act of contemplation, along with subjugation of the senses, is of another kind. The first kind of yoga is said to be that possessed of attributes, the second kind is said to be that freed from attributes. Then, again, regulation of the breath is yoga with attributes. In yoga without attributes, the mind, freed from its functions, should be fixed. Only the regulation of the breath, which is said to be endued with attributes, should, in the first instance, be practiced, for, O ruler of Mithila, if the breath, that is inhaled and suspended, be exhaled without mentally reflecting the while upon a definite image, furnished by a limited mantra, the wind in the neophyte's system will increase to his great injury. In the first yama of the night, 12 ways of holding the breath are recommended. Alter sleep, in the last yama of the night, other 12 ways of doing the same have been laid down. Without doubt, one endued with tranquility, of subdued senses, living in retirement, rejoicing in one's own self, and fully conversant with the import of the scriptures, should, regulating one's breath in these 24 ways, fix one's soul on the Supreme Soul. Dispelling the 5 faults of the 5 senses, viz., withdrawing them from their objects of sound, form, touch, taste, and scent, and dispelling those conditions called pratibha and apavarga, O ruler of the Mithilas, all the senses should be fixed upon the mind. The mind should then be fixed on consciousness, O king. Consciousness should next be fixed on intelligence or buddhi, and buddhi should then be fixed on prakriti. Thus merging these one after another, yogins contemplate the Supreme Soul, which is one, which is freed from rajas, which is stainless, which is immutable and infinite and pure and without defect, who is eternal Purusha, who is unchangeable, who is indivisible, who is without decay and death, who is everlasting, who transcends diminution, and which is immutable Brahma. Listen now, O monarch, to the indications of one that is in yoga. All the indications of cheerful contentment that are his who is slumbering in contentment are seen in the person that is in samadhi. The person in samadhi, the wise say, looks like the fixed and upward flame of a lamp that is full of oil and that burns in a breezeless spot. He is like a rock which is incapable of being moved in the slightest degree by ever a heavy downpour from the clouds. He is incapable of being moved by the din of conches and drums, or by songs or the sound of hundreds of musical instruments beat or blown together. Even this is the indication of one in samadhi. As a man of cool courage and determination, while ascending a flight of steps with a vessel full of oil in his hands, does not spill even a drop of the liquid if frightened and threatened by persons armed with weapons, even so the yogin, when his mind has been concentrated and when he beholds the Supreme Soul in samadhi, does not, in consequence of the entire stoppage of the functions of his senses at such a time, move in the slightest degree. Even these should be known to be the indication of the yogin while he is in samadhi. While in samadhi, the yogin beholds Brahma, which is supreme and immutable, and which is situated like a blazing effulgence in the midst of thick darkness. It is by this means that he attains, after many years, to emancipation after casting off this inanimate body. Even this is what the eternal Shruti declares. This is called the yoga of the yogins. What else is it? Knowing it, they that are endued with wisdom regard themselves as crowned with success. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 318. Yajnavalkya said, "Listen now to me, with attention, O king, as to what the places are to which those who die have to go. If the jiva soul escapes through the feet, it is said that the man goes to the region of the Vishnu. If through the calves, it has been heard by us that the man repairs to the regions of the Vasus. If through the knees, he attains to the companionship of those deities that are called Sathyas. If through the lower duct, the man attains to the regions of Mitra. If through the posteriors, the man returns to the earth, and if through the thighs to the region of Prajapati. If through the flanks, the man attains to the regions of the Maruts, and if through the nostrils, to the region of Chandramadhavs. If through arms, the man goes to the region of Indra, and if through the chest, to that of Rudra. If through the neck, the man repairs to the excellent region of that foremost of ascetics known by the name of Narad. If through the mouth, the man attains to the region of the Viswadevas, and if through the ears, to the region of the deities of the several points of the horizon. If through the nose, the man attains to the region of the wind god, and if through the eyes, to the region of Agni. If through the brows, the man goes to the region of the Ashwins, and if through the forehead, to that of Pitris. If through the crown of the head, the man attains to the region of the puissant Brahman, that foremost of the gods. I have thus told thee, O ruler of Mithila, the several places to which men repair according to the manner in which their jiva souls escape from their bodies. I shall now tell thee the premonitory indication, as laid down by the wise of those who have but 1 year to live. 1. Who having previously seen the fixed star called Arandhiti, fails to see it, or that other star called Dhruva, or one that sees the full moon or the flame of a burning lamp to be broken towards the south, has but 1 year to live. Those men, O king, who can no longer see images of themselves reflected in the eyes of others, have but 1 year to live. 1. Who, being endued with luster loses it, or being endued with wisdom loses it. Indeed, one whose inward and outward nature is thus changed, has but 6 months more to live. He, who disregards the deities, or quarrels with the Brahmanas, or one, who, being naturally of a dark complexion becomes pale of hue, has but 6 months more to live. 1. Who sees the lunar disk to have many holes like a spider's web, or one, who sees the solar disk to have similar holes has but 1 week more to live. 1. who, when smelling fragrant scents in place of worship, perceives them to be as offensive as the scent of corpses, has but 1 week more to live. The depression of the nose or of the ears, the discolor of the teeth or of the eye, the loss of all consciousness, and the loss also of all animal heat, are symptoms indicating death that very day. If, without any perceptible cause, a stream of tears suddenly flows from one's left eye, and if vapors be seen to issue from one's head, that is a sure indication that the man will die before that day expires. Knowing all these premonitory symptoms, the man of cleansed soul should day and night unite his soul with the Supreme Soul in samadhi. Thus should he go on till the day comes for his dissolution. If, however, instead of wishing to die he desires to live in this world, he casts off all enjoyments, all scents and tastes, O king, and lives on in abstinence. He thus conquers death by fixing his soul on the Supreme Soul. Indeed, the man, who is blessed with knowledge of the soul, O monarch, practices the course of life recommended by the Sankhya's and conquers death by uniting his soul with the Supreme Soul. At last, he attains to what is entirely indestructible, which is without birth, which is auspicious, and immutable, and eternal, and stable, and which is incapable of being attained to by men of uncleansed souls. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 319. Yajnavalkya said, Thou hast asked me, O monarch, of that supreme Brahma which resides in the unmanifest. Thy question relates to a deep mystery. Listen to me with close attention, O king. Having conducted myself with humility according to the ordinances laid down by the rishis, I obtained the yajashas, O king, from Surya. Without the austerest penances, I formerly adored the heat-giving deity. The puissant Surya, O sinless one, gratified with me, saying, Solicit thou, O regenerate rishi, the boon upon which thou hast set thy heart, however difficult it may be of acquisition, I shall, with cheerful soul, grant it to thee. It is very difficult to incline me to grace. Bowing unto him with a bend of my head, that foremost of heat-giving luminaries was addressed by me in these words, I have no knowledge of the yajashas. I desire to know them without loss of time. The Holy One, thus solicited, told me, I shall impart the yajashas unto thee. Made up of the essence of speech, the goddess Sarasvati will enter into thy body. The deity then commanded me to open my mouth. I did as I was commanded. The goddess Sarasvati then entered into my body, O sinless one. At this, I began to burn. Unable to endure the pain, I plunged into a stream. Not understanding that what the high-souled Surya had done for me was for my good, I became even angry with him. While I was burning with the energy of the goddess, the holy Surya told me, Do thou endure this burning sensation for only a little while. That will soon cease, and thou wilt be cool. Indeed, I became cool. Seeing me restored to ease, the Maker of Light said unto me, The whole Vedas, with even those parts that are regarded as its appendix, together with the Upanishads, will appear in thee by inward light, O regenerate one. The entire Satapathas also thou wilt edit, O foremost of regenerate ones. After that, thy understanding will turn to the path of emancipation. Thou wilt also attain to that end which is desirable and which is coveted by both Sankhyas and Yogins. Having said these words unto me, the divine Surya proceeded to the Asta hills. Hearing his last words, and after he had departed from the spot where I was, I came home in joy and then remembered the goddess Sarasvati. Thought of by me, the auspicious Sarasvati appeared instantly before my eyes, adorned with all the vowels and the consonants, and having placed the syllable om in the van, I then, according to the ordinance, offered unto the goddess the usual aragya, and dedicated another to Surya, that foremost of all heat-giving deities. Discharging this duty, I took my seat, devoted to both those deities. Thereupon, the entire Satapatha Brahmanas, with all their mysteries and with all their abstracts as also their appendices, appeared of themselves before my mental vision, at which I became filled with great joy. I then taught them to 100 good disciples, and thereby did what was disagreeable to my high-souled maternal uncle, Vyasa, with the disciples gathered round him. Then, shining in the midst of my disciples like the sun himself with his rays, I took the management of the sacrifice of thy high-souled sire, O king. In that sacrifice a dispute arose between me and my maternal uncle as to who should be permitted to appropriate the dakshina that was paid for the recitation of the Vedas. In the very presence of Devala, I took half of that dakshina, the other half going to my maternal uncle. Thy sire and Sumantra and Paila and Jaimini and other articles all acquiesced in that arrangement. I had thus got from Surya the 5 times 10 yajeshas, O monarch. I then studied the Puranas with Romaharshan, keeping before me those original mantras and the Gadasarasvati. Then, O king, aided by the inspiration of Surya, set myself to compile the excellent Satapatha Brahmanas, and succeeded in achieving the task never before undertaken by anyone else. That path which I had desired to take has been taken by me, and I have also taught it to my disciples. Indeed, the whole of those Vedas with their abstracts have been imparted by me to those disciples of mine. Pure in mind and body, all those disciples have, in consequence of my instructions, become filled with joy. Having established, for the use of others, this knowledge consisting of 50 branches which I had obtained from Surya, I now meditate on the great object of that knowledge, viz., Brahma. The Gandharv Viswavesu, well conversant with the Vedanta scriptures, desirous, O king, of ascertaining what is beneficial for the Brahmanas in this knowledge and what truth occurs in it, and what is the excellent object of this knowledge, one questioned me. He put to me altogether 24 questions, O king, relating to the Vedas. Finally, he asked me a question, numbered 25th, which relates to that branch of knowledge which is concerned with the inferences of ratiocination. Those questions are as follows: what is universe and what is not universe? What is aswa and what aswa? What is mitra? What is varana? What is knowledge? What is object of knowledge? What is unintelligent? What is intelligent? Who is Ka? Who is possessed of the principle of change? Who is not possessed of the same? What is he that devours the sun, and what is the sun? What is vidya, and what is avidya? What is immobile, and what mobile? What is without beginning? What is indestructible, and what is destructible? These were the excellent questions put to me by that foremost of Gandharvas. After King Viswavesu, that foremost of Gandharvas, had asked me these questions one after another, I answered them properly. At first, however, I told him, wait for a brief space of time, till I reflect on my questions. So be it, Gandharv said, and sat in silence. I then thought once again of the Gadasarasvati in my mind. The replies then to those questions naturally arose in my mind like butter from curds. Keeping in view the high science of inferential ratiocination, I churned with my mind, O monarch, the Upanishads and the supplementary scriptures relating to the Vedas. The fourth science then that treats of emancipation, O foremost of kings, and on which I have already discoursed to thee, and which is based upon the 25th, viz., Jiva, I then expounded to him. Having said all this, O monarch, to King Viswavesu, I then addressed him, saying, listen now to the answers that I give unto the several questions that thou hast put to me. I now turn to the question, which, O Gandharv, thou askest, viz., what is universe and what is not universe? The universe is unmanifest and original Prakriti endued with the principles of birth and death which are terrible to those that are desirous of emancipation. It is, besides, possessed of the three attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas, and consequence of its producing principles, all of which are fraught with those attributes. That which is not universe is purusha, divested of all attributes. By aswa and aswa are meant the female and the male, i.e., the former is prakriti and the latter is purusha. Similarly, Maitra is purusha, and Varana is prakriti. Knowledge, again, is said to be prakriti, while the object to be known is called purusha. The ignorant, jiva, and the knowing or intelligent are both purusha without attributes, for it is purusha that becomes jiva when invested with ignorance. Thou hast asked what is ka, who is endued with change and who is unendued therewith. I answer, ka is purusha. That which is endued with change is prakriti. He that is not endued therewith is purusha. Similarly, that which is called avidya, the unknowable, is prakriti, and that which is called vidya is purusha. Thou hast asked me about the mobile and the immobile. Listen to what my answer is. That which is mobile is prakriti, which undergoing modification constitutes the cause of creation and destruction. The immobile is purusha, for without himself undergoing modifications he assists at creation and destruction. According to a different system of philosophy, that which is vidya is prakriti, while that which is avidya is purusha. Both prakriti and purusha are said to be unintelligent, stable, indestructible, unborn, and eternal, according to the conclusions arrived at by philosophers conversant with the topics included in the name of Adhyatma. In consequence of the indestructibility of prakriti in the matter of creation, prakriti, which is unborn, is regarded as not subject to decay or destruction. Purusha, again, is indestructible and unchangeable, for change it has none. The attributes that reside in prakriti are destructible, but not prakriti herself. The learned, therefore, call prakriti indestructible. Prakriti also, by undergoing modifications, operates as the cause of creation. The created results appear and disappear, but not original prakriti. Hence also is prakriti called indestructible. Thus have I told the conclusions of the fourth science based on the principles of ratiocinative inference and having emancipation for its end. Having acquired by the science of ratiocinative inference and by waiting upon preceptors, the rich, the samans, and the yajashas, all the obligatory practices should be observed and all the Vedas studied with reverence, O Viswavesu. O foremost of Gandharvas, they who study the Vedas with all their branches, but who do not know the Supreme Soul from which all things take their birth and into which all things merge when destruction comes, and which is the one object whose knowledge the Vedas seek to inculcate, indeed, they, who have no acquaintance with that which the Vedas seek to establish, study the Vedas to no purpose and bear their burthen of such study in vain. If a person desirous of butter churns the milk of the she-ass, without finding what he seeks, he simply meets with a substance that is as foul of smell as ordure. After the same manner, if one, having studied the Vedas, fails to comprehend what is prakriti and what is purusha, one only proves one's own foolishness of understanding and bears a useless burthen in the form of Vedic lore. One should, with devoted attention, reflect on both prakriti and purusha, so that one may avoid repeated birth and death. Reflection upon the fact of one's repeated births and deaths and avoiding the religion of acts that is productive at best of destructible results, one should betake oneself to the indestructible religion of yoga. O Kasyapa, if one continuously on the nature of the jiva soul and its connection with the Supreme Soul, one then succeeds in divesting oneself on all attributes and in beholding the Supreme Soul. The eternal and unmanifest Supreme Soul is regarded by men of foolish understandings to be different from the 25th or jiva soul. They are endued with wisdom that behold both these as truly one and the same. Frightened at repeated births and deaths, the Sankhya's and Yogins regard the Jiva soul and the Supreme Soul to be one and the same. Vyasa then said, "Thou hast, O foremost of Brahmanas, said that Jiva soul is indestructible and truly undistinguished from the Supreme Soul. This, however, is difficult to understand. It behoveth thee to once more discourse on this topic to me. I have heard discourses on this subject from Jajashavya, Ista, Devala, the regenerate sage Parasara, the intelligent Varshaganya, Brigu, Panchasika Kapila, Sukha, Gautama, Arshtasena, the high-souled Garga, Narada, Asuri, the intelligent Palastya, Sanat Kumara, the high-souled Sukara, and my sire Kasyapa. Subsequently I heard the discourses of Rudra and the intelligent Visvarupa, of several of the deities, of the Pitris, and the Daijas. I have acquired all that they say, for they generally discourse that eternal object of all knowledge. I desire, however, to hear what thou mayst say on those topics with the aid of thy intelligence. Thou art the foremost of all persons, and a learned lecturer on the Scriptures, and endued with great intelligence. There is nothing that is unknown to thee. Thou art an ocean of the Shrutis, as described, O Brahmana, in the world of both the deities and Pitris. The great rishis residing in the region of Brahma say that Aditya himself, the eternal Lord of all luminaries, is thy preceptor in the matter of this branch of knowledge. O Yajnavalkya, thou hast obtained the entire science, O Brahmana, of the Sankhyas, as also the scriptures of the Yogins in particular. Without doubt, thou art enlightened, fully conversant with the mobile and immobile universe. I desire to hear thee discourse on that knowledge, which may be likened to clarified butter endued with solid grains. Yajnavalkya said, Thou art, O foremost of Gandharvas, competent to comprehend every knowledge. As, however, thou askest me, do thou hear me then discourse to thee according as I myself have obtained it from my preceptor. Prakriti, which is unintelligent, is apprehended by Jiva. Jiva, however, cannot be apprehended by Prakriti, O Gandharv. In consequence of Jiva being reflected in Prakriti, the latter is called Pradhana by Sankhya's and Yogins conversant with the original principles as indicated in the Shrutis. O sinless one, the other, beholding, beholds the 24th, Prakriti, and the 25th. Soul, not beholding, it beholds the 26th. The 25th thinks that there is nothing higher than itself. In reality, however, though beholding, it does not behold that, viz., the 26th, which beholds it. Men possessed of wisdom should never accept the 24th, viz., Prakriti, which is unintelligent or inert, as identifiable with the 25th or the soul which has a real and independent existence. The fish live in water. It goes thither impelled by its own nature. As the fish, though living in the water, is to be regarded as separate from it, after the same manner is the 25th to be apprehended, i.e., though the 25th exists in a state of contact with the 24th or Prakriti, it is, however, in its real nature, separate from and independent of Prakriti. When overwhelmed with the consciousness of Miyam or self, and when unable to understand its identity with the 26th, in fact, in consequence of the illusion that invests it, of its coexistence with Prakriti, and of its own manner of thinking, the Jiva soul always skins down, but when freed from such consciousness it goes upwards. When the Jiva soul succeeds in apprehending that it is one, and Prakriti with which it resides is another, then only does it, O regenerate one, succeed in beholding the Supreme Soul and attaining to the condition of oneness with the universe. The Supreme is one, O King, and the 25th, or Jiva soul, is another. In consequence, however, of the Supreme overlying the Jiva soul, the wise regard both to be one and the same. For these reasons, Yogins, and followers of the Sankhya system of philosophy, terrified by the birth and death, blessed with sight of the 26th, pure in body and mind, and devoted to the Supreme Soul, and do not welcome the Jiva Soul as indestructible. When one beholds the Supreme Soul and losing all consciousness of individuality becomes identified with the Supreme, one then becomes omniscient, and possessed of such omniscience one becomes freed from the obligation of rebirth. I have thus discoursed to thee truly, sinless one, about Prakriti which is unintelligent, and Jiva Soul which is possessed of intelligence, and the Supreme Soul which is endued with omniscience, according to the indications occurring in the Shrutis. That man, who beholds not any difference between the knower or the known, is both Kevala and not Kevala, is the original cause of the universe, is both Jiva Soul and the Supreme Soul. Viswavasa said, O puissant one, thou hast duly and adequately discoursed on that which is the origin of all the deities and which is productive of emancipation. Thou hast said what is true and excellent. May inexhaustible blessings always attend thee, and may thy mind be ever united with intelligence. Yajnavalkya continued, having said those words, the prince of Gandharvas proceeded towards heaven, shining in resplendence of beauty. Before leaving me, the high-souled one duly honored me by taking the accustomed turns round my person, and I looked upon him, highly pleased. He inculcated the science he had obtained from me unto those celestials that dwell in the regions of Brahman and other deities, unto those that dwell on earth, unto also the denizens of the nether regions, and unto them that had adopted the path of emancipation, O king. The Sankhyas are devoted to the practices of their system. The Yogins are devoted to the practices inculcated by their system. Others there are that are desirous of achieving their emancipation. Unto these latter this science is productive of visible fruits, O lion among kings. Emancipation flows from knowledge. Without knowledge it can never be attained. The wise have said it, O monarch. Hence, one should strive one's best for acquiring true knowledge in all its details, by which one may succeed in freeing oneself from birth and death. Obtaining knowledge from a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or Vaishya or even a Sudra who is of low birth, one endued with faith should always show reverence for such knowledge. Birth and death cannot assail one that is endued with faith. All orders of men are Brahmanas. All are sprung from Brahma. All men utter Brahma. Aided by an understanding that is derived from and directed to Brahma. I inculcated this science treating of Prakriti and Purusha. Indeed, this whole universe is Brahma. From the mouth of Brahma sprung the Brahmanas, from his arms sprung the Kshatriyas, from his navel the Vaishya, and from his feet the Sudras. All the orders, having sprung in this way, should not be regarded as pilfering from one another. Impelled by ignorance, all men meet with death and attain, O king, to birth that is the cause of acts. Divested of knowledge, all orders of men, dragged by terrible ignorance, fall into varied orders of being due to the principles that flow from Prakriti. For this reason, all should, by every means, seek to acquire knowledge. I have told thee that every person is entitled to strive for its acquisition. One that is possessed of knowledge is a Brahmana. Others, viz., Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras, are possessed of knowledge. Hence, this science of emancipation is always open to them all. This, O king, has been said by the wise. The questions thou hadst asked me have all been answered by me agreeably to the truth. Do thou, therefore, cast off all grief. Go thou to the other end of this inquiry. Thy questions were good. Blessings on thy head forever. Bhishma continued thus, instructed by the intelligent Yajnavalkya, the king of Mithila became filled with joy. The king honored that foremost of ascetics by walking round his person. Dismissed by the monarch, he departed from his court. King Devarati, having obtained the knowledge of the religion of emancipation, took his seat, and touching 1,000,000 of kine and a quantity of gold and a measure of gems and jewels, gave them away unto a number of brahmanas. Installing his son in the sovereignty of the Videhas, the old king began to live, adopting the practices of the yadis. Thinking mainly of all ordinary duties and their derelictions, as laid down in the scriptures, the king began to study the science of the Sankhyas and the Yogins in their entirety. Regarding himself to be infinite, he began to reflect on only the eternal and independent one. He cast off all ordinary duties and their derelictions, virtue and vice, truth and falsehood, birth and death, and all other things appertaining to the principles produced by Prakriti. Both Sankhyas and Yogins, agreeably to the teachings of their sciences, regard this universe to be due to the action of the manifest and the unmanifest. The learned say that Brahma is freed from good and evil, is self-dependent, the highest of the high, eternal, and pure. Do thou, therefore, O monarch, become pure. The giver, the receiver of the gift itself, and that which is ordered to be given away, are all to be deemed as the unmanifest soul. The soul is the soul's one possession. Who, therefore, can be a stranger to one? Do thou think always in this way. Never think otherwise. He who does not know what is Prakriti possessed of attributes and what is Purusha transcending attributes, only he, not possessed as he is of knowledge, repairs to sacred waters and performs sacrifices. Not by study of the Vedas, not by penances, not by sacrifices, O son of Kuru, can one attain to the status of Brahma. Only when one succeeds in apprehending the supreme or unmanifest, one comes to be regarded with reverence. They who wait upon Mahat attain to regions of Mahat. They who wait upon consciousness attain to the spot that belongs to consciousness. They who wait upon what is higher attain to places that are higher than these. Those persons, learned in the scriptures, who succeed in apprehending eternal Brahma, who is higher than unmanifest Prakriti, succeed in obtaining that which transcends birth and death, which is free from attributes, and which is both existent and non-existent. I got all this knowledge from Janaka. The latter had obtained it from Yajnavalkya. Knowledge is very superior. Sacrifices cannot compare with it. With the aid of knowledge one succeeds in crossing the world's ocean, which is full of difficulties and dangers. One can never cross that ocean by means of sacrifices. Birth and death, and other impediments, O king, men of knowledge say, one cannot pass over by ordinary exertion. Men attain to heaven through sacrifices, penances, vows, and observances. But they have again to fall down therefrom on the earth. Do thou, therefore, adore with reverence that which is supreme, most pure, blessed, stainless, and sacred, and which transcends all states, being emancipation itself. By apprehending Kshetra, O king, and by performing the sacrifice that consists in the acquisition of knowledge, thou wilt really be wise. In former time, Yajnavalkya did that good to King Janaka which is derivable from a study of the Upanishads. The eternal and immutable supreme was the topic about which the great Rishi had discoursed to the king of Mithila. It enabled him to attain to that Brahma which is auspicious and immortal, and which transcends all kinds of sorrow. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 320. Yudhishthira said, having acquired great power and great wealth, and having obtained a long period of life, how may one succeed in avoiding death? By which of these means, viz., penances, or the accomplishment of the diverse acts laid down in the Vedas, or by knowledge of the Shrutis, or the application of medicines, can one succeed in avoiding decrepitude and death? Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of Panchasika, who was a bhikshu in his practices, and Janaka. Once on a time Janaka, the ruler of the Videhas, questioned the great Rishi Panchasika, who was the foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas and who had all his doubts removed in respect of the purpose and import of all duties. The king said, "By what conduct, O Holy One, may one transcend decrepitude and death? It is by penances, or by the understanding, or by religious acts, like sacrifices and vows, or by study and knowledge of the scriptures." Thus addressed by the ruler of the Vedas, the learned Panchasika, conversant with all invisible things, answered, saying, "There is no prevention of these two, viz., decrepitude and death, nor is it true that cannot be prevented under any circumstances. Neither days, nor nights, nor months cease to go on. Only that man who, though transitory, betakes himself to the eternal path of the religion of nivritti or abstention from all acts, succeeds in avoiding birth and death. Destruction overtakes all creatures. All creatures seem to be ceaselessly borne along the infinite current of time. Those that are borne along the infinite current of time which is without a raft to rescue, and which is infested by those two mighty alligators, viz., decrepitude and death, sink down without anybody coming to their assistance. As one is swept along that current, one fails to find any friend for help, and one fails to be inspired with interest for anyone else. One meets with spouses and other friends only on one's road. One had never before enjoyed this kind of companionship with anyone for any length of time. Creatures, as they are borne along the current of time, become repeatedly attracted towards one another like masses of clouds moved by the wind meeting one another with loud sound. Decrepitude and death are devourers of all creatures, like wolves. Indeed, they devour the strong and the weak, the short and the tall. Among creatures, therefore, which are all so transitory, only the soul exists eternally. Why should he, then, rejoice when creatures are born, and why should he grieve when they die? Whence have I come? Who am I? Whither shall I go? Whose am I? Before what do I rest? What shall I be? For what reason then dost thou grieve for what? Who else then thou wilt behold heaven or hell, for what thou doest? Hence, without throwing aside the scriptures, one should make gifts and perform sacrifices. Present you by HinduMonastery.com